Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us to talk about this Astros team again today. Lance, baby steps. Astros scored first for the first time in 19 games. You happy?
What? 19 games?
19 games. First time that they scored first.
Do you know that's an actual bet that can be made in Vegas? Or
yeah, Emmanuel Clase, he was betting on that.
Who's that's unbelievable. 19 games.
Yeah, 19 games. 19 games.
That's
first
probably
time
a Major League Baseball record.
They were 7-11 in those 18 games that they scored.
Well, at least that meant they. Well, did they win? I'm assuming they won because Framber was on their mound. They were minus 270. I'm assuming they won. Did they won, right? Oh, John's not. I thought you were doing your thing where you point at me and you say, yes, that's right. What you're saying. I didn't know you meant that's because John's not on the air. No, they didn't win. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the Astros did not win yesterday. All right, there he is. He's back. I was doing that thing where I pretended I didn't know if they won or not.
Yeah.
And then in real life, I knew that they didn't win. And
yeah, right.
And they were beaten 2-1.
Okay.
Because Washington is a tough team. Washington's one of the better teams. Let me check the standings real quick because I think they are. I gotta check.
They're leading the National League, I think.
Yeah, Washington is way up there.
Yeah.
Oh wait. No. That's actually not them. They're 44 and 62. They're 17 and a half back. Hold on.
Listen,
that's not them.
The Astros don't play against. They just don't play poor teams well. They just don't.
Well, hold on. Actually, they are the third worst team in baseball according to run differential.
Did you see that lineup? It is awful. It's awful.
I know, and Washington's isn't much better.
Well, no.
Well, I thought you meant us.
Well, I guess I
thought you meant our sweet lineup.
I would take Washington's lineup over ours last night.
I would too.
Did you happen to see the numbers Framber has been putting up?
Yeah, they're good.
14 straight games.
Yeah.
14 games.
He's an ace.
His last 14 games, he's 10-0. And in the 4 no decisions, 27 innings, 2 earned runs.
Well, I don't know what else he can do. He gave up
2 runs.
He gave up 1 yesterday, struck out
and
12.
He was pissed about it. Did you see the quote about that?
No, I didn't see his quote.
Oh.
He got pulled out?
No. Where they were positioned.
No, I didn't see what he said. What he said?
Was positioned. He said, here's his quote.
Trouble in paradise for Joe Espada.
I saw the right fielder playing center field. And, we have a center fielder for that. I feel like the right fielder should have been playing right field. I was uncomfortable with that, Valdez said through an interpreter. Basically, the right fielder was playing right center field.
Mm-hmm.
And that ball should have been just a single. And it should have been second and third, and then Framber would have gotten out of it because his numbers with runners in scoring position it's stupid how good he is. It's stupid how good he is. Mm-hmm. They put up his numbers with runners in scoring position. It's the best in the league. The OPS, I believe, was 455 with runners in scoring position. Dude, his 4 no decisions, 27 innings, and 2 runs. And he got no decision in 4 games. He should be 14-0 in his last 14 starts.
Does that make him the best pitcher on the staff?
Oh yeah, by far. Mm-hmm. Right now, by far. It's not even close.
Framber's tremendous. I mean, he's the most consistent pitcher they have had, and it's not even close. And he's doing everything he can. He's doing everything he can. This lineup is just an atrocity. And the minor leaguers, the Cowboys, are playing like the Cowboys now. The Sugarland Space Cowboys are playing like the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And that's all they have. Like, it was a fun little game while it lasted, but it's the big boys now are, real major leaguers are playing, and these guys aren't good enough. They're not good enough to do. Framber did everything he could. King, of course, came in and gave up a run because that's what he does. But you just aren't you don't even have a fighting chance with this offense right now. This has really gotten to the point. I was for a long time expecting. Yesterday, for the first time, I said, I was just looking at Framber being such a big favorite because he's pitched so well, and I just thought, shouldn't they be able to score runs? And then I realized how they're not good enough. Like even against lesser pitchers, they're not scoring runs right now. You know why? Because they're minor leaguers. They're not major leaguers. You got a team full of minor leaguers in there, or low or mid to low level backups. And it's just not functional. And this is, frankly, it's a miracle, which now it really, really sinks in. It's a miracle they had the lead they had. And we talked about it at the time, but I don't know if we really grasped what a miracle it was that they were doing. And without Jeremy Pena, this is really, you're really starting to miss Jeremy Pena badly. And Paredes too. And Pena.
Oh, no.
I mean, holy crap. Without those two bats in the lineup, what do you have left? You have Altuve, who didn't have a good game. And then, Cam Smith, who's kind of come back to reality. Well, what do you have left? Trammell, Short, Hummel, Melton, Dubon. What do you don't even have Jake. Actually, your three best hitters this year, you don't have them in the lineup. Well, okay, Altuve is well, Altuve's up there, but Jake's been one of your best hitters, one of your top four hitters. Three of them are gone. One of them's gone for eternity. Isaac Paredes broke his hamstring. Rest in peace. Yep. So Jake, I guess, is coming back. Jeremy Pena will eventually come back. It's a rib. And then who else? Jeremy, Jake, and then Paredes we talked about not going to come back. Altuve's there. Jordan, whatever. I don't know, whatever, Jordan.
Whatever.
I'm not even, there's no point in talk about a timetable with Jordan.
So it's amazing. You still have a 3-game lead in the division. When all of these, okay, so it looks like Arrieta is going to make one more start, and then he's going to come, and he'll be here. So you might not have to worry about Ryan Gusto anymore. Hopefully, hopefully.
But you're going to have to hope that a guy who hasn't pitched for several months, comes in and pitches at a major league level.
Let me have Arrieta, who hasn't pitched for several months, versus Ryan Gusto.
He can pitch like Fromber did and get a loss too, or get a no decision.
Yeah.
That's obviously the concern.
Obviously. Well, Dana was on, and he's been on all week saying he wants a left-handed bat, preferably an infielder. And that would be nice to fill third base, because you're not going to get another third. You're about done with that. And then you'll have to worry about that, because you got Paredes under control for a couple of more years. And you got, and whoever you get, hopefully you'll have some control over. Although the less control, the less you'll have to give up. I'm torn. What do you give up for guys right now? Because is this a World Series team? I don't know. If Javier comes back and he's Javier, if Garcia comes back, he's Garcia. If Arrieta comes back, he's Arrieta. If Jordan comes back and he's Jordan, if Pena comes back and if Isak comes back and he's Isak. You got so many ifs. You got so many ifs on this team. But if it is all together, if they all come together, you still have a 3-game lead in this division. It's amazing. It's amazing what they have done. Despite the 5-game losing streak, despite the fact you can't beat bad teams, you're still a giant killer. You're a giant. You're the opposite of a lamp killer. You're a giant killer. That's what you do. You just beat good teams, and then you suck against crappy teams. It's amazing, this team. It is amazing with all AAA guys. But the question is what do you give up right now for some help that's going to help a team that's possibly, I guess it's a playoff team. I guess it is. We'll see by the time it's all said and done.
There's a chance they're not a playoff team if you don't get guys back, and if guys come back and they don't play well. We've just been assuming they are. But this brand of baseball is going to bring back, Seattle's within striking distance. It is, without question, they're within striking distance. Bad baseball isn't really going anywhere, it appears. You can't have bad pitching outings, because your lineup is just up against it now. And there's a chance that the fun little, stuff that you talked about, there may be enough of a book on some of these hitters now where they're being attacked differently, and some of the success they had previously. And let's not forget a lot of the quote unquote success that the guys were having. They weren't just raking the ball. They were getting hits at timely hits at different situations. It's one of the reasons that the Astros had the lead that they had in the division is that they were scoring runs late. They were scoring runs close and late after the 7th inning. You had talked about they were one of the league leaders after the 7th inning. So it's not like, this is box to wire stuff or wire to wire stuff. This has been, playing low margin for error baseball where you are getting runs with runners in scoring position. You're scoring late. Your bullpen had been pitching at an astonishing level for some of the guys that there were. There was a lot of things going in your way, and it's not going in your way right now. And I think, you got to have Arrighetti get back. You have to have that. And it'd be nice to have Christian Javier be a decent pitcher. Brandon Walter, I don't know. He's pitched like a legitimate, fifth starter in the league for a good team. He's pitched well. But here's another one. Now all of a sudden, he's got arm issues. Can we have this conversation? My dad and I were talking about this. 18 players on the IL. It's not normal. We've seen it with other teams before. The record is 30. So they're not even actually close to the record. We've seen 29, we've seen 30, but these are substantial players. I really do wonder at some point if Jim Crane, and my guess is he is looking at some of these. The Pena thing, you can't do anything about. Got hit in the ribs, cracked. What are you going to do? That happens in baseball. And he's out. But there's a lot of injuries now that are soft tissue injuries. I think they got to do a really deep dive into the training staff, into the strength and conditioning staff. This is a substantial, and I've seen this happen before in basketball and baseball with people I know who had these issues, and they will tell you that, or have talked about teams that have had this issue. And it's a real thing where sometimes you just have to sweep house. You have to clean house and say, because you're not, and my dad was talking about, they had an issue with one of the teams he was on where they found that how guys were lifting, when they were lifting, the recovery process, some of the lack of prioritization for stretching and things like that. They found, and I can't remember if it was Cleveland or Buffalo when he was there for a year. They ended up having to clean house because they weren't getting it done. These injuries, not only has the diagnosis just been terrible in some of these, which have caused further departures from the lineup for some of the players. You wonder now with this many injuries and this many arm injuries specifically, what is going on? Are they doing everything they possibly can? Are the Astros doing everything they possibly can to keep from having extensive arm injuries? Arm injuries take you out for a year and a half minimum now. When it's the serious one, when you get the Tommy John, are they doing everything in their power to make sure that their arms are as healthy as possible? Because this seems like an extraordinarily unusual amount of arm injuries for a pitching staff over a 4 to 5 year run.
Yeah, no, it's
Jim Crane is not dumb. He's got to be looking at that, right?
But Del, we looked it up. They're not number one in
no, they're
Tommy
not.
John's. No, right?
They're not. But you know what? There's other teams way lower. Why are the other teams way lower?
Yeah. No, I know.
I don't want to just say, well, we're not number one, so everything's fine.
We spin it more. We put more emphasis on the spin.
Oh, so is that a problem? Then should you get away from the spin rate?
No.
If it's going to mean injury?
Well, really? Because that's all we get is World Series titles.
Okay.
That's all.
And now those pitchers have had Tommy Johns, and now you got 3 of them you got 2 of them right now that are out of the major leagues for a little while. Like, at what cost? If spin rate's doing this, at what cost? You're going to pay guys for not pitching for a year, 2 years. That's kind of crazy if it's just spin rate. And I don't know that it's just spin rate. And if everyone had the answer, but is your process for preparing arms and resting arms and stretching guys, is all that stuff, is it the best it can be? Jim Crane's got to do a deep dive on that. You can't have this many guys out that you're paying for.
Well, there was reporting, even maybe a month or so ago, I don't remember who tweeted, maybe it was Adam Spillane, someone who covers the Astros consistently, said that before James Click got fired, he was looking into their return to play mechanisms and what was going on, but he never got to do the investigation because he got fired. Now, I'm not saying he got fired because of that, but he was looking to do that. And it just never got done because he was let go.
Well, it's got to be looked at. It's got to be looked at. When you have this many injuries, it has to be looked at. And we already know it's well documented. Some of the misdiagnosing is just is to me, it's a fireable offense. To have this happen more than once, where you don't even, for Jordan, you don't even do an MRI or an X-ray on his arm, on his wrist after his injury, and you let him get in a batting cage, and he a live batting, I should say, and he re-injures it. I mean, that's I don't know how that's even possible.
Yeah. No, it's been a
Maybe they didn't hit their deductible, and they just didn't want to, like, I don't want to pay for an MRI. We start to hit our deductible. It's very high. Maybe they have a high deductible.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know if it was about their although it is about deductible with a lot of people in this country right now. I'm not sure that's the case with the Astros. I am sure that we are here, and if you want to get in, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here. Just a couple of days away from picking yet two more, one person and a buddy coming with us for our fantasy football draft.
Or wife or girlfriend
or whomever,
or first date, maybe a Tinder date.
Ooh, how about that? That would be something. You got to stay in the same room.
Stuck with a Tinder date for 2 days.
Yeah,
for 3 days, 2 nights, I should say. Or
you got to stay in the same room. Or maybe if it's a first date, Dell will give up his room and he'll sleep with the guy, and that girl can go and sleep in Dell's room. That's a possibility too. We'll see.
Okay.
That makes sense for
nobody.
It makes sense for her.
Christian Wilkins.
It's a first date, and she doesn't want to sleep with the guy. Okay.
Oh, she's going to a resort on the first date.
Maybe
I think
she's got
knows
morals.
the deal.
Okay. Maybe that's happening.
Well, tell it to DeAndre Ayton's girlfriend who he left, and the girl he invited out there. She came out there. Apparently, she wouldn't have relations with him, so he left her at Turks.
See what
Turks
happens.
and Caicos. He left her there.
See what happens.
I don't get the feel. I didn't get the feeling Ayton was really a good guy anyway before this.
Well,
and this is kind of, and now there's a big fight on the internet that she knew what the deal was if she went out there. And then there's other people saying, this is why you hoes need to stop hoeing. And I'm just thinking, I don't want.
I don't know if the
I
young
don't
lady.
want Marty seeing this.
She's the opposite of a hoe.
I don't know if the young lady can be classified as that word, but she has a certain lack of discernment. If the NBA player is flying you to a resort, what the hell do you think he's looking for?
Now, you're just like the internet. Now.
I'm not saying
maybe he's just looking to hold hands.
I'm not
and
saying
build a relationship.
Lance,
maybe he's courting.
Look, Lance,
was he
courting? Apparently not. Look, Lance, I'm not saying he should act that way, but I'm saying discernment falls on her side. He's an NBA player who flew you out someplace. What exactly do you think?
I think she was giving him the benefit of the doubt, thinking, you know what?
Don't give him the benefit of the doubt.
This might be a courting with some heavy petting.
Man.
But courting nonetheless.
She's a build-a-body woman, from what I can tell.
All
I'm gonna say is
John hasn't seen her yet. Clearly, and he's not commenting.
All I'm gonna say is
just Google it during the break. John.
If the NBA player is flying the build-a-body woman out, you should know better. The discernment needs to be at a higher level.
That's what the Twitter conversations have been. I don't need Marty seeing these conversations. My daughter.
Context clues.
I can see John's looking at John's searching right now. Look at his eyes looking into the computer.
DeAndre Ayton should not
You'll know her when you see her.
Should not have done what he did, if that's what it's alleged. But discernment. We need a level of discernment when things like this pop up, just so you know. That's all.
Build a body girl. There's nothing.
I'll send the link to
DeAndre Ayton. Yeah. Dell will show you quickly.
Send me the link. All right. We got a break. Maybe she should sue him with John Daspit.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you call 713 call now. I don't know. That's the thing. John Daspit will tell you right up front that's why you need to call his office to see if you have a case, if you've been wronged, and there's due to negligence on someone else's part. They'll discuss your case with you absolutely free. There's nothing to be concerned about in that regard. You make the phone call. There's no obligation. They're just discussing the case, finding out if you have a case or not. And when you do sign up with them, just know you now have somebody fighting for you. You now have your bully you're bringing to the fight, because the insurance companies are going to, for the parties involved that were, negligible, whether it's at a workplace or a place of business or, out on the roadway, they're going to fight for the insurance company, the lawyers are, and they're going to try to make the settlement as low as possible because it helps their bottom line. John Daspit's not worried about their bottom line. He's worried about you. And that's why they take the time, his law firm will take the time to uncover everything in your case to make sure that every bill is paid, all your medical stuff is looked at and discovered and taken care of, your time missed from work, how you going to pay your bills. John Daspit's going to recoup that money for you, as well as getting you a proper pain and settlement payment as well. So all of that is covered with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Call them now or anytime in the future when you need help. You get in a wreck on the roadway and you're injured, the first number you should think of is 713. Call now or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a lot of stuff to do this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you can join us. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. A reminder, Thursday we are giving away that spot, and I think in the 9 o'clock hour again. Although we do have to switch it up. We'll see what hour. Maybe we'll change it up so that everybody has a chance.
I believe I got word that it'll be through the app. We'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour, but to give people a chance to be ready for it, I was
going to say we should just do it at exactly a certain time, like 9:30, So as soon as your clock hits 9:30, because the people that are listening online didn't have a chance last time. So only if you were listening terrestrially, you could get in. But if we do it at a certain time, like 9:30, and everybody calls in at that time, then everybody will have a chance. So yeah, we will definitely let the app people and the people watching on Twitch and everything else, YouTube, will give you guys a chance to get in as well. Apologies for that. That was probably my bad. I thought about it afterwards and said, "Oh gosh, we didn't give those guys a chance." So this time we will. The next couple of we have 3 more that we are going to be doing. So you will have a chance, but it's going to be on Thursdays. We will change up the time so every hour different people can participate, and we will do that in 2 days, starting in 2 days. And the summer circuit continues. The boys from noon till 6 are going to be at Karbach Brewery. You can find the entire summer circuit, ESPN975.com. So Thursday, noon to 6, Karbach Brewery, grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. All you have to do is go and sign up at the promo table, and let's go. 713-780-3776. Let's get Keith in here. He has thought shortest wait times in the world right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This show. The other shows make you wait. Not this show. What's up, Keith?
It is fitting, too, because it's been a while since I've been on the bench. It's nice to be back. I follow you both on Twitter or on X. I am a Keith Pena, too. I do post songs with adult interpretations, but there are warnings. Well, you will see sensitive material. Moving on to the Astros. You guys are right on. And before I get to what I want to talk briefly about pitching, I'll say this. You give me the good Fromber, the good Brown, and the good third starting pitchers, and even with an offense that might be questionable, you might be able to do something. Pitching, baby, pitching. But, Lance, you hit on something. And I heard a couple of experts talking this recently. I don't remember who it was. But they were talking about how pitchers try to throw so darn hard now. They're trying to strike everybody out. Where is Garrett Cole right now? He's on the IL. Where has Justin Verlander and Clayton Kershaw been lately? Guess where? On the IL, too. And all these young guys.
They're old, too.
Yeah, and they're old. They're old. That's true. But all these guys now are trying to strike everybody out. And I think that, now, and of course, you're right, Lance, with the stretching and all that stuff. I totally agree. But I also think that, and I've heard guys like John Smoltz talking about it. These guys try to throw so hard now. And what are your thoughts about that? And what would you like to see the Astros get? A starting pitcher or a hitter, or do you want both? Or what are your thoughts? And I'll just hang up and listen. Thank you.
Well, you ask a lot of stuff. I'll just say this. I'm currently having a discussion on this Twitch chat with Keith. And look, I used to be of the mind that it was and it is partly, I think, travel baseball and youth baseball and the arms, the UCL development is not fully mature until into like I think the lower to mid 20s. So that is a serious concern. The overuse of the arm for baseball players, for youth pitchers, is a big concern. It's a big concern. However, that is not the be all end all. Some of the report, and I used to think that was probably the missing link. And unfortunately, I read a couple of papers on this, a couple of studies that were done. John Smoltz is the one who kind of brought this to my attention, which made me search for it. The fact that pitchers are not asked to pace themselves anymore and go more innings, it's a pitch count has turned it from a marathon into a sprint. So now they are throwing as hard as they can, not just with spin rates, which can torque the elbow a little bit. It's not just a spin rate. If your technique, and I know Tom House has talked about this with Chris Ballard with his son. They were having a discussion about it, but Tom House said you have to pitch with proper technique, lower body. You have to, or it just is going to tear the arm up. And most guys are going to default into mistakes in technique. But the big concern they're saying now is even fastballs, which I never thought would have been an issue. But because you're throwing with maximum force every single pitch, because you're looking to hit 97, 98, 99 on the gun, they say that is doing, they believe that is doing some of the damage as well. And I always thought that the fastball is how you avoided all that until I, read this study and this discussion from orthopedic surgeons that were talking about, no, you can do, even without torquing the arm, if you are just trying to throw as hard as you can all the time, every time, with the exception of some of the pitches. Major league pitchers will tell you, John Smoltz will talk about, I could hump it up to 97 miles an hour, but I worked at 94, because I'm trying to go 8 innings. I'm trying to go 7 to 8 innings, and you work at a certain number, and when you need to hit a higher number, you can. Now that you hit that highest number all the time, you're not really trying to change speeds on your fastball. There's not a lot of pitching going on. There's mostly throwing. So apparently that's some of it as well. The youth thing, yes, I agree. The youth thing is a problem, but it's not the only problem right now, because how do you explain fewer starts, fewer innings, like much less than we saw pitchers in the past who didn't have arm injuries? As far as pitching, John, as far as the trade, I'll let you handle the trade. Who are you trading for? Who's your left-handed hitting third baseman, since it's basically been specified?
Yeah.
I guess you just go look at rosters and say, this is the guy they want.
No, I think they're going to just go get a left-handed bat, period. I don't know. I guess. I don't know that it'd be a third baseman. If Eugenio Suarez is somebody that they can get for and not give up way too much, then that would be the druthers. I'm glad the Yankees got Ryan McMahon. He's a Colorado guy, and he's not great. He's going to be very disappointing in New York. I would like him to go get Nick Kurtz, if you want to know the truth. That would be totally, totally sweet if they could get. Did you see these numbers? And by the way, we'll see. I mean, Dana was on last night they brought Dana Brown on the broadcast last night in the third inning, and it was 3 up, 3 down, like the fastest inning ever. They got 2 questions in, and you got nothing. Although we have heard Dana talking a lot. He is going to make a move. I'm just worried. What are you giving up for? I don't know. I'm back to, I don't know where we are this season. I was really, really high on this club, thinking that, wow, we were wrong after early in the season. We said, no, this isn't a championship team. Then it was like, holy crap, this is the best record in the American League. And then it's like, no, this is who they are more. This run that they're on is actually less surprising than the great run than they were on when they beat the snot out of the Dodgers and everybody else. So over the last month, Major League leaders, this is unbelievable. In the Major League leader in home runs, RBI, ISO, average, on base, slugging, WOBA, WRC plus, F4, barrels. One guy.
Kurtz?
Nick Kurtz leads
you serious?
Every statistic. Is that crazy? I mean, you want to talk about a guy. Somebody tweeted me or posted, said, John, Nick Kurtz is going to be Barry Bonds. Now, slow down just a minute, but I will say this. If dude could hit it Minute Maid, that's why the Astros should really, really consider acquiring him. If he could hit at Minute Maid Park every day with the Crawford boxes, it was Dallas. Who was the pitcher for the threw the no-hitter for the A's? Dallas. Anyway.
Keuchel.
Not Keuchel. Braden.
Dallas Braden. Dallas Braden was on with the guys on the A's broadcast before the series started, Dallas and he goes, watch, and this was right before Kurtz had the 4 home runs. He goes, watch Kurtz with those Crawford boxes because he goes the other way as well as anybody in the game. And sure enough, he hit 3 to the Crawford boxes. I mean, if Nick Kurtz could, the way he goes, either in Fenway, if he was in Fenway or here, Nick Kurtz would be Barry Bonds. He would be Barry Bonds. That's because he can go with a pitch like that. He is that guy has been incredible. Cam Smith had to sit last night. It was not a bad deal. Cam has really been struggling lately. And, not only Cam is struggling, but all the rookies are really having a hard time of it. But Cam needs to. He needed a little break, and hopefully he's going to get back. There's still a couple of months left to the season, but this looks like it's Nick Kurtz's award, and it's not even going to be close.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
I mean, he's doing incredible. He's doing things that Barry. Listen, over a month period, this guy is like Babe Ruth. He's incredible.
I'm expecting our caller Israel to call in and say, my guy Cam really has had a nice season, but holy crap, what a player this Nick Kurtz is.
You're waiting for Israel to say.
I'm going to predict his next call. He's going to talk about how good Nick Kurtz is.
Wait by the phone. He's going to give you a call any second.
Okay.
Wait by the phone.
Okay.
I'm going to talk to you because we've already mentioned on Thursday we're giving away a spot for our Golden Nugget fantasy draft. How cool is that going to be? 28th and 29th. What about your fantasy draft being there? Think about it. Get your guys together. Say, hey, guys, let's go on the weekend. We'll do a Saturday and stay overnight. Saturday night, they've got packages available where you get food and drink and rooms, and they got a great deal going on. And how about the Saturday before the NFL season starts? You got all the college football games and great college football games, and you're right there with the DraftKings Sportsbook. You're right there, DraftKings Sportsbook, college football, your fantasy draft. Get your guys together. Let's go. You want to talk about something special? Mike, I've got a bunch of buddies. They do a golf trip where they do 3 days in their fantasy draft. What you want to talk about fun? I would much rather, though, be at the Golden Nugget. Plus, well, if you want to do golf, you got that there. You want to do pool, you want to bring wives, and they can be in the pool while you guys are doing your fantasy draft for 3 hours, and the rest of the time you're having a big time at the Golden Nugget. Are you kidding me? This is a great way to do your fantasy draft, the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. There's nothing the hotel is beautiful, and the restaurants are great, everything about it. Why not to plan a little getaway for that first weekend of college football and do your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget? Look at the packages, goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737-803-3776. I read the Sheldon Rankins quotes yesterday. Wow. Dude lost he had shingles last year. And he's still under his playing weight right now, but he dropped some serious pounds last year.
Who are you talking about?
Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday. So I made it to camp for the first time yesterday, and he came in after D'Amico Ryans into the little tent where they do the media stuff, and I wasn't sure who it was. He is a lean muscle machine, like no bad weight. Now he was always, he wasn't a 300-pound guy when he came out of college. So he's never been a fat guy by any stretch of the imagination. He's always been a guy who's been in pretty good shape, but man, does he look good. Like he looks like the old, I'm not saying Aaron Donald. He doesn't look like Aaron Donald, but he's got that kind of, he clearly has the body type of going to be a lean mass guy who's not going to be, he's not a real big guy, but he looked good.
Yeah.
He looked physically, good. He looked good.
Yeah. You got to get shingles to look like that. That is.
Well, you think it's, they think it's shingles is why he lost a bunch of weight?
That's what he had. Yes. He had shingles last year. He lost like 40, I forget.
Well, he's gained it back.
Well, yeah, he's gained it back, but he lost it. He said he was so weak he couldn't even. It was debilitating how bad it was.
With shingles? Huh.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
you get sick, bro. You get sick.
Well, one of the best diets is stomach virus, but I didn't know shingles was also a pretty good diet. My wife had shingles once. She didn't get sick. It just hurt.
A pretty good diet.
Shingles. Well, you can lose 40 pounds.
Oh my God.
When me and my wife had that extended 1 week food poisoning, all she could talk about was, this is the dentist I've been at. Yeah, this is actually the dentist. She goes, I like this.
Of all people,
I don't like being
she's
sick.
So skinny. I know women think they're fat.
Tell it to a woman.
Oh, well, all women think they're fat.
No, you look great. No, I'm the heaviest. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Sorry I even mentioned this.
I know
like
my wife,
with someone.
Whenever I say, hey, you're looking great, she's like, oh, God.
I know. There's never thank you.
No.
If my wife said one nice thing to me, I'd be so happy. Like, wow.
She doesn't care what you think of her.
No, she does.
No, it's all about
she
women.
does. If Wendy said that to her, it would matter.
It's all
if
about
I
other
say
women.
it, it's not that. I mean, you look really great in that. No, I look so fat in this. Just forget I said anything nice.
All right, so D'Amico had a bit of an issue with the media, and it's specifically Ian Rappaport, I think.
Yeah, so this was about Rappaport. He was asked about the Joe Mixon stuff, and this is definitely at Rappaport. Now, Rappaport, just to let you know, Ian Rappaport, who works at NFL Network, I know him a little, and I know about his, how he moves and maneuvers. He gets intel from inside buildings. He doesn't just make things. I will say he just doesn't make things up. I'm not disputing anything that D'Amico's saying, but what I am telling you is that he doesn't just say stuff. Ian doesn't say stuff because he doesn't just know stuff. He's one of those guys that gets on the phones and talks to people, and he has guys in pretty much every building. So I'll just say that.
Yeah. So, he did not like the Joe Mixon report. He was not happy with that. Here is D'Amico yesterday chastising the media a little bit.
Yeah, nothing's changed with Joe. Joe is still working, in the background. I know we get reports about Joe. Nothing's changed. He's still working. Whenever it's time for Joe to be back, he'll be back. Right? I know a lot of people want to report a lot of things about guys with injuries. My thing is are you really concerned about our guys? Or are you really just trying to get something out there, right? And for me, I always put my players' health and safety first and foremost. So I care about the guys. So you guys don't hear me talking a lot about injuries because that's their personal information. Guys are working through that, and there's nothing to report or get in an uproar about. Like, our guys are working, and it's always sensitive to me because I've been there. I've went through that. So it's not just to report something. Like, want people here who truly care about our guys. I care about our guys and what they're doing throughout their process, and it'll continue to be that way.
Well, we care because we want to know whether or not we should draft him.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What the hell is he talking about?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm. It's kind of a word salad a little bit. I mean, it's let's be honest. What is D'Amico trying to say? That the report about him missing most of preseason is inaccurate? Let's see how it plays out. I'll be honest with you.
Well,
I'm going to probably side with Rappaport on this one. If you ask me to take a $20,000 chip and place it on, when D'Amico didn't say anything definitive anyway.
No.
He
His
disputed
guys are
something,
working.
but
Joe is working, is what we heard. That's all. Nothing
Right.
about
nothing's
timeline,
changed.
time frame.
But
he's working.
But the report was that he had Ian Rappaport, if I'm not mistaken, it was about the timeline, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly what he's going.
Does
after.
Ian Rappaport really care about Joe Mixon, or is he just concerned
No.
about reporting the news?
You're reporting the news?
You mean his job?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he does.
Well, D'Amico was asking questions about whether people really care, or are they here to report news?
I think he cares about getting it right.
Yes, I do
I do
believe
think
that.
yeah, I mean that's
Well, was it factual or was it? Yeah,
I think it was probably.
Is he just clickbaiting?
Oh no. He's not going to clickbait. He loses his credibility and he's done. Like you can't be an insider and clickbait because people won't give you the people in the buildings won't give you intel anymore. You won't be an insider if you burn those people with bad intel. So you can't that just doesn't happen. For example, Mark Berman taught me this years ago. Mark Berman was one of the best. You know why? Because Mark Berman never gave up. Never. If he was told not to report something, he didn't report it. If he was given information, he would verify it before he used it. Mark Berman went through the proper channels and got it done. When he said something, it was golden. And that's how it was. Most of these guys like Schefter and Rappaport and Pelissero and whoever else you want, Jeremy Fowler, you can think whatever you want about them, but for the most part, they're going to have a high hit rate because their entire job centers around not burning sources, getting intel from the proper channels, and delivering it in the way that it's supposed to be delivered so that they don't lose that source. So if you ask me, my guess is we don't see Joe Mixon at all in the preseason. And I'm curious now if we even see him in week 1.
Well, the fact of the matter is we never see Joe in any games anyway.
Yeah, we're not going to see him.
He never plays in the preseason. He doesn't play in the preseason. I saw a stat that the last 4 years he's not even been on the field ever in a preseason game.
Yeah,
and that's a running back. You don't need him. You don't need him in the game, quite frankly. That's for guys trying to win jobs, not a guy who could get possibly injured. He doesn't need reps in a game. He needs to be as strong as possible. But when the season starts, but yeah, I'm with you, Del. What is D'Amico saying? What is he trying to say here? You don't care about our guys? No, we care about doing our job. Like it's reporting the news. If Joe Mixon isn't going to play, if his injury is more serious, and he quite possibly could be out longer than they're letting on, then that's a news story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's absolutely.
At the very end, he says we want people around here who care. Maybe that's a shot at the building to not release news to Ian Rappaport. I would understand that. You don't want people inside your building giving an outside reporter news. But as far as the reporting itself, Ian Rappaport reports on injuries all the time. I don't think he holds Joe Mixon at a point where he's going to be, you know what, I'm going to keep this in my back pocket because I love Joe Mixon. That's not how these guys operate. That's what I didn't understand. And D'Amico's not brand new, as he mentioned. He loves his guys, but he's been a coach, an assistant, a head coach, and a player. That's what he mentioned because I've been in that spot. So you know how it works. He knows how it works. He's not brand new, so I'm not sure, other than he'd rather have his building locked tight. I'm not sure what his problem is.
Right. Yeah, I don't get it. Well, I mean, that's just a coach trying to protect his guy.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Maybe he didn't want that news out there.
I imagine he didn't, but Joe Mixon's been in the league a long time. I feel like Joe Mixon. I've seen Joe Mixon walk around and talk. I feel like he's a very confident individual. I don't think he's going to be brokenhearted because Ian Rappaport's reported about a foot.
No, I had a chance to talk to D'Amico on the field after practice. I just had a quick conversation with him, and outside of the little media scrum thing. And I asked him, I said, Coach, this is the most, like, right now, Scruggs is running with the threes. Juice Scruggs is with the threes. This is a second round pick. Blake Fisher is with the twos. He's not with the ones. Ariante Ursary, another second rounder, has apparently got the jump on him early on. And I was asking, you have Jake Andrews in there, who they brought in from New England, who is playing ahead of Juice Scruggs. And I was asking D'Amico, is this the most, does this amount of depth, I'm not saying all of it's good, but there's a lot of depth. Is this amount of depth give you the best opportunity to have true competition across the board? He goes, yeah. He said, there's nobody has a job. He said, everyone's going to have to earn it. And the more he talked, the more I realized he loves this, that he doesn't have to promise anyone a job out there. I mean, yes, Titus Howard is going to have a job. There's no question about that. And right now, Jarrett Patterson looks like he's pretty solid at the center position, and same thing with Laken Tomlinson. But I think he loves the fact that he gets to really, it's not putting the screws to guys. It's really saying, look, you're competing for this spot and you're not giving anything. I think he legitimately was pissed off at the offensive line and was disgusted with how that season went down. He wouldn't use those words, but he basically said, that's it. Everyone's fighting for a spot now. And the two guys, and I haven't been out. This is the first time out in practice. I talked to somebody who has been every practice who said there's been beatings for Blake Fisher. Now he's going up against really good defensive ends, but he's not holding his own at all. He's really, really struggling. Juice Scruggs, ain't nothing given to him. If he can't get it done, Juice Scruggs will find himself looking for a job. So D'Amico, when he talked about changing the mindset and changing the culture and making changes on the offensive line, boy, he was not joking around. He was not joking around at all. This may not be the best offensive line, but I can tell you this, he's not going to stay. He's definitely not standing pat with an offensive line that was bad last year. And this offensive line, my guess is there'll be a lot more changes next year. And the draft is going to be heavy on offensive line, probably 2 different picks on the O-line, certainly a high early one, but you don't just get a spot because you had a spot last year. That is clearly not happening.
Nope. All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, if you want to see guns, I got the place for you. Collectors Firearms. CollectorsFirearms.com. Go check out the website, or better yet, just go to the building. It's an incredible building. It's at Voss and Westheimer. I don't know where you are in this city. It could be a long drive for you. It's basically a gun museum. That's what it is. I mean, it is. If you're a gun enthusiast, this is something that you should not. I don't care where you are in the city, the Woodlands or Humble, Pearland, wherever you are, Beaumont. You know what? If you're looking for a unbelievable gun place to see guns and swords and knives and rifles and shotguns and tanks, it's unbelievable. If you're a history buff, this is for you. You're a hunter, this is for you. If you just want protection at home, this is for you. If you want to sell your gun, this is for you. Place is incredible. The place is incredible. If you've never been to Collectors Firearms, you need to go see it. Westheimer and Voss, right on the corner there, huge building. There's a tank out front. I'm pretty sure you can find it because there's a tank. You're not going to go anywhere else and see a tank out front. So if you're looking for any gun whatsoever, it's just incredible. New, used, old, historic, whatever. The best damn gun shop in the world, collectorsfirearms.com.
Hey guys, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Plumbing company who I've relied on for emergencies. I've relied on them for, to find to handle major situations like a repiping that needed to be done. They can do it under the slab. They can do it if it's running from the sink. I had an issue from the sink to the sewer line to the city. I mean, they have fixed my leaky shower. They have gone in and redone some of the basic stuff for my toilets. They do everything. They move gas lines for people who are doing patios outside or who are doing some construction. There's really nothing they can't do that is inside the list of what plumbers are capable of doing. They do unbelievable work. They're fully transparent. They don't charge you to come out and diagnose the problem. And they do great work. John and I wouldn't speak for them if they didn't. We love Billy Brown. We love the company that he has because Aqueduct Plumbing Company is reliable, they're fast, and they're affordable. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
All right, welcome back. Some headlines from yesterday. Astros lose again, 5 straight. Fromber was none too pleased. Fromber was like, hey, our right fielder's playing center field. I'm uncomfortable with that. And sure enough, dude hits one, what would have been just a base hit, and it instead scored the only run Fromber gave up in the 6th inning. And he was pissed. And I can't blame him for being pissed. A left-handed batter, and they're playing him to apparently they didn't think he could pull the ball, but it was poor positioning, and it gave up a run, and the only run that Fromber gave up. Fromber should be 14-0 in his last 14 starts, and instead he's 10-0, and in the 4 no decisions, he's given up 2 runs in 27 innings.
That is. Do you know the Astros
a .66 ERA?
Do you realize
get wins
that the Astros against the Angels I was just looking this up, against the Angels in I think it was 2022 against the Angels. Here it is. In 2022, the Astros tied a Major League Baseball record by striking out the Angels 20 times in a 9-inning game. That was obviously the World Series year. Jeremy Pena, the Astros won that game 4-2. Jeremy Pena hit a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 9th to secure a victory. The Astros yesterday had 19 strikeouts. They missed tying the Major League record that they had. There's more than one team that has 20. The Astros had 19 strikeouts against Washington and lost. They struck out Washington 19 times, one off from tying a record that they co-hold. 19 strikeouts, and they can't win.
That's all because of the offense, dude.
Yeah, well, obviously.
This whole thing, I mean, is on the offense. 18 straight games that they didn't score first. 18 straight games.
That seems incredible.
Yeah. I mean, Fromber was just dealing. I'll tell you, that Lord kid looked pretty good, too. I know he only had 2 strikeouts, but he was mowing him down for a while. Then he gave up. What? Yes, I scored the first run. What? And then lost. 19 strikeouts. 19 freaking strikeouts. Wow. Unbelievable. And you lose the game. Ryan Sandberg died.
Man, it sucks. I was he was my favorite player. Cesar Cedeno is my all-time favorite player, but that's back when you could have more than one favorite player. And because I'd go to my grandparents' house in Kansas and during the summer, or just summer at my house in Pecan Grove, what'd we turn on during the day? And we watched Cubs baseball. We were a Cubs family. We're not a Braves family. You made a choice on the super channels, super stations. And I love the Cubs. I love, Bobby Dernier, Ryan Sandberg, the Daily Double. I loved them. Bull Durham, Rick Sutcliffe, all of them. But Ryan Sandberg, I absolutely loved Rhino. He was smooth. He was a guy who could hit for some power, could steal bases, was very smooth in the field. And yeah, he died of a cancer at the age of 65. He looked like an old 65 too, by the way. I don't know if you had a chance to see him, but he really, yeah, that sucked, man. I was a huge fan of Ryan Sandberg. Very quiet guy, didn't make a lot of noise, but the city of Chicago seemed to absolutely love him.
Yeah, he was a favorite. He was a favorite. There was no question. I was not a Cub. I hated the Cubs, but I liked Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah, I didn't. How could you dislike Ryan Sandberg?
You couldn't. He was a great player.
Never forget him hitting a home run on Bruce Sutter when Sutter is considered like just the killer, and he went yard on him in the ninth inning. We went crazy and went outside and played wiffle ball. Just one of those memories that I just still to this day remember about Ryan Sandberg. You know, you have little memories that stand out, and loved Ryan. Got his little rookie card and all that stuff. But yeah, he was. It's funny. He came over, if I remember correctly. He came over in a deal, and I think it may have been. I don't know if it was with Bobby Dernier, but I think Rhino came over in a trade.
Yeah, Philly.
With Philly. Yeah.
Who
was that? Who was that trade?
I don't remember. I just don't remember. But he did. He was a Philly, and they gave him up. And he was a 10-time All-Star and MVP. And one of his postseasons in '84 and '89 were just incredible.
Yeah. He struggled in his first call up from from AAA. Ryan Sandberg did, and he was traded January 27th of 1982. And here it is. After several weeks of wrangling, the Phillies traded 5-time All-Star Larry Boa and Ryan Sandberg to the Cubs in exchange for Ivan DeJesus. Remember him?
No.
Yeah, and
I was gonna say Ivan, but I didn't.
Yeah,
yeah. But yeah, he was great. For those of you younger that don't know who Ryan Sandberg was, just a great player, Hall of Famer. 65 years old. He had cancer, and it was a while too. It was over a year, I think, that he's been suffering from it. Emmanuel Clase suspended by Major League Baseball. There are so many instances, and I thought that this was impossible because there's so much money involved. You're one of the best closers in the game. You're an all-star closer. You're going to get paid. I thought it was impossible. I thought that's the biggest deterrent for any gambling that could go on, right? Why would you gamble when you have an unbelievable livelihood? Why would you throw games? Why would you do anything to risk that? And apparently they think they have proof that he comes into a game and his first pitch is going to be a ball. And I don't know how much money you can bet on this is a ball.
I don't even know where you would even find that.
Right. I have no idea. But apparently this is a thing because there was another one of their relievers that was just suspended, and now he's suspended for the same thing. It just is. Maybe they found it and they said, "Hey, this is a way for we can make a little bit more." Are you that dumb when you're talking about millions of dollars and making a little bit extra? You know, we didn't talk about the NFL either yesterday. The NFL has found they've got apparently over 100 and possibly I don't know how many that are selling their Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah, that's been happening forever.
It's remember Mike Tice? He got in big trouble when he was the head coach of the Vikings. He was actually organizing all the guys to sell their tickets.
Oh, there's a dirty little story about. Yeah, I mean, there's a guy named I've told you this name, Mike Ornstein.
Yeah,
Mike Ornstein took the fall for a lot of people in the NFL about a ticket resale stuff, and so that it wouldn't get messy at the top offices.
Right.
And Orney took the pinch and went to prison.
Yeah, it's funny. Maybe because the IRS consequences, but that's just an NFL. You can actually anybody can sell their. It's not illegal to resell the ticket.
No, it's an
NFL philosophy. It's an NFL.
Well, it is the IRS.
Yeah. Well, the IRS, right? If
remember that's how those basketball. Remember the basketball officials
referees,
who were taking their referees who were taking their first class seats and then downgrading them and taking that money, and they didn't report that as part of their
right. As far as income goes, but Emmanuel Clase, I just don't get it. You're one of the best in the game. one of the best in the game. I don't think I'll ever understand something like that.
And there's a lot of, you mentioned the tick, but there's also, additional investigations going on in basketball right now. There's more than one player being investigated. I think this is always going to be a thing. As long as there is individual, it's not just games. Now there's individual performance. That is something that a player can control, his own individual performance. And I think this is going to be something that you're going to have to, it's not going away. Gambling's not going to go away. So this is going to have to be diligent. How in the world do you even find out about this, about throwing a first pitch? I mean, everything is tracked. Every tendency is tracked. You just told me the Astros didn't score first in 18 straight games. I'd like an investigation of the Astros done.
Oh, wow.
I'm just saying,
you think
I would like if Emmanuel Clase can be, I would like for the Astros to be 18 straight games. Does that not seem a little puzzling, John?
Yeah, but no, it is very puzzling.
Are you trying not to score first?
I really don't think you're trying not to score first.
Okay, I better just say, yeah.
Dude,
I've noticed some people can't handle tone. That was a joke.
Yes.
I do believe the Astros are trying to score first. It was a joke in case you struggled with reading tone.
Right.
It was not meant to be serious. I wish I didn't have to explain this to you.
But you
Thank
do.
you.
But you do.
But you do.
And our Houston Texans, well, we've got the Joe Mixon situation. We got Nico Collins. He was on with Rich Eisen. All right. And I just we are Saint Nick. There's already a Saint Nick, right? But man, oh man, we are really crowning Nick Caley. Everybody seems to love Nick Caley. At what point in this season is Nick Caley going to start catching something from strays from fans? Okay?
Nick Caley?
Nick Caley, yeah.
We're already scheduling his strays?
Well, I mean,
game one?
Hey, wait. Well,
game one if the Rams
I don't
defense?
know that I remember anyone being as hailed with zero play calling experience. I don't remember anyone being as well received as Nick Caley. I really don't. I mean, we have gotten listen, okay, here's Nico Collins with Rich Eisen on Nick Caley and this new Texans offense.
Yeah, man, Nick Caley, man, he's a young, fiery coach. Man, it's exciting, man. Just the way he just come in the building every day in meetings, man. You feel that energy, you feel his enthusiasm, man, as he, break it down and install, So I'm excited about this year, man, about this group. It's going to be a great year.
What about schematically that you're willing to share that's different?
I feel like, it's pretty much the same, pretty much getting the players in, a great situation to make plays. Nick, he doing a great job, is making the play calls, simple, easy for us to understand, so we go out there and just have fun, make plays, and get the crowd on their feet, so that's all we want to do as an offense, go out there and make plays and be explosive. That's who we are.
I just hope Nick Caley is great.
That's
but
the second time.
The first time, when do they play Baltimore? Because Baltimore, I mean, is the kryptonite for the Houston Texans offense.
I would say Nico Collins hasn't got the messaging down pat because this is the second time when asked, he has said it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, right.
Does he know that that's not what the messaging is? You throw out there, it's not cookie cutter. Nick Caley will build an offense around the Texans players. It'll be the Texans offense, not the Rams offense. Not like that guy before. Well, it was just brought the 49er offense around. Does he know the messaging? Stop saying it's the same.
Apparently he did not.
He didn't get the memo about how we message how different the offense will be.
Yeah. So apparently, oh my God, I'm finally seeing the DeAndre Ayton woman. Holy crap. Yeah, the messaging, he is not on board with the branding.
He has led off twice, the two times we played sound from him last week, and when he asked about the offense, it's pretty much the same. And then he went on to talk about how great everything will be. That's the second time he's done it. Someone needs to get a hold of him. Hey,
right,
different.
Right. And
Texan specific.
Get on board. Apparently, you don't love Nick Caley enough.
He loves him. He loves them.
He loves them, but not enough.
He's out there.
We're branding here.
He's out there as a number one receiver, and he's like, not that much difference between the Shanahan offense or McVay offense. Not that different.
Yeah. Oh no, we're way different. See, that is
Tell it to the number one receiver, John. That's all.
Okay, here's Nick Chubb. He's very smart. He's super intelligent. He loves ball. He's always thinking on the next play. It's been great to work with him. I mean, this Nick Caley thing is, I just hope he's good. Good Lord. I hope they don't score 3 points in the first game. My gosh. Because Nick Caley then, I mean, this fan base will turn on Nick Caley in the first game. And this Rams defense is going to be something. Although I did see Warren Sharp. Oh, we got a break. Warren Sharp had the Rams defensive front seven ranked 15th or 16th. He was not as impressed with them as I don't know for whatever reason. Warren Sharp did not. He had the Texans way up there.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean, they're pretty good. I would argue that they're better on the inside. I would argue the Texans better on the outside. Look, I love Jared Verse, but Will Anderson is a real defensive player of the year candidate. I mean, he is a real DPOY candidate. He's 11-1 right now. He's only 4th or 5th on the board. So there's a lot of respect for him in a world where you have TJ Watt and you have Myles Garrett and you have Micah Parsons and you got Will Anderson right around the corner, Max Crosby. He has a lot of respect for Will Anderson, and Will Anderson's going to be a monster.
Yep. And it's he should be, because you got Danielle Hunter on the other side.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, defensive tackles or whatever. The defensive tackles for the Rams, to me, are way more high impact, but their DNs, while they're good and they cause pressures, the Texans get sacks. Yep. They cause pressures and get sacks.
And they get picks. They're going to have 40 of them this year, according to Derek Stingley.
That over-under in game one, maybe
40 or 50.
That over-under is going to be 38.5.
He said they should have 10 to 15 more than the next closest team.
Well, yeah, that'd be about 50 probably.
That'd be, if we go by last year, the Vikings had 24, so about 39, 40 picks. Yeah. Somewhere at the high end. Yeah, 40 interceptions.
Yeah, 40. Let's go. Let's go. Man, that'll be fun. All right, let's break. We got GiveMeTheVin.com to talk about right now. That's my man, John Clay Wolf, over at GiveMeTheVin.com, and nobody does it better. He is the best car buyer in the world, maybe in the world. I if it's in the United States, I'm going to say in the world. I don't think in Russia or China there's anybody that's better than John Clay Wolf, right? I don't believe. GiveMeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheVin.com. All right? So easy. I mean, I don't care what kind of car you got. John Clay Wolf will buy it, especially a collector. If you've got a collectible, wow, he loves those, and he pays top dollar for them because he loves to collect vehicles. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com, entering your car's VIN number or your license plate. You get an offer on your car in minutes. You sell the car, they'll pick it up, they'll bring the check, they'll do it all. Easy, and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. Plus, you got a chance of $25,000 in cash every month if you sell your car at GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got to some of the headlines. One of the other headlines is you see the WNBA game had to be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
One of the players lost her wig.
Well, it got snatched off her head, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She ran back into the.
I didn't know that's what I kept seeing stuff about wigs getting snatched off. Like Paige Becker's had this unbelievable, I mean, it looked like an NBA. It looked like Kyrie Irving. Her handles, the way she got into the action of her shot, the dribbles, her dribble package was really, really good. Let me just say that. Great dribble package and mid-range package. But somebody said, blah, blah, blah. Show me a wig getting snatched, and then I'll watch. And I'm like, what? And then other people were saying wig snatch, and I'm like, what is this reference to wig snatching? And then I saw that happen. I have not seen that happen in a men's game yet. Now, it could have happened with Fromber, so we've got to be careful. Fromber could have had his extensions pulled out.
So it looks like it just fell off. I thought, because it's kind of.
I think somebody pulled it.
Okay, because I'm looking at.
Yeah.
It was between the DC team and the Phoenix Mercury. The Phoenix Mercury player Kalia Cooper wig came off, and she certainly had to put it back on her head. And a fan allegedly was thrown out for making fun of the wig coming off. I didn't know that was.
He got kicked out of the game
because an NBA player can go point at a fan and say,
"Yeah,
get him out of here" for what they said. I did not know a wig falling off or being snatched off.
Making fun of a wig falling off. It's a serious situation.
Well, you wouldn't survive very long. With those
rules. I would not make fun in a serious situation like a wig falling off, Dell. You don't make jokes. You just don't make jokes. This is serious.
Well, I know as a man who has a family full of black women, that is not a joking matter.
Oh, you're gonna speak on this, John?
Yeah. Not a joking matter.
Just hit him with the black wife thing, Dell.
I don't have a black wife.
Either does John. So you want to speak on that, John?
I'm not speaking on it. That's what I said. It's a serious situation.
Stop speaking on it.
I just know the wig.
We're not making fun.
You don't play.
No, a couple other things that are very serious that we have not covered. Deion Sanders surprised a lot of people. You can tell Deion's gotten skinnier. He's gotten thinner.
Yeah.
And I know he's dealt with some health issues. He's talked about it. There is a cynical side, and I will admit that some of it crossed my mind. Like, is this just Deion getting out of the coaching thing? And then, I felt really bad whenever I saw the report about he had a tumor that was removed from his bladder, a cancerous tumor removed from his bladder. It's one of the things that has caused him to lose weight and for his health to decline. But he said he is coaching this year, much to the surprise of a lot of people. Deion is going to coach. And I was reading yesterday when I was headed out to Texans practice that the beat writers were all saying the national writers were all going to be wrong, that Deion was going to keep coaching. Now, once I saw that, I'm like, they're getting it from somewhere, and they're not trying to be wrong. So this is something to keep an eye on. So, the main thing is, it's not trying to be right or wrong about if Deion's going to coach or not. It's about him getting better.
Yeah.
His health.
Oh, he says he's going to do it. He says he's stronger now. He said that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks what he went through.
It does. And unfortunately you had to have the other stuff. And some of it, has come from the speculation about his son's leaving and him not coaching, him coaching. So I'm just glad that he's healthy now, that he is I guess he's beaten whatever he's had to beat with the tumor. I guess he's in good shape, and he's going to be coaching this year. So that's good for him health-wise. Something that I got an email yesterday. I just saw it this morning about the NFL offices. For those who didn't hear, there have been 4 people killed. There was a gunman who went into 345 Park Avenue. I send my hard drive to 345 Park Avenue every couple of weeks to get my tape put on it. And my guy Nikos Stamatakis, one of your people, John, the Greeks, who's in charge of a lot of IT stuff, fills that up. And I've been down there once to give them twice, and to give them the hard drive. So I've been to the office, and they had a guy come, an active shooter, went to New York and was and shot and killed 4 different people. It shot more than that, because I know we have somebody in our office that was in stable condition. So I have seen some other, I don't know. I think it may have been a targeted attack on the NFL. I saw some other stuff, but I want to make sure I verify it first. I mean, somebody was
That's what the mayor of New York is saying. He's saying that the shooter was targeting the NFL office, but took the wrong elevator.
So that's what I had read. I was making sure that was real. Did he say something like he had CTE? Somebody else said that
I don't know.
There was supposedly a note that
part.
said he had CTE.
So Mayor Adams said today that
he claimed to have CTE.
That a gunman who killed 4 people at a Manhattan office building was trying to target the headquarters of the NFL, but took the wrong elevator. Investigators believe Shane Tamura, gunman, was trying to get to the NFL offices after shooting several people in the building's lobby, but accidentally entered the wrong set of elevator banks, Adams said in an interview.
And of course, you have to sift through all the crap online about it was a terrorist attack from somebody who was this, that, and I mean, you have to get through all the crap just to get the real information, because people write whatever they want to online. So, I waited, and then I found out it was at 345 Park, and I knew that's but reading all the crap on Twitter, I didn't know, it wasn't until later I found out, no, this is an NFL office attack is what it was.
He had a note on his body that suggested he had a grievance against the NFL over an unsubstantiated claim that he suffered from CTE.
Which you can't diagnose until after death.
He had played football in high school in California nearly 2 decades ago. He seemed to have blamed the NFL, Adams said.
Oh, my God.
Wow. That's just a shame, and just opening fire on people. Apparently, when he walked into the elevator, a woman stepped out and he just let her go. He just let her, after he'd shot people in the lobby, he just let her walk away, which was nice of him, I guess. How about that? How lucky was she? She came across him. And then this Marcus Morris story. Apparently, more has come out. I'm not sure. It's one account, and I'm not gonna, but there is a lot more to this story than just owning a casino, apparently.
Well, I saw the tweet. Did you see the video?
Yes.
Okay, I did too, and I want to make sure that's correct.
Yes, I want to make sure too.
Because I was like, if that's true, that he's been writing a slew of
bad
checks?
Yeah, writing bad checks. I don't know if it's true, so we're not reporting on it, obviously.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure.
There might be a lot more to the Marcus Morris. For those of you who don't know, he was arrested yesterday on charges of fraud, and
unpaid casino debt is what the arrest.
Was what they said, but there might be more to this story.
Yeah,
and if there is, I mean, dude is working. He and Markeith are both doing ESPN stuff, right?
Well, he was.
Yeah, I don't know that he will be anymore.
But this is the thing.
He better get that fight thing going.
I can't find other information substantiating. Yeah, the other supposed deaths, because it was a well done video.
Yes,
it would have you believing he's been writing hot checks for yachts and for Bentleys and all this stuff. But now I'm Googling this and I'm not finding it anywhere. So that's the problem.
We'll have to wait. But apparently there might be more to the story. But we're not sure. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, let's catch up on breaks. Is it Keith? We'll get Keith. Keith, we'll get you in as soon as we come back from the other side. But right now, we got to talk about Coors Light. I mean, it's 100 degrees. 100 degrees. It's time for Coors Light. It's time for you to be refreshed. It's time for cold, clean, and refreshing. I mean, I don't know what kind of beer you drink, but I do know it's not as refreshing as mine. I saw a billboard once that said, Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. You can't lie in advertisements. So, I mean, if you want to be refreshed, why would you go for the second most refreshing beer or the third or the fourth? Why wouldn't you go for the world's most refreshing beer? It's simple. It's simple math. 1 is greater than 2, okay? 1 is first. The most refreshing beer in the world is cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I know that my beer is cold because it tells me your beer's stupid. Can't tell you. My beer's smart. Tells me I'm cold right now. Drink me. That's what happens with my beer, and that's Coors Light. Your beer doesn't tell you that. Your beer is not as smart as my beer. Your beer is not as refreshing as my beer. Your beer is not as good. Period. Exclamation point. If you're looking for the best beer in the history of beers, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Keith is here. Keith, what's going on? Oh, Keith left. Okay. 713-780-3776. Keith, if you want to call back, we'll get you in right now, right away. First thing. No talking. Just Keith. That's all we need. Anybody else wants it, you're more than welcome.
He's going to come with a trade proposal. I'm warning you.
No, he said the perfect signing for the Astros. Perfect signing. And here we're talking about stupid stuff. We were talking about Dion. Did you see Dion's his recruit?
Carucci Trent.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yes.
Carucci Trent.
The one who I believe dated Chris Brown at one point.
What do you mean recruit?
Well, that's John being John. Don't worry about him.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about him. Yes, that was the surprise because they showed video of him going through the process, and then look who it is. It's Carucci, and I was like, "What? Carucci Tran is there?"
Yeah. Well, she was at the hospital.
She was at
with
the
him
hospital. Yeah.
For
So now the rumors have sparked that
Mm.
he's dating. I typed in her name to kind of figure out how she's described. Google describes her as an American socialite. Did not know. American socialite and actress Carucci Tran.
Actress? Can you tell me some of the
She has been in
streaming
stuff.
shows
She's in Bel Air, the remake of Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
Oh, okay.
She was.
Oh, yeah.
She's in Claws. That show was on TNT for a while. Claws, I remember that
Man,
show.
it's pretty good.
Yeah. She's been in stuff. She can be deemed an actress. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So watch out in there, Lance. I saw where you're leaning.
No, you're right. I just heard Carucci, and I thought, wait a minute. I feel like this is somebody I've seen on videos, like dancing or whatever. No, this is
Music videos.
So she's an actress.
She's an actual actress. Yeah, she's on the Chai right now. That long running show on HBO on Showtime, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's talented.
Yeah. Yes, John. Acknowledge her talent.
She's extremely talented. What are you
And
gonna do?
Dion apparently is
Always just
attracted to that talent.
I wince when I hear anyone has dated Chris Brown. I'm like, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never dated anyone that Chris Brown dated.
Yeah, Rihanna, Carucci. He's dated.
He's doing pretty good for himself.
I just have a hard time after the Rihanna stuff thinking somebody's like, I want to willingly get into a relationship with him. Okay.
It happens quite a bit.
No, I know.
She was with Victor Cruz. Yes, salsa dancing Victor Cruz. And Quavo as well.
Oh.
Can't she just be with somebody normal like
what do you
Sean
mean normal?
Mapes?
No.
Which is like a regular person. What's wrong with Sean Mapes finding love, Del?
It's not about Sean Mapes finding love. It is about him bringing her up to the listener party.
Mapes.
Hey guys, I want y'all to meet
Carucci
Tran, my friend Carucci.
Oh,
is that a thing?
What?
Mapes and Carucci?
No,
well,
it's
we're
not
trying
a
to make
thing.
it. I'm just saying, why does she have to?
He wants her to be with someone normal.
Dion, Victor
Chris
Cruz.
Brown,
Let's see, 2 entertainers, an athlete, and two athletes.
Two
a
athletes.
Former athlete, a current. Well, both of them are former athletes. 2 entertainers. Can't we just okay? What about Todd?
Todd Farquharson?
Yeah. What about
that'd
Todd
be
and
great.
Carucci?
Yeah.
What's wrong with Todd and Carucci?
You got to ask. Well, you got to answer and ask some questions.
Is Billy Brown married?
I don't know. Is Billy
John?
Brown married?
Billy Brown is married, I think.
Oh, we can't
I think
hook
so.
her up with Billy Brown.
No.
How come just a regular
Well,
person?
She doesn't roll in the same circles as
I
Sean
know
Mapes.
she's a socialite.
How's she going to meet him?
That's the problem.
How is he going to get in the same room with her?
Yeah. I mean, Carucci Tran is now dating a guy who works for an HVAC company. Why can't we read that?
Well, isn't that who's famous is doing that?
Has she heard about the trades? How many people are making so much money in the trade with trades?
You want her to date somebody from Air Team?
Sure. Why?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Forrest.
I don't even know those
I don't
people.
know if Forrest. I know Forrest over there. I don't know if he's married, but okay. All right. I mean, what about if she married Kikuchi?
Oh my God.
Well, that's still another athlete.
Kikuchi?
That's still an athlete. That doesn't fit what you're looking for, though.
Well, I just
but I don't care. I take back everything I said. If she could date Kikuchi and become Carucci Kikuchi, 100% in on that. I swear on everything.
Kikuchi.
I would take 3 days off the show like Sean Mapes just to celebrate Carucci Kikuchi.
Doesn't seem like Kikuchi's her type.
Pop, Carucci, pop.
No.
Kikuchi, baby. Yes.
Don't think that's happening.
John, that was a great one by you, though.
Yeah.
That's why you're in the Hall of Fame.
Well, now you're just ruling out her being Carucci Mapes. That's off the table now for you guys?
She's out.
Carucci
I'm now.
Mapes is done.
Okay.
What's Kikuchi's first name?
Yusei.
Yusei Kikuchi. Yeah. I only have eyes for Yusei Kikuchi. I'm hoping that he got divorced or never got married.
That's ugly.
Well, I just want to see the Carucci Kikuchi combination come together.
Well, when the Colorado
Can you Google that real quick?
The Colorado Buffaloes play some team in California. Maybe he'll be at the game, and maybe they'll run into each other.
Steal your girl. That's what Kikuchi's known as.
That's what we called him in the past, Mr. Steal Your Girl. Mr. Steal Your Loperfido is what he actually is. But who's actually playing pretty well right now in Toronto, now that he's getting at bats. But, yes, Dion was seen with Karuchi Tran. Hopefully that's going well. And if not, maybe Sean Mapes has a chance.
I don't know. If I'm her, I want to get a new last name. I don't know.
Like Karuchi Sanders?
Or even Mapes.
Her last name is Tran.
Yes.
Tran.
She's
she's of she had
I don't know.
Asian.
Well, wait a minute now. She had Vietnamese and African American.
Yes.
That means Vietnamese. No, could have been her mom and she never took the dad's name. Or it could have been the Vietnamese. It's a rare combination.
I don't know what
could have been
side was
Vietnamese dad,
African
American mom.
I don't
could
know.
have been. Could have been she didn't take her dad's last name.
She was raised by her Vietnamese mother and Jamaican godmother. Dad is an African American man. She identifies as biracial, so you'll know at least what she identifies as.
Oh, well, good.
Yes,
I needed to know that.
Just so you're aware.
I needed to know that for Sean Mapes.
I don't know if Sean Mapes would care. The thing is, you mentioned Karuchi and Sean. Sean is a Florence Pugh, Margaret Qualley type. That's the two women I've heard him mention.
Okay, Florence Pugh and who else?
Margaret Qualley. She was in The Substance, the younger Demi Moore in The Substance.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Qualley? How do you spell it?
I could see
Qualley.
I think I could see where he'd be excited about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Look at you. She's dating a music producer, or married to a music producer.
Jack Antonoff.
Yeah. He does a lot.
You know what? I'm
Taylor
going to put
Swift
Sean Mapes on, that girl with the teeth from White Lotus.
Amy Lou something?
Yep. Let's try to get him hooked up with her.
The girl with the teeth.
She's a nice, I mean.
British girl? Amy Lou Wood?
I mean, she's going pretty good, except I thought those were, and then
they're not fake. They're real.
They're not fake. And it's kind of it's kind of just
kind of a personality trait now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It is like, it's so noticeable. They have to mention it. They write it into the storyline.
Yeah. And
I wonder if I Google White Lotus teeth.
Amy Lou.
Oh, yeah. Well, 100% White Lotus teeth will come up immediately.
Yes.
Immediately.
One of the first questions people also ask, does Amy Lou Wood have buck teeth?
You tell me.
Amy Lou Wood does not have buck teeth. She has a prominent overbite. It's considered an overbite, not buck teeth.
Well, we used to just get called buck teeth if you had two big front teeth. That used to be called buck, because they try to hit me with that in junior high. Bucky. Try to call me Buck and Bucky.
Isn't that
because you just try to find a physical defect on a kid and really go after it.
Of course.
that's how we scabbed over and scarred over.
She looks too much like Jim Carrey to me.
Really?
I don't know.
You mean
you didn't see her in a bathing suit? You didn't see her in a bathing suit.
One of Jim. What do you mean when he was doing Fire Marshal Bill? That character with his teeth.
I mean, come on, those are buck. That's not an overbite. Look how huge the first two teeth are.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it if that's your thing. Obviously.
Well, I think she's going just fine. I don't think she has to worry about things.
Wrong with
no,
she's pretty famous now.
No, that's what I'm saying. And Mapes, why can't we get Mapes with her?
I don't know that he likes her. Since you're asking, I don't know that Mapes would be attracted to her.
Mapes this morning.
I don't know. He wants Karuchi Tran with a regular person.
And
the first regular person he thought of was Sean Mapes.
Because here's what I do. I try to help people. I help Sam.
With who?
I help Sam get a job here.
Oh, okay.
Our social media director. Sometimes I just get on a wild hair where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to help somebody. And today I'm going to try to help Sean Mapes. Find love with either Karuchi Tran, with somebody famous. It's time that somebody like Sean Mapes, who just sits around and plays video games, maybe it's okay for him to hey, how did he get that girl?
You know what? And then at some point he's going to go, thanks to Lance, I can't play video games anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's a good trade-off if you get the right one.
Yeah.
Perhaps even a woman that he knows personally right now, you would say, how did he get that girl? He might be with someone right now you would say that about.
I doubt that.
You don't think Sean
He's
Mapes
taking time off to play NCAA?
You don't think Sean Mapes
it's unlikely
date above his status right now?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't usually happen that way.
Okay.
It doesn't usually happen that way for guys.
You really don't have any confidence.
No, it's just it doesn't usually happen that way for guys. Am I wrong?
You mean
what part am I wrong, John? Am I wrong that guys rise above their status? I mean,
it can happen.
Actually, women are less shallow. Some women are less
You
shallow.
always talk about guys, out kicking their coverage.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean their status isn't. Maybe they don't look good, but maybe their status is up.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Houston
I'm sure
powder
mates
coaters.
will enjoy that segment.
Speaking of status, Houston powder coaters is the number one powder coater, I think, in the history of powder coaters. Okay, so Houston powder coaters is incredible what they do, where they've been, what they do. There's nowhere that you can go. I mean, you see Houston powder coaters work all over this city, all over. Not only this city, but all in the surrounding areas. If you can hear us, pretty much, Houston powder coaters can come and pick your stuff up absolutely free and deliver it back to you absolutely free. I mean, that's a service that you're not going to find everywhere. Okay. Then the quality of work you're not going to find everywhere. It really is incredible the way that they go about this thing. I've been there and I've seen there is a company that makes these fryers, and they're all metal, and they make them, and then they send them to Houston powder coaters before they put them out for the market. They send them to Houston powder coaters. They powder coat them, and you know how good that is, how long that is going to last, because Houston powder coaters takes care of it. Their workmanship, the quality of work that they do, whatever it is that it's metal, especially your patio furniture out there, whatever it is, Houston powder coater is going to take care of it. They're going to do it, and they're going to care about each and everything that goes through there. Make sure that everything is done perfectly. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin that you heard it right here. If you need anything powder coated, I don't care if it's new or used, whatever the case may be, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't know how many times this has come up on my timeline. NFL memes. Reportedly, Caleb Williams was reportedly begging Ryan Poles to sign Christian Wilkins. Bears.
I don't even know if I want to comment on the Wilkins stuff anymore because I'm seeing reports. So the latest is what he was kissing somebody on the forehead.
He tried to kiss a teammate on the forehead.
Let me tell you something. All of this feels like there's about 80% of things being omitted. I mean, I'm trying to think if I know anyone with the Raiders. I got to try to find out. I won't tell people on this show. I'll tell people who do this show. I'll tell you guys. I'll put it in the Glory Boys text string. But yeah, this is all weird. Unless it's really about this guy. Unless it's all. But for a teammate to come out and be quoted as there was just some weird stuff going on, really weird. It just makes
multiple instances of him grabbing guys. I mean, Josh Allen caught it in college.
Digging in the butts on the ground. Let's just say what it is. Fang in the booty.
Yeah, right.
Am I wrong or am I wrong?
No, I mean,
an LSU fan.
LSU fan came stuck his fang in my booty.
A fang in the booty is what we're talking about. And he did this in college twice, in the pros once, or what? Like, I don't know why this is a move. Why is this a whole move?
I don't, because he likes to do that, I guess. He enjoys doing that. Man, Josh Allen got up pissed.
He was mad. I remember that.
Yeah.
He was mad.
You think?
Yeah.
Wilkins always was an agitator.
If my wife tries to goose me, and if I'm trying to do something and she tries to goose me, I'll be like, "What?
You don't mind? She touching that bubble? Remember?
No, I tell her keep it on the meat, keep it on the on the goods and the good part.
Wow.
Let's not try to go spelunking. Okay. Stay on the bubble.
What?
Do like Juice Scruggs and stay on the bubble.
Is Juice Scruggs, is he even on the bubble at this point?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's going to make the team or not. Can he get on the field? I went out to camp. You can't really see it. They stick us in this tiny little holding area, and it was open to the fans. The entire, like a chunk of the practice, by the time I got there out at 10:20, and this is what a professional I am. I had a friends and family out at Nando's, the South African chicken place. And was it South African? No, it's not South African. South American chicken place. The new one that's opening in Montrose. I could have gone there and eaten for free. You know what I did? I went out and sweated at practice because I'm a real one. That's how come, because I'm committed to the game. And I went out there, and then I played disc golf after that. But I went out there, and I'm like, man, I can't even see anything. I'm just sitting there talking to Stutz and Pendergast and Landry Locker is out there, and Will Kunkel, our guy Kunkel, who will be on at some. What day is he coming on?
Friday.
We'll talk to Will Kunkel. He's out there, and you can't see. They were down all the way at the far end. We can't travel down there at all, and so you could barely see anything. Now, Cade Stover's getting a lot of reps.
Stover's getting a lot of love.
He's getting a lot of love and a lot of reps, like ahead of your boy Dalton Schultz, who you're always saying good things about.
I think Dalton Schultz is still gonna. I've seen some plays from Dalton in camp too that were pretty damn good.
Yeah, but I think I think that D'Amico would love to get to a point where he could say, "Well, the competition says Brevin and Ohio State. Who did I just mention?
Cade Stover.
Oh, Cade Stover. Yeah, the competition says Stover and Brevin gets to play right now. I think he would love nothing more than to be able to say these two guys are going to be getting the reps today. I think he'd love nothing more than that.
D'Amico did. He pointed out, and Nick Casario talking about the offseason and the camp that Stover is having. And they're both been, superlatives about what he's doing.
And Ariante Ursery is, from what I've been told, he's got a little problem when he's strong. When guys get to his edge, he can be in a little bit of trouble trying to redirect them off of there. So there's still work to be done, but I guess he's looked better than Blake Fisher. Man, if Blake Fisher doesn't work out and Juice Scruggs following Kenyon Green, we're going to have a talk about Nick Casario's offensive line stuff.
Hmm.
It's really the Shaq Mason extension. This is some real problematic stuff going on right now.
So here's D'Amico on Nick Chubb, and you tell me what he's saying here. Guy's age, he's been through a lot. It's not always going to be the same as his early years in the NFL, but what I hang my hat on with him is that this guy loves football. He's physical, he plays and prepares the right way. Really sharp guy in the protection scheme.
He ain't trying to bullcorn you.
No,
that's what Cody Stutes asked that question. So Stutes is the one who, when I read it, and he said, and I told Cody that we, I brought his comments up and we talked about Chubb. And you did not hear Cody ask, how much does factoring in the injuries that Chubb had going to the evaluation and stuff like that. And D'Amico didn't give you a BS answer. Like, he didn't want to get caught saying, "Oh, Chubb looks great. He's quick. It feels like he's got a step back." None of that stuff. The guy played 9 games last year, 8 or 9 games, and averaged 3.2 yards a carry. There's a chance he's just washed. There's a chance because he has had 2 very major injuries. If you go look them up, we're talking about major multiple tear injuries. Imagine what Tank Dell had, but twice, once in college, once in the pros. It may be a wrap for him at a position that you have to keep your quickness and your burst. Once you don't have it, you become a predictable runner who is easy to find. You're not elusive. Then that's when you start hitting the 3 yards per carry mark. And that may be who he is. It may not have a whole lot left. And they were talking about, I was asking about who's been getting the carries at camps. Jawar Jordan, remember him, the 185-pound running back out of Louisville?
I saw a video where he looked pretty good.
Yeah, he can dart and wiggle, but he's 185, 190 pounds. I mean, that's not good enough. And it's not big enough to handle that workload. Damian Pierce is on PUP. He's not out there.
Is Woody doing anything?
Yeah, they say Woody looks okay. I couldn't see him. He's too far away, but I talked to as many people as I could who've been out there, and they said he looks pretty good. He has his flashes. One of his issues has been staying healthy. But he's 208 pounds, somewhere around there, 200, he's got pretty good size, can handle third down stuff. So I would expect right now he'd want to be one of the 3 guys that you would, if Joe Mixon weren't there, Chubb, Dare, and Woody Marks are probably the 3 you're looking at. And that's not ideal. That's not ideal. And I could see them looking at another running back if need be, depending on what happens with Joe Mixon, or if they think Chubb just doesn't have it anymore and they cut him, which, is a possibility. They didn't get tied to him for a whole lot of guaranteed money. I could see them sniffing around on the waiver wire, or even looking at a deep depth chart and going and try to pick somebody off of there for a 7th rounder. I could see something like that. Nick Chubb, from a contract standpoint, if you were to cut him, I'm going to see how much he was given for signing bonus. You're not getting that back. But Nick Chubb signed a 1-year, $2.5 million deal, including $575,000. So a grand total of, the full thing is the thing's fully guaranteed. Almost. His cap hit would be $2.275 million. Well, no. Yeah, 1.5 million is guaranteed. So you just have to eat that. But if he's not good enough, like if he's really this slow or whatever the case is, and I think D'Amico talked about his protection scheme, that's something that is a big deal. Having a guy that you can trust not to get your quarterback killed, and maybe a bigger deal than ever last year and this year, having that, especially if Dalton Schultz doesn't feel like picking anyone up on a chip block. You better have somebody back there who knows what they're doing at running back. So maybe Nick Chubb makes the team based on that. I don't know. I want to see how he looks in the preseason. I thought, gosh, dang it. The running back from the Rams who we had last year, I thought he looked fantastic in preseason, and then he was gone. I can't remember where he went. Former first rounder, second rounder from Florida State. Who was that running back?
Oh, yeah. Oh God. Anyway, yeah. Why do you always do this?
And now,
Florida State running back. Yeah, he was actually Yeah, he lasted a hot minute here. he was here for
Cam
what?
Akers.
Yeah.
I thought Cam
games?
looked good last preseason. I think Cam Akers would probably be the number one backup on this team right now, based on what I heard about Chubb and based on how D'Amico didn't try to sugarcoat it yesterday.
Or based on where Joe Mixon is.
Well, that's what I mean.
I care too much about Joe Mixon to talk about his injury. So I am not going to do that. I care too much. That's right.
That's a callback to earlier in the show with D'Amico's quest. I guess kind of shot it at
which I
Ian
still
Rappaport.
don't understand. But I do understand this. We got to take a break. 713-780-3776. 1 hour left in the show. Get in. 713-780-3776.
When we come back, I will tell you about someone I was surprised to find out yesterday listens to our radio show.
Oh, all right. We'll do that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Lance was out of practice yesterday. Saw a bunch of people, right? That you know?
Yeah,
right?
I saw I saw somebody from my neighborhood, Lauren Tier, and all her kids were there. Her husband, who's a DA, he had just left to go back to work, but they are they're friends with the McNairs. She's known, they do Little League baseball together and all that stuff. And so she had Hannah. I really wanted to meet Hannah. I think she's done a really good job for the Texans. I think that's been discussed on this show before. I think she was very instrumental in getting things back on track.
Yep.
And she called Hannah over, and she'd been wanting to. I've kind of talked to Hannah through intermediary. There's been some things we've discussed, but anyway, and Hannah came over. I couldn't wait to ask her about Jack Easterby stuff, but we only got to talk a little bit about it. So I met Hannah. She was good to talk to. I met CJ Stroud's mom. First, let me just say that I met CJ Stroud's mom, and I told her, I think, it's funny. She goes, oh, your name sounds familiar. I said, oh, I wrote the scouting report for your son. That's where I know you from. And all I could think of was, I guarantee she doesn't like me. Because I said something, I said anything negative, that I said he had weaknesses. Like nobody likes, literally nobody likes me. Nobody's parent, no player. They don't, that because I have to be the one that I can say the greatest things in the world. I told Alec, I said, if you get a chance, tell DK Metcalf that I had him as the 7th best player in that draft. Well, while he's holding on to my weaknesses, he got drafted the last pick of the 2nd round, and I had him as the 7th best player, higher than anybody in all of the draft world. But he's going to be just sitting here hating. That's unbelievable. Hate. Silky Johnson of wide receivers. That's a joke. But anyway, so I met CJ's mom. I said some really good things about CJ. CJ, the person, the pro. I just think he's, I said, I think you guys done a great job with him because he keeps the main thing. And I really do think highly of CJ Stroud, the person and the professional. And she was really nice. And so I was talking to Hannah, and then Cal comes over after a while, and Hannah gets a phone call from her sister. And she said, I guess one of the McNairs was needed over at the hospitality tech because it was open to the public. The practice was, and she said, well, my sister Joanna called. I think she works with the team now too, and said we need one of us needs to go over there, and I designate you. Hannah said that's Cal. That's normal. My wife designates me for stuff. Mm-hmm. She said, okay. And then she introduced, and then Lauren said, oh, Cal, this is Lance Zierlein, which I was almost like, oh, you don't need to introduce me. But she said, Lance is Lance Zierlein. Oh, hey, how you doing? And then right after that, literally right after the introduction, Hannah tells Cal, yeah, you're needed over there. And he goes, hey, I listened to your show. I just want you to know that.
That's
he goes,
great.
I listen to you guys when I come in, I listen to the show. And then he said, you're on it. You're on it. You're on it. And what are you laughing about? And so I'm like, okay, is Cal telling me, I just want you to know I listened to the show?
Wait. Is he telling you he wants you to know that you're on your own show?
Or that you're like on it? Like you
I took it as the Texan stuff I've talked about, I'm accurate about that, which could be I don't know. It could be about Jack, it could be about Bill O'Brien, it could be about the draft. I don't know. It could be about any number of things. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that's what he meant, not like, hey, you're on your show. I don't think he meant it like that, John. However, when he said, he made a point as he's walking away, he wanted to tell me, I listened to the show.
Which is great.
I listened to the show.
I don't believe him, but okay.
He listens to the show.
I don't believe him. He has to.
No, she just said this is Lance Zierlein. That's all. She didn't say anything about radio. This is Lance Zierlein. He goes, oh yeah, I listened to you. I listened to the show.
No chance.
Yeah, 100% chance he does.
No, because you think they spotted you.
She
early,
said, I've heard,
and they whispered in his ear that hey, this guy does radio.
What is this? Like the guy with the Gary with the bag and Veep?
Like the president.
Like in Veep, where he goes, that's Lance Zierlein, ESPN radio.
No, exactly.
No, he doesn't have a whisper like in Veep, like Gary.
They saw you walk in, and hey, if we're gonna make the rounds,
I think he listens to
this guy.
I think as much as you two dread it, he listens to the show.
No, I don't believe that. There's no glazing going on here.
That would be great if he listens.
He listens to the show.
Not for
maybe because he wants to see what the real deal is.
There's
Maybe
no
because he has
glazing.
HD2.
He has to listen to 610.
No, he gets that all the time. He may want to hear
what's real,
what we actually think. Of course, there's also a lot of jokes.
Sure.
Like we're not serious. I mean, we're serious like 70% of the time. I know. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I was hoping I wouldn't be introduced.
It's not even. It's worse than the sound you made.
I listen to the show. I want you to know that I listen to the show. And I almost broke. If he wouldn't have walked away, I would have said, listen, it's John. Like I would have totally pinched. I would
like
totally
when John
snitched.
threw you under the bus with Billy Wagner.
Yeah, that's right. Same thing.
How did I throw you under the bus with Billy Wagner?
You didn't side with your partner. You're like, yep.
You should have said, well, maybe you should throw some more off-speed pitches, Billy. That's what you could have said.
No.
Instead, you said my idiot partner said.
Yeah, no, it was Billy. That's
wasn't
right.
me.
And you could say that to Cal. I don't give a rat's ass.
I could say John.
But you're made of different stuff.
Yeah.
No, because I took it to my brain.
Lance out here soft.
No, soft. Why would I sell? For not selling you, throwing you under the bus. No, that's called being a good teammate. You wouldn't know about that because you're selling me out to Billy Wagner.
It's true. He doesn't know about that.
Well, I was in the locker room every day having him walk away from me.
Well,
pissed at me every day.
That's what Cal maybe was doing.
Nothing.
That's what Cal maybe was doing.
So look at that. You sold Lance out. It didn't even help you. He still kept walking away from you. You might as well should have.
No, then finally when I said, "What the is wrong with you?" Billy Wagner said, "Oh yeah, I'm on your show." And then as soon as I get off, you guys are ripping. I said, "I wasn't ripping you. That was my partner. He sucks."
I wasn't even ripping him. I just said
he's an a-hole.
It'd be nice to see him throw a second pitch.
That's right. Well, guess what?
Oh,
he
man.
picked it up.
Athletes don't like anyone saying anything ever.
Right.
Like ever. I told you the center, Brian Allen. I met him at a dinner at the O-line Masterminds, and he remembered, you're Lance Zierlein. I remember your scouting report. Like, what? After all these years? And my scouting report was mostly because you said I'd be a career backup. I started 52 games. I'm like, damn, you. He goes, oh, no. He goes, but he was a really good dude. I think a lot of those guys take it in stride. But just remember, the teams, what you would read from teams would be way worse than anything I write. But you don't get to see those. You only see what I write. No, I didn't say, Hannah, you up. Stop.
What?
I said the text, you up.
You up?
I don't have her text number.
No.
And I didn't say
Did
no,
you get it?
Up. No.
You didn't get her number? Okay.
No, because I don't want to be beholden to. I don't like being friends with, then feel like you can't say what you guys. I gotta say what I gotta say, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. So I don't care. I don't need to be invited to the parties. I don't need any of that stuff. Because then all of a sudden you can't be honest. Like, I don't want to stop being invited to the parties. I don't want to stop getting these free tickets. So no, I'd rather just. We're not friends. I don't have your number. And if I say, I think you're doing something good, it's real. And if I say you're not, oh, well, if you don't like it, too bad, so sad. I'd rather just do it that way.
Yeah. Well, that's great. And I guarantee you, he doesn't listen to this show. No, zero chance.
Did Elzay bring up CJ's S2
you don't
scores?
have to make those.
No, he does.
Dell.
He does listen to the show.
Dell.
I'll put this on my kids. Based on the way he said it, I have no doubt he listens to the show. Now, how often, I don't know. But I think he's definitely listening to the show.
I bet you they tune in after games to see what people are saying.
Oh, well, the word is that Hannah knows anybody that's ever taken the word is that Hannah knows any and all things that are being said negatively.
Well, thankfully, John's in LA.
She's got a little
not like me.
See, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, but he used to
antagonizing for no reason.
Yeah,
no,
he's just an antagonist.
rat's ass.
See,
you know what? If this were, he couldn't be a protagonist in this story.
Of course not.
He could.
Of course not.
No, I'm the one that's keeping it real.
How so?
Hannah might not like me.
You're not keeping it real.
Keeping it real.
It's like veiled things we don't know
say
about.
Something negative about Jim Crane.
Oh, forget it.
Now do the Jim Crane.
No, I don't care if Jim Crane doesn't like me. I don't care.
Why?
When did he stop liking you?
When I put out the Carlos Correa that he ghosted Carlos Correa, I haven't talked to him since.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, and he had what's the former GM's name?
Click?
Jim Click.
Yeah.
James Click.
Yeah, he had Click call me. And Click's like, I don't know why I'm calling you. Jim wanted me to call you and tell you we didn't ghost him. I said, well, I actually was with Scott Boras and saw you ghosted him, but okay. And he was like, okay, bye. That was it.
Well, how do you know he ghosted him? You can't see it unless you were on their side.
Zero. Texted, and they did not
How do you
answer.
know it went through? If there was a 5G
call.
issue, you don't know if it went through. Sometimes it doesn't get delivered.
All right.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh my gosh, I got so busy. I didn't not even see it. There's so many text messages. You never heard that one before?
Yeah, no.
Did he have red? Did they have red on their text? Did they have the read receipt?
No read.
Because that would be bad if Carlos is like,
oh yeah, no, they read them. They read them.
I got left on red.
All right, we got a break, and we got to talk about. I want to talk again about Coors Light because Coors Light is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. If you're looking for the world's most refreshing beer, there's one place to go, and that's my peeps over at Coors Light. Listen, have them ready when people come to your house. Have Coors Lights on hand. I love me some Coors Light, and I think your friends do too. When I go to so many bars, and we're out of Coors Light. Well, Yeah, but I mean, we're going through them. It's crazy. Yeah, of course you're going through them. Buy more. Do not run out of Coors Light. That's ridiculous. I just want a little lesson for all you bars out there. Make sure that you buy enough because people are going to come in and go, I want the best beer. Listen, if you're looking for the best cold, clean, crisp, refreshing beer in the marketplace today, there's one place to go, and that's Coors Light. These other beers, they don't have the same taste. They don't have the same refreshingness. I don't know if that's a word. Whatever the case may be, the world's most refreshing beer is one cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome. We haven't had any calls today. What's wrong with you people? I mean, let's go. There's got to be something out there that you guys want to talk about, though. Although we've hit on quite a bit today. We haven't talked about the Astros in a while. Framber Valdez frustrated with the defense last night. I mean, the defense has been really, really good. The Astros are one of the better fielding teams in the league, but the positioning last night, a left-handed batter and the right fielder is playing so far over towards center field that what should have been normally a single for a left-handed batter turned into a double and a run scored. And if you give up a run, if you're an Astros pitcher and you give up a run, you can't win. You cannot win. Framber has given up. Framber is 10-0 in his last 14 starts, given up just in the 4 no decisions, given up 2 runs in 27 innings. 2, a .66 ERA, wow. And he got no decision in those 4 games. That's incredible. This is Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan kind of stuff, right? They didn't got the run support. Of course, with this lineup, it is as crappy as it could possibly be. You got to lead off with Taylor, Trammell. You got to lead off. I mean, you got to lead off rookies that are just not ready. You're playing a rookie at second base that's hitting $150. I mean, it is really, really, really getting desperation time for this offense. Jose Altuve going hitless. He's been in a funk. He has not been good lately. Christian Walker has been good this month. Caratini's been good this month. Yiner has been up and down. But you got I mean, it just is so hard to watch. So hard to watch.
Yeah. Well, it's we're having a fun time talking about how unlikely everything was, but this is what regression to the mean literally looks like. And you can't believe that Hunter Brown and Framber are going to continue to have like I don't know if Framber can keep pitching like this, but he almost has to. And this was my big concern is you had no margin for error. It's a no margin for error roster. You just don't. You can't have Hunter Brown not be great. You can't have Framber not be great. You can't have the bullpen not be a plus. You just can't. You don't have the health to do it. It was one thing when you had Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes, and even then you were scoring in critical situations. And your bullpen was keeping you where they needed to be, and you were, it's not like Gusto was very good. Colton Gordon wasn't very good, but now you've suffered so many injuries that now it's not even about margin for error. It's just about you can't score. I mean, you just cannot score lately. You just don't have a major league lineup, and it's killing you.
You got to bring the lineup. You got to bring the infield in the first inning now. Oh man!
Wow,
that's so terrible. Well, Jacob Melton. Look at Jacob Melton comes back yesterday off after what 5 weeks? However long? When was the last time he played? Oh, June 13th.
Yeah,
June 13th. Going on 5 weeks. 5 weeks that the dude was gone. He's never hit above 7th in the order. He has to put him in the 5-hole. He's got a 601 OPS going into that game, and he's batting in the 5-hole. That's how bad this is. That's how bad it is. That he's just trying to find anybody, anything to give him a spark. And, you move guys up in lineups, and it puts a little bit of pressure on them. Taylor Trammell should never be leading off in a game. Of course, Cam Smith shouldn't be leading off in games.
Right.
I mean, you got it just is it's so I don't know. And I'm torn. I'm really torn on whether or not you make a big trade. I mean, you're going to have to give up
a big trade. I'm not torn. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't make a big trade. Do not deplete yourself. You're not going to move Framber. So, I don't know how you replenish. Cam Smith is going to be an integral part of this team moving forward. And you got him because you had to move on from Kyle Tucker. All these guys coming up, they're nice. I mean, Bryce Matthews is going to have to be a stud. He's going to have to be an absolute stud. Jacob Melton's going to have to be a really good player. And these guys aren't ready yet. They're just not ready yet. So there's really nothing we can say. We can discuss this all we want, but until or unless guys make it back and perform at a major league level, the Astros, it's not hyperbole to say the Astros could have a hard time hanging on. We saw the Astros just 2 years ago overtake it was the Rangers, right? Overtake the Rangers the last weekend to make the playoffs. We saw when they looked like they were dead in the water. The Astros only have a 3-game lead right now, and it's not like, all the guys that we talk about coming back, they're probably not coming back for at least 2 weeks. I mean, there's a chance that when the big boys get back, and I guess the big boys would be, get back would be Arrighetti, Jeremy Pena, probably not Paredes, based on the dour discussions about him. Who else are we talking about? Jake. So even just getting back would be Jake, Arrighetti, because he's likely to come back relatively soon. And then of course, Jeremy Pena. That will all help. Is it going to be enough? No. I would say Brandon Walton is Brandon
Walter losing him is huge.
He is going to be a massive loss if you don't get him back sometime soon.
Listen, you're starting Jason Alexander again tonight. I mean, it's so, and then you don't know who you're starting. A day game tomorrow, you don't know who you're starting because you're down to basically 4. And Jason Alexander is one of them. You're down to 4 starters. Jason Alexander is one of them. Colton Gordon is one of them. It's unbelievable. In the last 5 games, they've scored 8 runs. And so we know who Luis Severino is because he pitched for the Yankees. He's 4-11 this year. 4-11. He was 3-11 going into that game. You lost to Jeffrey Springs. Sterner, I don't know who he is. JT. Last night you lost to a guy named Pilkington. Pilkington beat you. Okay. And Brad
that sounds
Lord,
like somebody British.
Brad, I know. You lost to a guy with bad teeth.
Lord Pilkington.
And Brad Lord looked like a Hall of Fame pitcher. He's a big kid. I mean, but you had no chance. He was mowing you down. Until the 5th
what
inning.
were the Dodgers talking about when the likes of the Astros rotation came into town? They said the same thing. Who the hell are these guys? Why is Trammell?
Well, McCullers won that one game, and yeah, I mean,
who else was out there pitching?
For that in that series,
and that was more about the hitters. All hitters they've never heard of came in there and
that was more about the hitters. The pitchers were McCullers, Fromber, and Gusto.
But we go through a series when they were beating good teams, when they were taking out the Phillies and the Cubs. Who else did they go at? And the Dodgers. Those teams could look at the lineup and the rotation and go, okay, Brown and Fromber, we got it. The other guys, by the way, who are these guys?
No.
Now we're just catching it. It's annoying, yes. But that's why the Astros were such a surprise. All these guys we never heard of, the rest of baseball never heard of, was doing the thing. And now we're catching the other end. Except for these teams, those guys go out there every day, but they're just playing because they're bad. With the Astros, they're playing because all the other guys are hurt.
Yeah, no, they're bad. I mean, it's just a AAA lineup. Jeremy put out, what's wrong with, he does this every game, what's wrong with about his lineup? I said, well, you got 6 hitters that are 703 or less OPS. That's what's wrong with his lineup.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, you got that lineup is not. I don't know that Sugar Land could win with that lineup. I don't know how many games Sugar Land.
Well, they
win.
Didn't they win the championship last year with this lineup?
I don't know if it was this.
I don't know if Sugar Land could win with that.
They won last year with this lineup.
Stop it, you miscreant.
You're just
talking about Sugar Land.
Yeah,
you leave Sugar Land alone.
Yeah. All right. It's just so.
Speaking of Sugarland, and
You leave Sugarland alone.
John Singleton, DFA. News
Yeah,
broke
John
by
Singleton.
his wife.
His
She
wife
announced
broke it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, that didn't last long.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Well, but he had to make room for Melton.
Mm-hmm.
He had to make room for Melton. So, and John Singleton wasn't playing. I mean, Christian Walker's going to be out there, and what do you and Caratini or Yiner has to DH. So, I mean, there was no reason to have John Singleton out there. But you did that. How many times have they done John Singleton now? Good Lord. I mean, I know it's desperation time, but my goodness, we got to move on.
Yeah, it's
I
time.
had this talk with Sean. When do we stop pretending like DeCenzo and Whitcomb are answers to anything?
Yeah, well,
they're in they're 25 and 26 years old.
Well, but that's still. I mean, Whitcomb may be a career
Wouldn't you
triple.
love to have those guys in the lineup?
Player.
Not really.
Yeah,
I've seen them play.
I've seen Bryce Matthews
Ooh,
now strike out every time he's up.
At least Bryce Matthews is what? How old is Bryce Matthews?
Well, right, but I mean, now it's time for Bryce Matthews, though. Lance, you were right. He's got to go down. He needs more at bats.
He had 3 home runs, and we're ready to crown him. But he also was striking out 1 every 2 at bats. He just needs.
He needs more.
He can't
time.
just sit on the bench. He's got to go get some reps.
You know,
well, I just read that article. I just read that about how Ryan Sandberg was dealt because he was. The Cubs demanded it as part of the trade to get it done because you had to have an Avante Jesus if you were the Phillies. You had to have that. But basically, Rhino had been up in from AAA one time, and it was an underwhelming performance. So what? That happens. That's no big deal. I'm not worried about Bryce Matthews, but let's let him keep hitting though. Let's let him keep playing.
Oh, I can. Greg Maddux was yo-yoed up and down.
Oh yeah, Maddux stunk early on with the Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you come up and you're incredible. No, that's not how it works. All right, we got a break. 713. We got one segment and then news of the weird coming your way right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did we miss any? I know we missed something from yesterday. The two fans sitting in the stands watching a Yankees game, one with a Phillies hat on, and the other one that was she got emotional during the game. That seems to be now a theme. There's a lot of memes about the Philly fan watching a baseball game now. And it just is something that, I mean, we've seen that a lot going on, right? In stadiums.
People taking the time to, I don't know, do stuff, I guess we could say.
Yeah, they were doing stuff. In the
public.
stands. In public, right there. I mean, well, I'll never forget the UTEP game.
It's a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. The Blue Jays game with the people up in the hotel that in center field. You remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
But this one was amongst a relatively packed place.
Yeah.
One of us. That video is incredible.
And just going at it.
I mean, it was pretty obvious.
And the cameraman behind him is like, it was so obvious. He just sat there recording the whole thing.
She started having spasms.
Oh.
I don't know. It seems like society is devolving into, I don't know why that needs to be done there.
You know,
we've seen
John, you remember that video years ago? And I think it might have been in Toronto.
I just said that. You weren't listening.
He just got in.
But it was a different one that
was
I'm
making his
about.
way back into the studio.
I'm talking about after that one happened and the other one happened also. Yeah, but that was, and how long ago? That was just like early 2000s.
That was a while ago.
It was like early 2000s. Okay,
yeah.
but no one was around them. No one was around them.
Remember the UTEP video where they're in the stands and they come back from break and she was doing stuff to him and they
back
were like
from break on TV.
What? Yeah, on TV. Oh, you don't remember that? The UTEP game? You got to
What
look
would
that
I
up.
Google?
UTEP.
I don't know.
Tell me how to Google that.
How you would get there.
UTEP.
You know that restaurant that you go to where they have sushi rolls or something?
Kata Robata?
No.
Katami?
No.
Started with an H.
Huh?
Starts with an H.
Starts with an H.
H-E-B.
No.
You go to Hando's, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have to. Oh, no. Well, there's a Hando's and there's a Handy's. There's two different ones. The 11th Street is the Hando's. The one there on Montrose is Handy's. There's two different ones. Should I type sushi, UTEP, rolls?
Well,
girl.
Never mind.
Hand.
UTEP.
Pants.
Yeah, stands.
Rapid movements.
Well, I don't really.
That's a lot. That's a lot of search words.
Yep. Seems like a lot.
Yeah, I don't want to Google that on my NFL
No, you probably shouldn't.
computer.
Yeah. Anyway, that's something that I just think you should try to control yourself. I mean, is baseball that boring?
I mean, it's
kind of, but
it's not a good look. I've never seen somebody getting it. No,
the UTEP thing was at a football game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a football game. I guess you just get.
I've never seen any.
No. Don't excuse it with. I guess you just get. This is. Is it deviant behavior? Is that a proper term for it?
Excessive public behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, you get arrested for that stuff.
Yeah, don't
typically.
just excuse it with, hey, sometimes, you're overcome. No, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't need to be an animal. Don't be a filthy animal. Go to your car like a regular human.
If you cannot control yourself,
go to a car and get to a cul-de-sac.
Or, even if it has to be done in the bathroom, there's stalls.
Yeah.
You can do that too.
I mean, if you're going to be if you're going to go out of control.
A freak.
Now we're just sitting in the chairs gyrating.
What's going on here?
And there's people around you.
What's the deal?
Yeah.
What's funny is they have not been outed though.
No, I haven't seen their name.
Which is good. I don't want her name put out there. I mean, they're just trying to do that in the privacy of their own seats.
At the ballpark.
Yeah, privacy of their own seats 3 and 4.
There really weren't doesn't seem like that many people there. Like maybe only 30,000.
Yeah. Wasn't a packed house.
Well, around them, there wasn't a ton. There was obviously dudes laughing who were taping it.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that I'm pretty sure I had a 7th or 8th grade teacher that I thought, I don't know if I should tell this. Yeah, I should.
Probably not.
In 8th grade, yeah. And I won't say her name, but there was somebody who was just moving around a lot in her seat. And I'm like, and 8th grade me is like, and I turned to Kelly King and I said, are you looking at this? What's going on over there? She goes, oh, I don't think that's good. And I said, what is the back and forth movement in the rolling chair?
What's going on?
Yeah. So 8th grade me, I was like, I don't know. Maybe this is what Marvin Gaye was talking about, the sexual healing song. I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
And then me out of high school, I'm like, oh yeah, probably just bored. Grading papers, like, wish I was at a baseball game. With somebody I loved.
Seems like somebody.
See, I don't know if that has anything to do with love.
Well, somebody I liked enough.
Yeah.
Well, liked enough to do that.
I don't know, man.
I feel like John. Here's. I'm just gonna say what everyone's thinking. I feel like John's got a story about some public indecency. I feel like if you dig back into your past, dig back, I bet you've got a story. As a matter of fact, I'd be willing to bet my $50 to your $17.
Wow.
That John's got something where he did something that could have gotten him arrested.
Well, we know he's done that, but you mean
no.
In this realm.
It's almost 3-1 right there. You're getting.
Well,
you're
not
the
odds are
denial.
the odds.
I don't hear a denial.
The odds are the odds, D'Amico.
All I hear is all I see is a slight smile on his face, like you might have hit on something.
Oh, I know I did.
He's not pushing back against it at all. Because when something
I got no comment.
When something hits and John knows it's not true about himself, he will strongly push back on it. Go, no.
He just hit you he just took the 5th.
Yeah, this one's like no comment.
I got no comment.
Yeah.
No, it happened a long time ago.
You win
I knew it.
You win that bet.
Pay me, Dell.
I didn't
Give
bet
me
you.
my $17.
I didn't bet you.
You and Mapes pony up.
Mapes isn't even here.
Y'all roll together. Y'all both pony up.
I didn't say you were wrong.
Person.
I did not say you were wrong. I'm not ponying up.
Yeah.
You knew I was on the right side of that one.
Yeah, I did. The man's reaction told me.
It was you put probably the right number out there. 3-1. Probably a good number. Right. That was probably a good number. We got a break. We got news of the weird coming your way next. Couple of things for Dell here. Okay. Couple of things for Dell, and it has to do with marriage.
Oh wow.
So we got that to go over. Right now, though, I got Champion Energy to talk about. Champion Energy is the way that you get your electricity because it's just better. I don't know, 17, 18 years I've been with Champion Energy, and I got to tell you, every second it's been great. It's been a great relationship. I hate leaving the city of Houston because I have to leave Champion because it's not here. But we're still using Champion in the apartment. I just got to tell you, it's great. It's great. It is the best. It was one of the best moves I ever made, honestly, because I don't know how much money I've saved. Tens of thousands of dollars over the years. A buddy of mine went from 1 month to the next. He said, I'm going to try Champion. He tried it. And he was like, it's incredible how much less I'm paying. It's incredible. And that's the way it goes with Champion Energy. They don't add on and mark all of the stuff that the other ones, these ridiculous fees that they charge you. Champion Energy has fees. Obviously, everybody does. But Champion Energy, I'm telling you, I've saved thousands, and I hope you will too. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. All right. I just got this, I don't know, this post that had 16 weird traditions in countries. And some of them are like really weird, like there's monks that actually embalm themselves while they're living. And
Great.
yeah, right. So that they get something like this wonderful experience. I'm out on that. In Denmark, on your 25th birthday, if you are unmarried, they tie you to a chair, pour water all over you, and then pelt you with cinnamon.
What year? How old do you have to be?
20. When you hit 25, it's a ritual since the 16th century in Denmark that they pour cinnamon all over you to more or less punish you for being single.
I thought that was what Leo did to tell his girl that she's too old. She has to go away.
Yeah,
You're 25.
Once you smell like cinnamon.
Get
you're
out
out.
of here. I throw cinnamon and brown sugar on you. It's time for you to get out of here. You're too old.
Beat it. Okay? Yeah. Dell, should we have a ritual, Lance, with Dell where we pour cinnamon all over him because he's still single?
I'm long since past 25. You're a little late.
I know, but that's right. We're late. We got to do it.
Why do you want to pour cinnamon on a grown man?
Cinnamon all over people.
His people already put jam all over people.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Those are jam boys. Yeah.
For golfing purposes.
Right.
His people golfers.
Well, Dell, you can while I'm golfing, you can follow me around with cinnamon all over you.
Why would I do that again?
No,
I'm not following you around.
Yeah, you could, and then the bugs won't bother us.
No, that's what what's what insect repellent is for. Get some off. I don't have to be there. Just spray it on yourself.
All right. In Scotland, brides and grooms are pelted with rotten food, ashes, and flour in a pre-wedding ritual called blackening, which is believed to prepare them for the hardships of marriage. Do you think that blackening will prepare people for how crappy marriage is?
I'm not going to read Twitch chat. I can promise you that.
I would say I don't need any extra blackening, although some people would disagree. I've heard that in the past. I don't want to be involved in any ritual called blackening.
Well, I guess it's just because they got to throw ashes on.
No, I
you.
know.
What
I
about
understand.
a rebrand?
But rotten food, like gross rotten food, they throw at you. There's a woman that is just covered in just crap, just garbage.
I'm good.
And this is how you get married. You get married.
It tests you. It lets you know what marriage is to be. That's not a good endorsement for marriage.
No, it's not.
This
in
is
the
what
Amazon,
marriage is like?
Yeah, that prepares you for what marriage is like.
And then somebody says, I'm out, and then another group of people throw cinnamon all over you.
Right.
What kind of setup is this?
If you go through the blackening and then decide you don't want to be married, then you have the cinnamon thrown on you afterwards because you're single at 25?
Maybe, yeah. Well, it's two different countries, Denmark and Scotland.
Same thing, according to you.
Yeah.
They're like the same thing.
Yeah, they're close enough.
Yeah.
No, Scotland and Ireland and Wales. Scotland and
Sure,
Wales,
exactly.
Same thing. And you people fight each other. You're so stupid.
Scotland and Ireland are basically the same, right?
No, Scotland and Wales.
It's mostly
same thing.
All three of them are
they hate the English, I think, right?
They all
bonds
they all got one thing in common.
It bonds them together. They hate the English.
They hate the English. In the Amazon, the Yanomami people eat the ashes of their deceased relatives, believing that doing so keeps their spirits alive with them. Do you want to eat the ashes of any dead relatives?
What kind
Which
of questions
one would you
are
pick?
these? Well, gee, I don't know, John. Let me think about it. Which one
would you pick, Del?
None. I don't want to eat the ashes. I don't even like eating mayo. You think I want to eat the ashes of a dead relative?
I'd have to look at old pictures
But what
of my
about
relatives.
spicy mayo, though, Del?
See which ones were hot.
I'm out. What?
Yeah.
What about a sriracha mayo?
No, mayo means I'm out. You want to eat, if your relative was hot, you'd eat their
Well,
ashes?
not an ugly one, certainly.
What's the difference? It's just
I don't know.
ashes.
I don't know. Yeah.
You heard him. I'm trying to figure out what his logic
I
is.
definitely wouldn't say hot relative.
Yeah, that's weird.
You didn't have any hot cousins?
No.
Well, you remember where he came from, the region where he's from, everyone intermarried.
Yeah, that was true. That's true. I still got some.
John.
I think I still got some of that.
Well, that's not Chicago. You mean the old
country, not
Old
Chicago,
time,
yeah.
That
You think that
little-
was passed down? You haven't been able to shake free of it?
Yeah. No, I'm sure. Yeah.
That family tree was suspect.
Yeah. Sus. It's
Wait,
really
the-
sus.
not
Back
enough-
in like the 1700s,
That's
John's
all-
like, man, no one's leaving the little
Well,
the little village.
For reference for you people, my family, I don't know how many years, over 500, right, Lance?
I did an ancestry.com on John. I started going back and I'm like, man, everyone's from the same place still. Another 100 more years.
Sorbo Sambasili, which has got like 20,000 people or
Yeah.
so, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe
I just
not
know
even
they
that much.
never dated outside their village.
Yeah, they didn't have to. They just had more kids.
Yeah,
What are you on the mountain somewhere where no one could get to you?
In a mountain in Calabria.
Yeah,
right.
cousin Gianna was hot enough that I didn't have to leave.
Well, that's right. I don't gotta go. I ain't gotta go nowhere.
That's not ideal.
Look how hot my cousin is. That explains a lot with me.
I hope not.
You sure you want to say that?
Yeah, what are you saying?
Well, I mean,
Your ancestors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it explains a lot about how maybe I'm not all there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
on board with that.
Yeah, right. A judge has tossed a lawsuit against Half Moon Bay Ritz-Carlton. A couple was staying there, and apparently they were served a water bottle that had semen in it.
Oh, I'm out.
At a Ritz-Carlton, you'd think if you were paying for, you should get water without
somebody
semen.
pulled a
Go on,
sneaky one.
insult the hotel where you think that's a likelihood. Which hotel do you think?
No,
water
don't have
bottle
it. You think he's going to ask that question?
I would think it'd be more likely.
Go ahead.
That you got
in one of these cheap hotels.
Yeah,
I ain't saying it because you never know when a lawsuit's going to hit
right.
you.
Oh, there's no question.
Half Moon Bay Ritz-Carlton.
That's nuts.
Man, you'd think for that kind of money you could get water with no semen. Do you have to order it like that?
No.
Can I get a water?
That shouldn't be part of the deal. Excuse me. Water hold the semen. No.
I always want unsweetened tea, and I also always want regular water. Semen free.
Regular water.
Sean Mates brings up a point. Normally, you at a restaurant they ask you for sparkling or still.
Right.
Do they throw in?
Yeah,
semen
sparkling
infused
still
or not?
I hope that
water.
doesn't become the third choice because nobody's ordering that.
No.
By the way, does Mapes know that we almost tried to get him hooked up?
No, I was going to talk about it on my show.
Okay.
Well, I'll explain. He tried to get you hooked up with someone famous.
Yeah.
I'll explain it later.
Yeah, he wants
one girl has really big teeth though.
Yeah,
so White Lotus.
He wants her to be with somebody regular.
Carucci. Yeah, I'm tired of I'm tired of everyone celebrity chasing and star chasing. How about just somebody regular gets somebody
Mapes isn't picky. He just doesn't want cinnamon thrown on him, so he'll marry anyone at this point.
Good point.
Yep. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next. You'll hear that story and more right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
I was going to start with more of the same from the Astros, but they did change it up a little bit. They scored first, so their franchise record long streak of 18 games in a row of not scoring first ended. Didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. They did lose 2-1. Framber was upset. We'll get into that. Dubon did get screwed on a call. He's up at the plate, 2 out, 3-2 count, runner on third, and he gets called out on on strike looking on a ball that was clearly inside, was not a strike. He had a bit of a conversation with the home plate umpire. Who's to say if that would have resulted in anything, but at least we would have gotten to the next guy in the order. Instead, Dubon sat down. That was the Astros' last threat, and they go down to the Nationals 2-1. But outside of scoring that first run, more of the same. Not being able to score runs at home, and your losing streak is now at 5. The Rangers remain 4 games back. The Mariners won last night, so they're 3 games back. But let's move beyond what has become a typical conversation with the Astros. The lineup's not good enough. They need to add, or at least they need to get healthy. We get it. That until things change will be kind of the A plot when it comes to this team. Let's get to a B plot scenario. This was tweeted at myself, John, and Lance before the show ended, but we didn't get to it. I did only see it right before this show began, and it's courtesy of the other Gilbert. His brother arm wrestled John at a listener party of, I think, last year. But this is more about our Houston Astros. So I did not know this, but the Astros apparently have a Jumbo Jack promotion. And how do you get a free Jumbo Jack? If the Astros score 3 runs.
So no Jumbo Jacks.
So no Jumbo Jack last night.
No Jumbo Jacks the last,
I don't know if the Jumbo Jack is, I don't know if that's an everyday thing, like if a home run hits the foul pole, then Chick-fil-A. I don't know if it's always a promotion, but at least that's the promotion currently. So
the last time they scored 3 runs was on Friday when they lost 15-3.
Yes. I don't know if Friday was a free Jumbo Jack day.
Yeah.
But apparently today is. So
Arizona series, we would have been swimming in Jumbo
on the road
Jacks.
though, right? So I don't know if it counts. I don't know if it counts if it's on the road.
I need to read the fine print.
Yes, I'm just getting a screenshot of the Astros story, and that's how I know this is actually a promotion. So we got to start looking at who's on the mound, because the lineup isn't going to be great. We know that. So we have to really lean into who's the other team's starting pitcher. And Michael Soroka is starting for the Nationals against the Astros today. Now, I just went to Michael Soroka's page on ESPN to see his stats and his game log, more importantly, to see if he's going good or going bad. And in his last 3 starts, he has not given up more than 2 runs in a start. Now, of course, you got a bullpen to deal with, and maybe they can touch up the Nationals bullpen. He's 5 2/3 in his last start, 1 run. 5 innings in the start before, 1 run. And the start before that only went 4 innings, gave up 2 runs. If you go back all the way to July 4th, he gave up 7 runs in a 9-hit 4-inning start against the Red Sox. So there is a blow up in him. So, Sean, if you look at what the Astros have done at home recently, inability to beat bad teams, I give you Michael Soroka as the starting pitcher. Are Jumbo Jackson play tonight for Astro fans? Do we score 3 runs, and is a free Jumbo Jack in play?
You bring up a good point with the bullpen, but also, do I think the Astros will touch up the bullpen? I don't.
You got to think about it.
I don't know. We're asking if they'll score 3 runs against Michael Soroka. You know, like the barrier or the hurdle isn't very high. I'm still not sure if they'll clear it. You know what? They're due. They're due for 3 runs. Give me a Jumbo Jack.
So a Jumbo Jack for all.
Yeah,
because Michael Soroka and the rest of the Nationals staff.
It just says from the Astros website or from the Astros Twitter account. Astro fans, get ready to bring the heat. If your team scores 3 runs, you score a free jumbo jack with the little R circle thing the day after the game.
So I'm trying to read the fine print because there is very small print.
Cheese is an additional charge. Thanks.
On the Instagram feed.
Participating Houston locations.
Okay, that's
day after the game, and Jack in the Box is a trademark of LLCs.
So you don't even have to have a ticket from the game. Just hey, the Astros scored 3 runs. I want my free jumbo jack at participating locations. So,
now this isn't the last time that the Astros scored 3 runs. But I looked up on Twitter, Astros Jumbo Jack, just to find the first one. And the Astros have tweeted about Jumbo Jacks before. And that was on July 11th of this year. And said, Astros fans, let's celebrate. The Astros scored 3 runs, so get your free Jumbo Jack. So I don't know if this is an every game thing. I think it might be on select days. Like
when they acknowledge the promotion, when they let you know about it, right?
I would assume, because this is the first I'm hearing about it.
So AI Overview, which
they also did this in 2023.
Yeah, they've done it before, which can't be trusted. AI Overview. The promotion requires a purchase of a large drink and using the code GoAstros25 on the Jack in the Box app. So there are some steps.
To download the Jack in the Box app. I'll be honest. I don't know if I've ever. I don't know if I've ever had a Jumbo Jack.
I was always back in high school. We would get the 2 tacos because we would catch the bus. Either we're coming home from school, or maybe we were going back in for practice, or whatever sport we were playing, or coming home from practice. It would be the 2 tacos.
Yeah, our high school was across the street from a Jack in the Box, and so that was the kids who couldn't drive after school. I wouldn't say hangout. It wasn't like super popping, but it was just the like, hey, I'm hungry and I have $1. Let's go get 2 tacos.
So there is a website called freejumbojack.com/Astros, and it just keeps track of whether the Astros score 3 runs.
Okay,
and
so
they'll let you know.
This is an
I don't know
thing.
if this is an official or that someone made this specifically to acknowledge.
It makes me sad to think
that someone did this
on their free time.
Well, you've seen enough 7th man in an NBA rotation muse on Twitter to know people do things like this.
And I do love Steven Adams stats, but still,
that guy actually provides good information.
Yeah, that guy's good. This is, I don't know, maybe because it's Jack. Maybe I'm Jack in the Box.
You're going after Jack in the Box, aren't you?
Yeah. I don't hate Jack in the Box. It's just not a. It's not a key rotation fast food place piece for me.
I would agree. Like, I'm out maybe on a Friday night, maybe after a movie, and I go, I'm pick up something to eat. It won't be great for me, but hey, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Jack in the Box is never the first stop.
No.
I'm usually Whataburger.
Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell are the 2.
Yeah, and Chick-fil-A's closed at the time, so I'm usually just going to Whataburger if I want a burger.
Oh yeah, later, it turns into Whataburger, Taco Bell.
Yes.
Taco Bell is always in the mix.
So I've just given you some context, everyone. If you're down on this Astro season, and you want a reason to care when they're playing the Nationals, they hit through the 3-run mark. Even if they don't win the game, you get yourself a free jumbo jack.
Yeah, see if Jacob Melton, Zach Short, and the gang can get you a free
Don't
dinner.
feel great about it. Now you start listing the names of who has to go get me my 3 runs. I'm gonna have to hope Altuve has a good night.
Yeah.
Christian
Altuve,
Walker runs into one, something like that, and get me my whatever it takes.
Actually, no, just ground out with the guy on third.
You want to play small ball? Want a guy over? Whatever it takes.
Because you're not going to get a hit with a runner and scoring.
No, we don't do that here anymore. No, particularly when Michael Soroka is on the mound.
Oh man,
Calgary's own Michael Soroka.
Wow.
Yeah. So he as I listed out his numbers, he has pitched well enough over the last 3 starts, even if he's not going deep in the games, where it puts the 3 runs in a real peril.
Yeah, it's a good line. It's a good line for Soroka start.
Yeah, so let's hope the Astros not only break their 5-game losing streak, but at least get the 3 runs. Like, I want both to happen, but if I'm taking one or the other, because if they win 2-1,
I'm not going to be happy.
I'm not going to be happy. I need them to get the 3. So
I'm leaving here with something.
They lose 7-3 because Jason Alexander's in the mound. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that part. Jason Alexander gets another start. So let's guess that 3 runs won't be enough. Let's assume that scoring 3 runs won't be enough to win the game.
We're gonna need a 5 spot.
Yeah,
I think.
but get me to 3. Get the Astro fans a free jumbo jack with the purchase of a large drink. Apparently,
a large drink is.
I think yes. I believe that's like I said. AI overview can't be trusted.
Okay,
but the day after they score 3 runs in a home game, their promotion requires a purchase of a large drink using the code GoAstros25 on the Jack in the Box app.
You know what? If the Astros score 3 runs tonight, tomorrow,
are you gonna get a jumbo jack?
I'll get a jumbo jack, a free jumbo jack with the purchase of a drink.
So it's not really free.
No, maybe some curly fries too.
Yeah,
That's how they get you.
Yeah, once you get there, wait a minute. Let's just make this a meal.
Yeah,
buy yourself some curly fries.
What am I gonna do? Just not get the curly fries?
Yeah,
come on.
One of the best things I have. What am I doing to myself here? So yeah, there it is, everyone. More incentive to root on your Astros. We'll get if them winning a game isn't enough.
This is like low stakes gambling.
It is really.
It's gambling, except I don't have to buy in. I just hope they give me a free dinner.
Yeah, at least the start of a free dinner, because maybe a burger won't be enough, or the drink. Maybe you wind up buying a chicken sandwich too, because someone else is hungry. Either way, the Astros got a chance to feed you tonight. Let's see if they get it done against Michael Soroka.
Feed you tomorrow.
That's right.
The day after the game.
You're right.
To be clear, they didn't score 3 runs last night.
That's true. They only scored the 1. That's true. They have a chance to feed you tomorrow, as long as they get it done tonight. We'll talk about why Fromber's upset when we come back. He wasn't thrilled with the defense, and specifically one aspect of how they play defense. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, we'll get to why Fromber was upset. He pitched really well. He continues to do that. And sometimes that lineup lets him down. He's pitched well enough to be like 14-0 over his last 14 starts. He's like 10-0 with no decisions. And 4 no decisions because of how, let's say, putrid the lineup has been when he's on the mound. But let's get to Jerry. Jerry wants to talk some Astros. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys, how y'all doing? A week ago, I called in, giving this lineup their flowers, and it's funny how baseball works in a week. I mean, it was cute and it was fun, but now you all just have to blame the medical staff for just this lineup and not having our players healthy. The odds of them getting 3 runs, I mean, I would hope so, but they've scored 3 runs in the last 3 games at home, so I wouldn't put my high bets on the Jack in the Box. But speaking about Jack in the Box, my old high school used to have a Jack in the Box in the corner, and I kid you not, I'll probably eat there like 3 or 4 times a week, and now that spot is closed, and I still drive past it every day. But my family, my wife's family, she's from the Chicago area, and they don't have Jack in the Box up there. So when they come down visit, I have to go out of my way to go find them a Jack in the Box because they claim it's that good. Anyways, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jerry. I did not know Jack in the Box could hold that type of appeal for out-of-towners.
I'll be honest. I didn't know it was a delicacy.
No.
Again, it's fine. I'm not ripping it. I just didn't think it was, hey, we're in Houston, Texas. Where should we eat? Well, we got to hit Jack in the Box.
Yeah, I would assume
got to hit
because Whataburger doesn't go up north, right? That Whataburger would be the place that a northerner would want to go to.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not normally up there, but I know Jack's in the Box.
Try to swing by Papados or something.
Yeah, if you want an actual restaurant as opposed to a fast food place.
Yeah.
But I didn't know
just fast food. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know Jack in the Box was not available in some parts of the country. I guess I should have assumed.
It feels like it should be worldwide.
Yeah. Jack, Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Pitbull.
Pitbull's like, wait a minute. Pitbull's like, wait a minute.
Similar features. Different nose. Different nose.
Pitbull's gonna have to have a conversation with you.
Okay.
If he ever finds out what you said. But like if I go someplace and I hear about, maybe it's because I see JJ Watt always tweet about them now, Culver's. Like there are Culver's in the Houston-ish area, but they're all like on the outskirts.
Yeah, it's like where In-N-Out is.
Yeah, places, and there's actually an In-N-Out. Not that it would feel like for you,
it's the outskirts to me.
Yeah, because there's an In-N-Out in Webster, Texas now. But that's the outskirts for you. You're not traveling down south that far.
You kidding me?
Yeah,
I can't show my face in Webster.
Yeah, there's a Culver's.
After what I've said,
yeah, been very disrespectful. There's a Culver's and a Tascasita. Really no reason for me to go there. Cinco Ranch. There's no reason for me to be in that area.
They're all just like, not just like far enough, but also like you have to leave like I-10 or 45 to get there. Like you have to like then get on an FM road.
Yeah,
it's like
a long way out of the way for a burger. Even if
I'll just have to take Joel's word for it that it's good.
Yeah,
maybe if I ever go to Chicago.
Even if the tots are good.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it, everyone. But yeah, Jack in the Box. Who knew that would be an extra trip someone would have to take to feed the out of town family?
I do like that for you, me, and Jerry. It all like the common thread for our Jack in the Box.
It's school
consumption it was close to our high school.
Yeah.
It was very easy for 15-year-old Sean to walk to.
And it was very inexpensive.
Yeah, it's 99
Deep fry taco, a couple tacos were good. Throw in some curly fries, and I'm good. It's not, you wouldn't think it'd be the greatest meal to get you to a football practice or after football practice.
Isn't, actually.
It's not actually. It's bad for you, but it worked. It worked because I was 16 years old.
It got the job done.
Yeah, back then. The outfield didn't get the job done for Fromber, at least according to him. He was not happy with the outfield positioning. The run that gave the Nationals the lead, he particularly blames on that outfield. He was asked about it, and of course, through an interpreter, he explained his issue. In fact, he said because he's a guy they're not going to hit fly balls against. Why is the right fielder pretty much in center field playing that spot? If you don't know the play, it was a ground ball, got through the second and first base hole, and because of the positioning of the right fielder, instead of that turning into a single and the runner stopping at third, runner came home to score, and Juan Framber Valdez, who probably feels like a bit of a hard luck case because of how his offense doesn't produce, knows he needs anything he can get to get out of a ball game with a potential win. Here's one of his quotes: "It doesn't make sense that was a double. It doesn't make sense that the right fielder is playing center field with the lefty that was hitting. That should have been a single. That shouldn't have been a double. And the runner should have been at third and not at home." And he goes on, and these are a couple different guys grabbing quotes from Framber. One, Brian McTaggart, that's the one I read from one of his tweets, and then Chandler Rome had this. Framber was asked if he would approach the coaching staff about the positioning, and Framber responded with, "I don't have to ask the coaches about that. I feel like baseball is a game of common sense. With me as a lefty pitcher, they don't hit a lot of fly balls against me. So your best hit pitcher upset with the positioning and the defense." So, I think it was last week when the Astros actually won baseball games, I mentioned Joe Espada as a potential manager of the year candidate, and I jokingly was like, how many wins can be attributed to the manager? Did he make Bryce Matthews make a great defensive play? What did he put him in the right spot for that, or is that Bryce Matthews just being Bryce Matthews? What's he doing to make Hunter Brown pitch well? Well, not this version of Hunter Brown or Framber or whoever it might be. Now, logically, you say the guys who decide where these outfielders should be positioned know better than anyone would know about how these at-bats would go. They have the analytics, they have the numbers, they know against left-handers how this guy hits a baseball. In this case, it found a hole and it found a spot where your outfielder wasn't. And is Framber right? I guess the question would be, would Framber acknowledge that the positioning helped them at any point? Like, oh, that was a hard hit ball, but because of where we had our outfielders positioned or even our infielders positioned, instead of that being out, instead of that getting down and maybe leading to a run being scored, that's an out. That's the push and pull. I don't know that Framber would do that. So when I hear the starting pitcher go after the positioning, I'm like, you know what? I'm sure at times the positioning has helped you get out of an inning. So maybe we just chalk it up to frustration and it's not that big of a deal. But when you're in the midst of now a 5-game losing streak and your best pitcher is very vocal about how he thinks things were done wrong, you take notice, but that could just simply be chalked up to frustration. And we move on to the next time he's out there pitching. I'm sure it'll be something that's not a big deal within the clubhouse.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to be pretty good because he's, like you outlined, he's been good. Framber has been good, and he should be winning more, or at least getting credit for those wins more. And I think that's part of the reason he is. I don't know, voicing his frustrations the way he is. It's just that's like it seems like for him he just can't catch a break. Like he has to pitch scoreless innings for the Astros to have a chance to win. And in his mind, that run that scored, not my fault. Like what the hell are we doing back there? That's I can see how he would view it, especially that there's a lefty up. Why would you be playing shifted towards center if you're the right fielder? That's one of those things where I don't know the analytics for that. I don't know who was it, Nathaniel Lowe, who was up. I don't know what his whatever hot zones or whatever the spray chart is for him.
Yeah,
but
low.
Conventional wisdom goes like, well, a lefty on lefty matchup, like he's probably not going to take it the other way unless he's a guy who always pokes it the other way. The problem is he didn't do it this time where it really mattered. He hit it where a right fielder should be.
Yeah. And I think I mistakenly said it was the winning run. It was the tying run we could chalk it up to Brian King for the win.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Fromber wasn't on the hook for the
he wasn't on the hook for the loss. It was he gave up the tying run, and
but in his mind,
upset by it.
Yeah, in his
cost
mind,
him a chance to win the game.
Yeah, shouldn't have given up the tying run.
Yeah,
it's take that off the board. This isn't actually how baseball works, but take it off the board, and it's 1-1. He handed, it would be 1-1.
And who knows,
or 1-0 actually.
It's 1-0, and who knows how the game goes if they don't tie it. You just never know. With because Brian King, if he's still going out there, he may very well
he might give it up too.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows how it would have gone? But yeah, so some frustration boiling over through the interpreter about that particular setup in the 6th inning. And it cost Fromber at least a chance to win the game. He wouldn't have lost it, but it did cost him a chance to win the game. Of course, Hader and Abreu came in and do what they did. Brian King is someone who had a really good start to his season, and those performances have gotten a little shaky. He's not terrible.
No,
but there'll be a couple. There'll be a outing here or an outing there, because you look at his last couple outings, he hasn't given up a run in those outings as far as charge to him. But, he gave up 3 hits against the D-backs. That's the game they won 3-1. So he hasn't been terrible, as the ERA will tell you, 2.64. But last night, once again, when the margins are so slim, you need him to shut that thing down, because any run given up could be the winning run, even in a 2-run ball game.
It's a little bit of what's happening with the lineup with some of the bullpen guys, where it's a little bit of the clock is kind of striking midnight on some of these guys' insanity runs that they've been going on. It's a little bit of, oh yeah, this is why Brian King is Brian King. And not that, like you said, he's been bad. He just hasn't been as good. And when you stack up all the guys that need to be playing above their head for a month at a time, it's just not realistic to, we talk about this offense and how it struggled the last week or so. It's well, yeah, look who's out there. The outlier was what they were doing before then. The outlier was the last game of the Mariners series and the D-backs series, and before that the series against the Dodgers. Those are the outlier performances. That was them playing way above their head. This is kind of what it looks like when you're playing a bunch of guys that shouldn't be out there. Now, Brian King isn't at that level as a relief pitcher, but that's why he's not a closer. It's because he'll have a scuffle like that every once in a while.
Yeah, he's got an ERA under 1 this.
Yeah, he's good, but
this month, as far as he had if we're just going through Brian King's season, he had a tough month of May, and that was really attributed to 1 outing where he gave up 5
runs
he
got
in a third of an inning. But overall, he's certainly bounced back from that, and you would probably say they're solidly planted as their 6th inning guy.
Yeah.
And last night was unfortunate, but as you said, if this lineup was better, it would suck for him to give a home run. But if they're up 5-1 at the time, it's okay. Gave up a home run, we move on. We get the Abreu and Hader, and we win the game.
Exactly.
It's just that the lineup can't deal with your pitchers not being perfect.
It's just you're stacking so many things on top of each other. Of you need a great game from one of Trammell, Melton, guys that shouldn't be out there. Or at least when you conceive of the team on opening day, maybe we get something from these guys, but it's in spot duty, or it's as Jake Myers is getting a day off. That's why one of these guys is in the lineup. It's not both these guys are in the lineup for an extended amount of time,
and they're counted on. And
how many starts has Taylor Trammell made for the Astros? How many games has he started for the Astros? It has to be 20 at least.
Let's see.
Maybe it's less, just because the All-Star break eats up a week of my mind that he's been starting, but he's played more than conventional wisdom would assume.
Yeah, and all that stuff is really picked up in the month of July, where he's been counted on. And you know what? Sometimes you reach the end of I don't know if you want to call it luck, good fortune, when it comes to all these guys who are filling in, and we're suffering from it, at least watching the lineup in the last week or so, and it's costing people a chance at a Jack in a Box burger.
I know, and that's the real. He's played 7 games in the last 7 days.
Yeah.
He's played 25 games this season.
Most of that
feels like too many.
It's come in the back end of June and the month.
Yeah.
Of July.
22 of them have been in June or has been in July.
Yeah. Let's pick it up, guys. You're costing us jumble jacks. Let's go.
Come on, Pena, get back.
Yeah. Somehow, some way, find your way. And he, as far as the position players, is the closest coming back. Yeah. Is he gonna go down? Was he in Sugarland last night or tonight?
Last night he worked out with the team pregame, and he's because AAA is off on Mondays.
Yeah,
he's gonna play. I think the plan is 2 or 3 games, or 2 games rest, and then back on the field on Friday. That seems to be the plan, but as always, we'll see.
Yeah, he's gonna begin his rehab assignment tonight with the Space Cowboys, and we'll see how many starts or at bats he needs before they think he's ready to go. So live pitching in a game for Jeremy Pena, and then shortly afterwards, as long as things go well, he'll be back with the Astros. So that's good to see. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll switch to the Texans. Of course, we played the sound from D'Amico Ryans. That was confounding. Remains confounding, but they're in the middle of practice right now, so we'll give you some updates on that. And also, we'll hear from the owner, Cal McNair. He was asked a question about what he expects from the offensive line, and it went predictably like you might think. We'll hear from Cal when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Texans are back out there in practice form. Jalen Petre's back. He had missed the last couple of days, so he's back out of practice. One clip I saw was Kalen Bullock intercepting Stroud in 7-on-7. So the ball hawk remains a ball hawk there. But your offensive line, always a topic of conversation. And the owner was asked about it. So we'll get to that here. As far as who's out there starting right now, it's the same as it was yesterday with, it looks like Ursary taking over that right tackle spot, at least so far, from Blake Fisher. And then you've got Titus Howard, Laken Tomlinson, Jared Patterson, and Cam Robinson. So that's your 5 out there. Those 5 were out there yesterday with the starting 11. So we'll see if that continues, and maybe we have a solid 5 relatively early in training camp. But Cal Minero was out there yesterday. Lance Zierlein told us that Cal recognized him, said he listened to the show. There's a debate amongst the 7 to 10 slot whether that's true or not. I kind of feel like there's someone in Cal's ear who tells him who's out there, and then he does the whole vice president Selena Meyer thing or president thing where from Veep where, oh, hi, I know who you are. He pretends to know who you are.
Someone whispers in the ear.
Someone's whispering in his ear
Lance
who it is.
Zierlein.
Yeah.
Texas Radio Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You love listening to him on the morning.
Used to work for 610, now works for 97.5. I think that could have been the case, or maybe Cal's an avid listener of radio in the morning because he wants to hear what the people are saying about his team. Like when we had interns do that. I don't know that.
Me?
Yeah, you did it. I just don't know that
a couple times.
I don't know that Cal's doing it individually. Maybe he loves John and Lance on the way in because they're legends. Maybe. But,
if I'm the morning show on 610, though, I'm like, all right.
Well,
love them.
Well, you got to think about it.
You love John and Lance.
Well, think about this. Cal probably listened to them when he was younger, right? Because they were on when the Texans came into town. They were on 610.
Yeah. So he came up listening to them.
Back when maybe there was only one sports radio station. Maybe 790 was involved at that time. I don't remember. I didn't get here to 2002, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was very young. So I don't remember.
Really remember back then. So possibly Cal grew up listening to them. We didn't bring that into the table. Now that I think about it, that could be real.
So he's a longtime fan.
They were
a 20+ year fan.
They were the morning show on the station that had their games. There's a real chance that Cal, at points in his life, was in the car with Dad, listening to the show. On the way in, we know Cal has had a spot with the Texans for a long time.
I was really trying not to hand it to him, to especially Lance, and I can't believe you're the one that's outlining.
Well, now that I start to.
Yeah, I want it to be
through all these.
I want it to be the Selena Meyer way.
I would love for that to be the case, but
I would love for him to go, John Granado, love the show, to Lance. That's what I would have loved.
That would have been great.
I can't believe you're here from LA.
I just see that there's a way that they could have been a formative part of younger Cal's life.
Okay.
We're talking 20+ years ago.
You look at the Texans now. The man who owns the team was formed by John and Lance.
We're talking 20+ years ago.
So blame them for any shortcomings.
They were on 610, and he probably heard that show a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
how it is.
Still hired Jack Easterby 20 years later. That's incredible.
You make mistakes sometimes, right? Sometimes
he stopped listening. That was the problem.
It's true because they moved on. Now he had to listen to those other guys who couldn't inform him about the danger that was Jack Easterby, or who wouldn't, because there's Texans radio. Because back then it wasn't Texans radio. Sure, the games were on this station, but it wasn't fully Texans radio. But now it is. Well, Cal was out there when he wasn't talking to Lance about how much he loves him. He was asked questions about the O-line. I don't know why you asked the owner about that. I get asking the general manager. You want to ask the owner about expectations, which he was asked about. And he pretty much said in response that they expect to compete in every game. He didn't give the whole we're winning the Super Bowl. He didn't do that. If you want to ask them about what they're doing to make the game day experience better for season ticket holders, I get it. But to asking specifically about what he expects from the offensive line, I don't think that's his purview, but whatever. He did get asked a question. Here's Cal McNair on what he expects from the Texans offensive line.
Well,
CJ upright?
Upright, yeah. So we'll see. There were a lot of changes in the O-line, a lot of changes in the coaching, and it's not about one person. It's about all of them working together from the very top to all the guys on the roster, including guys that aren't on the offensive line. But they all got to work together to get us where we want to go.
I think after an initial, can't believe you asked me that question. Oh, that was, hey, I didn't think I was getting an offensive line question. They did fine. You heard Hannah McNair there as well, asking Cal football questions. Cut it out.
Yeah. Hey, how do you trust the running back depth after Joe Mixon? I mean, it looks like you're going to have to depend on what. Have you liked what you've seen out of Woody Marks so far?
I'm not looking for that from Cal. It's not what he should be responsible for. He wasn't out there making judgments and saying, you know what, we need to get Woody more carries.
Yeah.
Because Nick Chubb looks a little slow.
First impressions, Jalen Noel.
Yeah, stop it, everyone. Ask Cal the owner questions about
stadium,
whatever, new facility. Are we
game
getting
day stuff?
Yeah. CJ's wearing that light blue practice jersey. Could that light blue jersey be a permanent jersey? You want to ask him questions about that or their hate for the Tennessee Titans? I get it. He got through the offensive line question just fine. He's not going to give you anything of real substance. It's not his job.
I will say the sound was not really provided by us by Brian, but saved on this computer by Brian.
Yeah, his description.
He editorialized it a lot.
He did. And he didn't
was
like
titled,
the D'Amico Ryan's answer either, going by his description, the file name he gave it. It's the same one we played yesterday when D'Amico's talking about how we're how do you really care about the players?
Yes, this Cal McNair one was titled "Cal and Hannah seem stumped by O-line question."
Brian's in there, getting in his bag, describing things. I don't know if they were stumped. I bet they didn't think they were going to get that question, but as I said, they got through it. Either way, the offensive line working through their things. Nick Chubb, I think I talked about yesterday. He is the one getting more carries because Joe Mixon is unavailable. He talked about trying to work his way back to getting more explosive. I think I mentioned yesterday that he said he hadn't been in pads really since December. So we will see with the pads on if Nick Chubb can kind of regain the form that at least people had in their minds about what he could be. And really, you're thinking about not even last year's Nick Chubb, because he was a guy who was under 3.5 yards per carry in the games he played. So you did not see that burst even last year. The Texans took a shot. We certainly went through yesterday. They drafted Woody Marks. They brought in Nick Chubb. They have tried to supplement that running back room, and now those additions seem very important because of the status of Joe Mixon. We'll hear from Aaron Wilson. He reported on Joe Mixon's status. Seems like he has a brighter view of a timeline than Ian Rappaport does. So we'll hear from Aaron Wilson when we come back. He's out there every day covering the Texans. We'll see what he has to say about the status of Joe Mixon, because at this point, other than the day-to-day of seeing who's winning one-on-ones, is the offensive line coming together, that's the topic of camp. And we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's hear from Aaron Wilson here. So, Ian Rappaport's report on Joe Mixon's status was apparently very upsetting to head coach D'Amico Ryans. In that report, there was a suggestion that Joe Mixon could not be ready for week 1. Maybe not be able to suit up against the Rams. Here is Aaron Wilson suggesting, or at least reporting, that it's a more positive outlook for Joe Mixon. Here's Aaron Wilson.
Where that leaves Joe is Joe had aggravation of ankle and the foot deal, working out independently during the spring, and he was in a walking boot for a while. Then it's a protective walking boot. He then got out of the walking boot and he was in a lace-up brace. And then he got out of the brace and then he's, increased his mobility. He's been working out all summer. And I don't think that they will have him ready to practice on the first day. I think they will ease him in and just have him at some point in the spring, some point in the camp, have him get back out there and start forming that tandem with Nick Chubb, which could be very formidable. But the most important question, will he be ready for the Rams game? I believe so. Yes, I expect that. So I was told he's doing, quote, great.
So there it is. While there is some ambiguity about when he'll come back, at least in Aaron Wilson's eyes, Joe Mixon will be ready to go by week 1 because he's doing great.
Yeah. To me, it's a question of, is it he'll be ready by week 1? That's what we're comfortable promising. And then are they under promising and over delivering on Joe Mixon's rehab? Of if he actually does get out there, I don't know, let's just say whatever, August 17th. Like, okay, that's that to me, it's like no worries about Joe Mixon. But if it is a limited in practice the Wednesday before the Rams game, I'm like,
we
what
got
are
a
we
real
doing,
issue
guys?
here. Yeah. So there, in a matter of days, we've got, very similar as far as what's going on, how he got hurt.
It's a different interpretation of the
Certainly, and Aaron Wilson probably hearing directly, and I'm sure they both have people in the building, but Aaron Wilson at least getting the more positive side of Joe Mixon.
So we'll choose to believe that.
I live in this town, sir. I'm not leaning to the positive side of any injury news.
Yeah, it's injury news.
No.
CJ Stroud was fine.
It's true.
We just got our finger wagged about not caring about the health of people that as much as D'Amico Ryans does by D'Amico Ryans, just like we did the other day with Joe Mixon, where it's like, yes, okay, coach, you care a lot about your players.
If we're going by that, we should expect Joe Mixon to be in pads
like next week,
tomorrow.
Yeah, he's not even hurt.
Yeah, he's just like a veteran that doesn't want to take part in training camp.
Yeah.
So there it is. And at this point, that's the end of that until there's actually any real news regarding Joe Mixon's return. Some college football stuff. The Cougars got practice started today, and of course, Connor Wegman is expected to be their starter. The former 5-star Aggie quarterback is the Cougs' number 1. New star for him. More talent in that Cougs program, and they're going to recruit in a way where they won't be so dependent on Connor Wegman to be great for the next couple of years, because they're going to have Henderson come in. And so if Connor Wegman can establish himself, maybe he takes that job for a couple of years. But if it's a middling year for him in his first year at the Cougs, then you do have a very talented, very much talked about quarterback recruit coming in. So stacking talent is the way you need to do things. So get a 5-star in Wegman in the building, and you'll get Henderson coming in next season. So we'll see. Cougs getting practice started today, which means we're getting ever closer to the college football season. What are we like? About 4 weeks away now? About 4 weeks away. Week 0, about 4 weeks away now, and the Cougs get ready for their season. They're second under Willie Fritz. Okay, we'll go to break with that. While we won't do a full list, but the Texans are at the top of another ranking. And it makes some sense when you see the compilation of the roster. So we'll get to that. And I'll pose a question to Sean, because this was brought up by Lance Zierlein in the first show of the day because of Deion Sanders. I'll tell you why Sean and Deion are now connected because of Lance when we come back. So yesterday, Deion Sanders had a press conference, and the speculation was he was going to retire. People read into things. They knew he was dealing with a couple of health issues, and with the Suns no longer being at Colorado, people thought, well, Deion's done there. The spark of coaching his kids along with Travis Hunter is gone. He's not going to want to stick it out in Colorado because plus he's ill. Turns out the announcement was he had his bladder removed and he's overcome cancer and he's going to coach at Colorado. So it was a positive presser for Deion. And when we started to see videos from his ordeal, a surprising person popped up in one of the videos. What is going on? Looks like a we had a power surge in there.
Yeah, we did.
Looks
and
like,
then it sounded like thunder.
yeah, it looks like I don't see any. Is there bad weather? I can't see.
Neither can I.
But either way, it looks like we're okay. We're being asked questions if we're okay or not. Looks like we're still fine. We'll see if it's affecting the broadcast for you guys out there. But so a surprising person popped into one of the videos. Sean, do you know who Carucci is?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Carucci, formerly in a relationship with Chris Brown. She's dated Victor Cruz. She has dated a number of very famous people. Dated Quavo for a little bit. So, and now maybe Dion. At least she was in one of the videos supporting Dion while he was trying to recover from cancer. So, Lance, apparently, as the defender of Sean Mapes, thought to himself, he's sick and tired of watching Carucci go with a famous person, and was like, you know what? Why won't she date a guy like Sean? In fact, why won't she date Sean? I tried to say logistically, they probably have never been in the same room before. It's kind of difficult for that to happen. But his suggestion was Sean Mapes with Carucci. And now this assumption is you would just immediately date Carucci. I don't know that to be the case. You and her may not have the same way of living life. She may live life a way that you don't agree with. So you decide, you know what? We're not the best fit.
Yeah, she might be a morning person.
There are things that could keep you two kids apart.
Kids?
That's what they say, right? You two kids apart.
I have her Google.
Yeah, she is not a kid. She's
not that.
She's a beautiful woman, but yeah, she would not be classified as a kid.
This isn't normally but she's only 8 years older than me.
Yes.
Like, that's not crazy.
It's not the age gap isn't crazy.
I'll say
it's not the Drea Jalen age gap.
There's a bigger age gap between her and Deion Sanders.
Yes, it's 20 years. I did do that math earlier today when I saw the video. She is 37. He is 57, I believe. So, yes, you would be more age appropriate.
I didn't know he was only 57. Now, for this conversation, it doesn't matter. But for the conversation we're having, the break of, do I think I could have...
Oh, you thought he was older?
I thought he was like 60.
Yeah, we can't get into the levels of the conversation because it's cancelable. But yes, there was a conversation about could we at our ages
different athletes that we could beat in a foot race.
Yes, we just started naming older athletes, the best, not even just regular old athletes, like the best athletes of all time,
like Michael Jordan.
Yeah, would there
beat him in a foot race?
Trust me, this wasn't a basketball discussion. Everybody,
no,
we are not.
We cannot
dumb enough to believe we could beat him even at his age now in basketball.
I don't think I could have beat Bill Russell in basketball the day he died.
No.
Like, I don't think I could have.
The question was straight sprint, baseline to baseline. It was to be his home turf, but it wouldn't be the game that he played at such a high level.
Yeah.
We were
back to anyway, Michael Jordan talk. Back to Carucci.
And I suggested maybe you're more of a, because I've talked to you, more Margaret Qualley, Florence Pugh type. But after looking up Carucci, Sean, if it came about, do you think you could?
Let me finish my research.
Yeah, you could
second.
be someone who could see themselves. Since I'm just furthering Lance Erline's dream, do you think you could see yourself dating a Carucci? When I remember, I've laid out who she's dated in the past. Some long-term relationships, some short-term relationships.
I will say, going through the dating history you pointed out, I don't know if I'm her type. I will just put that out there.
Okay.
I'm not a musician, not an athlete.
Yeah, I don't know who she's dated who doesn't fit into that category because I don't have an extensive dating history in front of me.
No.
These are just the names that have popped up with a random Google search.
People also ask.
She's also an actor. I mentioned that because you like actors.
Yes.
She's
they're just on my TV screen, but yes.
No. But some of the women you have mentioned as women you like,
yes,
they've been actors. So that's why I've thrown her in the mix because she pretty accomplished. She acted on Claws. That was a show that ran for like 5 years on TNT. She's on
Three-Headed Shark Attack. What's that?
Well, that's a little less
esteemed.
Yes,
yeah.
she's on the Shy now. Excuse me, the show on I think it's Showtime. It's been on a long time.
Movie.
So she has a pretty extensive IMDb page. So she fits one of your likes, one of your green flags.
Yes, she's also very attractive.
Yes, that's another one.
Green
that
flag.
Certainly helps as well. So knowing what you don't know about her, Could you see yourself? Could you
That's a different question.
could you further Lance Zierlein's dream?
Could I see myself? Not really.
No.
Would I be open to it? Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how realistic you are. Like, how delusional are you or not delusional? Because yes, for Lance Zierlein's dream, of course, but you understand there's just certain obstacles that might come between you two. Like, you've got something that might draw you closer together?
No, just an update on people also ask. Apparently Carucci said that Deion Sanders is her godfather.
Oh, okay. Then that would be weirder than it already is if they're actually dating. So that would make some sense why she's in the video. They have a familial connection, and that's why she's there.
This is just a people also ask and it links to an Instagram post. So.
But did she say that he was her godfather? Because that would explain quite a bit why she's in the video, helping him.
No, it's another person who misspelled Carucci. Never mind.
Then maybe that.
I rushed to because that boosted my percentages up exponentially.
If Deion's out the way, if Deion's not a threat to your love,
0 or 0.0001 to like 0.1.
Yeah, if you're harboring any thoughts of making this happen, somehow, some way, got to get in the same room with her at some point. It seems unlikely.
Okay, then leads down a stalker path.
No,
which
I'm not saying maneuver, but you got to up your level at some point to make that happen. I don't think a DM's gonna work, but you never know, right?
Shoot or shoot.
Yeah, exactly. And mostly this is rolling around in my head beyond the Lance Zierlein ridiculousness of it all. His suggesting that you should try. I was on just scrolling on Instagram, and I assumed it was always something that was in the back of my mind. I just couldn't place it. I immediately think down on dudes who rush to take a picture with a celebrity, a woman who's a celebrity.
Oh, yeah,
because subconsciously, I guess I'm thinking no woman who's of that level of fame has ever dated a fan before, right? They don't date
that we know of.
It's true that we know of, but famous women, don't date fans.
There's not a lot of stories
where a guy was like met her at a restaurant, took a picture with her, and they wound up dating. That doesn't happen.
Where a famous actress is like, well, I was doing a panel at Comic-Con, and during the meet and greet section, met a great guy, and actually, we're coming up on 3 years together. Like, it doesn't
happen. Like a guy will certainly use his fame and popularity if a woman likes him because he's in a band or in a show. We know that happens. Guys operate differently. I just have never heard a story where we hear about a fan wind up dating a woman he was a fan of. It takes you off the board.
Yeah, well, if Carucci wants to be a trendsetter, a trailblazer.
No, you don't play it that way.
Oh.
You've never watched anything she's ever done, and you didn't hear of her until today.
Okay.
That's how you play. You didn't know who she was until Deion had her in one of his videos. That's how you play it. Don't take yourself off the board, because if you ever acknowledge that you watched her in Claws and loved her performance,
I mean, you're done for. I'm not lying when I say I've not seen any of her
I believe
movie work.
I believe you, but make sure to sell that when you see her. Yeah, so the bigger story.
I've not seen any of this stuff.
Yeah, I know of Claws because it used to be promoted when I would watch basketball on TNT.
Yeah,
it would be one of the things they tell you to watch. But yeah, I've never seen that show, at least in its entirety. But the big story beyond Sean's potential,
there's a big story other than that.
Carucci. Yes, Deion Sanders is A-okay, which is great. As I kind of laid out, he's had some health concerns, but it looks like he's overcome that. Of course, you got to be diligent and all that, but it looks like he's going to be okay. And Deion Sanders will be coaching Colorado this season.
Yeah,
we'll see what Colorado has. They had a pretty good year last year, made a bowl game. No Shador, no Shiloh, no Travis Hunter. They do have a big-time recruit at quarterback who they may lean on. They have a couple guys battling for that job, but it's good. Deion, whatever you think of him as a coach, he's been part of our lives. Better part of what we're talking, 30 years now. About 30 years now, Deion's been.
Yeah.
Since
early 90s.
Yeah, it's been around a long time. One of the one of the biggest figures in sports, and it looks like he's going to be okay. So that's good news. And apparently, Deion Sanders
doing
very well. If the Godfather thing isn't to be believed,
I haven't seen anything else that corroborates that.
So now your percentages have dropped a little
Back
bit.
Down. Yes.
Okay.
The live stock market line. There's a little bit of a jump.
Yeah. Yeah. I would tell you
almost got to 1%. Oh no, almost got to 0.1%.
I would tell you maybe target Florence Pugh. And target's not the right word. I acknowledge that.
Thank you.
I acknowledge that. But maybe set your sights.
That's awesome.
It's not great either, right? Turn your attention.
Sure.
There it is. Turn your attention to Florence Pugh.
It's always because my attention's always turned.
We'll see how Dune
3
is coming, because they're going to give it a name.
Well, it was based off the book called Dune Messiah.
They decided not to call
we'll
it
just
that.
do part 3.
Yeah, I think it's because of the show didn't do well. Dune Prophecy. It had a name.
They want to shy away from the.
Yeah, they want to shy away from the subtitle name. So now they're just going to go with Dune 3. Florence Pugh's in it. Also on Thunderbolts. Go see that one. Is it on Disney Plus yet? You can go see. That was pretty good.
Maybe.
As we say, Marvel is back, and she's one of the big reasons why.
Yes.
Sean.
Although Michael says no.
He doesn't like hearing Marvel's back. That's true.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything personal.
It's nothing to do with Pugh or the Thunderbolts.
Yeah. Or else he'd have a big problem with me.
It's not back. It's been around.
All right. Not back. It's been around.
Okay. His contention is it was never gone.
Okay.
I don't know. I saw Ant-Man 3. I don't mind it. I don't care.
No, I mind. Wait 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw Quantumania.
3 days and 15 minutes. We'll get back to this.
Yeah, Michael can voice his displeasure with the contention that Marvel ever left.
Yeah.
On Fridays at 11:30.
Tomorrow night on Comicast on 97.5.
I don't think he's going to take a topic on this show to Comicast, but I would appreciate it.
I would hope he doesn't.
Yeah,
especially not this one.
Yeah, not this one particularly. But Michael Carroll, you heard him in the background. You'll hear him on a mic 11:30 on Fridays as he joins us every Friday when he's available to let us know what's good in movies and TV and what's bad. And he'll let us know the state of the Marvel Cinematic Universe on Friday. All right, we'll go to break with that. Glad we figured out that Sean isn't as delusional as Lance. He's aware that the likelihood of him ever dating Karuchi Tran is low, but let's not rule it out. And because he's barely knows what she's in, the percentages go up slightly.
Yeah, in a weird way, it helps.
Yeah. Don't be a fan now or later, Sean.
I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
There it is. All right. That ends that segment. We'll come back with our list. The Texans at the top of a power ranking once again. It's a made-up thing. There's no real impact on anything, but they are at the top of another list regarding some of the talent on their roster, and we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we'll get to the ranking where the Texans are number 1. But John Morosi's reporting that the Astros are sniffing around Nolan Arenado again. That is something that can't be let go, apparently. And yes, they're desperate for a bat. Arenado has not been great this year. He wasn't great when we were having this discussion before the season began, when he was someone who wasn't sure about the Astros' commitment to winning. So he didn't know if he wanted to waive his no trade clause. He wanted to be in California. He remains in St. Louis, and he is having a down year currently. But it's better than running out what the Astros are currently running out there. So it looks like they're trying again to potentially acquire Nolan Arenado. He's at with the Cardinals this year. He's got an OPS of under 700, under 670, has 10 home runs. His batting average at 235. So numbers aren't great, but the Astros are the epitome of beggars. So if they can get the deal done, I guess we squint and go, you know what? It looks like the Nolan Arenado from a couple years ago. Come on, let's see what you got.
I don't, and maybe the answer is just as simple as Jim Crane does what Jim Crane wants to do. I do see it. It's kind of hard to think that they'll go over the competitive balance tax to bring in Nolan Arenado, who has a sub 700 OPS.
Yeah, Morosi also notes that no deal is close as of this morning, because this is what the Nolan Arenado thing is.
Well,
he's mentioned the Astros are somewhat interested, and nothing ever comes to fruition.
If the deal was close, I feel like that'd be higher up in the sentence of or of the tweet or whatever, of like they're close to a deal with Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, he tweeted it out.
They're just interested.
About an hour ago. That this is the full tweet. Nolan Arenado's name has come up in trade talks between the Astros and Cardinals, but there's no momentum toward a deal as of this morning. So how did it come up? Like, oh, remember we still have Nolan, and that was the end of that?
Whoever the GM of the St. Louis Cardinals answering the phone, and then Dana Brown goes, "Hey, it's Dana Brown," and just cuts him off. He goes, "Stop asking about Nolan Arenado, all right?
He doesn't want to play there.
Leave him alone."
So there it is. Another name that's floated out there, and he's a Ray. Sean and I did this bit earlier because they had two guys with the last name spelled Low, but one of them is Lau, and the one who spelled Lau, Brandon Lau, is the one the Astros are interested in currently. So he's a name to look out for as well. That's courtesy of CBS Sports. The Astros are trying to find a bat somehow, some way, and a couple guys, at least of names we're familiar with, are back. And this one was aggregated by CBS Sports. It's from the New York Post. Brandon Lau is a guy the Astros, along with the Mets, are taking a look at. So we're a couple days away from the trade deadline, and the Astros are desperate for any pop. So those are a couple guys who are out there.
Just some pop,
anything
please.
From someplace. Get us a jumbo jack somehow, some way.
Just a major league hitter. That is what we're asking for now. Just because chances are we can stick you at a position that replaces a AAA player.
Yeah, you trust us. You know,
we can move things around.
You know how some NFL free agents around this time, they pick and choose. They want to go to a spot where they can play. Any player that the Astros trade for, don't worry. There are at bats for you here. You don't have to worry about not playing.
Well,
You're going to
fit
get
the scheme around you.
Yeah.
All right, and that scheme is, no matter what your numbers are, you'll probably be batting no worse than fifth the second you get traded to the Astros.
Yeah, if you didn't spend time in your organization's minor league system this year, or in your minor league team on their minor league team this year, you are someone we're interested in. You're someone we will play. You are someone who will get at bats. So the pickings currently look a little slim if we're revisiting Nolan Arenado.
Last night,
Lau's been better, much better. So if that's a guy you can grab, question is how much will it cost? And if you're battling the Mets, now you have maybe a bit of a bidding war for guys who've been pretty productive this year.
God, bidding war with the Mets. I know this is a trade, so it's not as bad as how free agency bidding wars with the Mets go, but still don't love it. The Mets are just irrational enough to be like, F it. It's like I was saying with Jim Crane, like maybe he just wants Nolan Arenado, and so he'll go over the luxury tax for Nolan Arenado and not someone else. Same thing applies to Steve Cohen of like, well, maybe just Steve Cohen just really wants Brandon Lau. Just boom,
let's get it done.
Yeah, and for reference, where I said basically anyone they trade for would immediately bat no worse than fifth. Last night's lineup, Taylor Trammell led off, and Jacob Melton batted fifth. So
who had just been brought up because
who they made his not debut, but he
was back after
his
being
first
hurt.
game off.
Yeah, they DFA John Singleton to bring Melton back, and as soon as he's back, let's put him in the 5-hole.
Yeah, gosh.
I don't want
a squad.
I don't want to break down the lineup anymore. It's
Christian
sad.
Walker, or I should say, Victor Caratini batted third, which no issues here, but also it's an issue that's not an issue. And then Christian Walker batted fourth. Need some pop. Would like some pop.
Yeah, every day it devolves into, boy, this lineup stinks. That's kind of the baseline of everything. Wow, I wish we had more talent.
It was fun when they were good, though.
Yeah, of course.
It really was the Linsanity run of like 2 weeks where they're just like, man, look at these guys go. And now it's like, oh my God, for the 2012 New York Knicks, can Carmelo Anthony get healthy, please? And we can go back to having a star.
I don't even need the Carmelo Anthony who's fooling me into thinking he can lead a team to a title.
No.
I just want the guy out there who can shoot a mid-range jumper, and I can confidently go, at least
give me 24.
There's a bucket getter out there.
Yeah.
I just need my version of bucket getter for the Astros is a guy who's got, actually, let's say multiple guys, because it's not just a guy, but a couple guys who have the ability to string a couple of good at-bats together in a game. That's all I'm asking for. And whether Pena will be the first to do that on his return, or it is a trade for a guy like Brandon Lau, just like I've said, good story, what's gone on, but I think we're all tired of watching that lineup. And it's not their fault. There's a reason those guys spend as much time in Sugarland as they do.
Yeah,
it's not even an attack on them.
It's just they're being overstretched.
They're being asked to do stuff they aren't capable of doing.
I would like
on a consistent basis.
The stretching to go back.
Yeah, rubber bands. They stretch back, just constrict, go back, and be
like Pedro Pascal in the new movie Fantastic Four: First Steps. Just whoop back to normal, Pedro. Please.
I need more of you. I need more of Short and Trammell figuring out math problems.
Yeah,
not
and
going
not
out there and fighting Galactus.
Yes. He needs to reach across the room to get a book or something.
Yeah,
don't need that.
Yeah, just write equations on the
fake ass equations
on the chalkboard, and that's our version of you going back down to Sugarland and helping the Space Cowboys win another PCL title or whatever they do down there. All right, we'll get to the Texans story. Well, more, it's like a ranking when we come back. They top the list of talent in a certain age range, and considering how they've drafted, it should be no surprise. We'll get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, so ESPN.com, you can go to it right now. If you go to the NFL portion of their site, and they rank the teams with the most talent under the age of 25. And the Texans were number one last year, and they remain number one, mostly because C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, and Kamari Lassiter remain under 25 years old, 25 or under. Stroud and Anderson will turn 24 as the season begins. And people who have left the list, Tank Dell, he graduated from the list. Drew Scruggs is a notable graduated player. I'm not sure he should qualify. I'm not sure. Considering where he stands in the pecking order right now with the offensive line, not sure I would put him there. But, he started last year, so he was on the list. These Stroud, Anderson, Stingley, Lassiter, there are your blue chip players. Bullock does not make the list of blue chip players, but he is under 25 as well. Henry To'oTo'o, Ursary, who's out there starting now at right tackle, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and Jalen Smith. Those are other guys, young players on the roster. But you look at the top and the blue chip players, yeah, that's a strong list.
And the blue chip players, this is why they're number one, and they were number one last year. The blue chip players, other than Nico Collins and maybe Danielle Hunter, Stroud, Anderson, Stingley, Lassiter, those might be the best players on the Texans. Like, that might be the list of the best players on the Texans besides Nico Collins and Danielle Hunter. Like, that is how you become number one, is that your team that won the division the last 2 years is led by all guys that are under 25.
So we see those guys, we see the ranking, hard to disagree. The next up, and we don't have as much familiarity with this team. We don't see them on a daily basis. We're not talking about them all the time. So maybe Seattle Seahawk fans would have an argument, but they're at number 2 with Witherspoon, Devin Witherspoon, the corner, Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. They've drafted Jalen Milroe, not expected to play. You got Sam Darnold there. You just go through recent draft picks, but their blue chippers are those three.
Kenneth Walker, the running back.
Yeah, he's 24, so he and Zach Charbonnet, two backs, would fit under that, but they don't rise to the level of blue chippers. And we're talking about the Texas blue chippers. We're talking about guys who could be, we have an all-pro. We have a potential DPOY in Will Anderson, of course, C.J. Stroud.
Good quarterback.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to beat the Texans when you have guys at Stingley's level and Will Anderson's level. And C.J. Stroud's second year probably wouldn't elevate him above Stingley, certainly, and you can have your debate about Will Anderson. But a good young quarterback, means so much that, of course, they're gonna lead the league.
Especially part of this methodology that most of it is pretty self-explanatory. It was just like, who played the most, and how well do they play? If they're on a rookie contract, they prefer that. And part of it is relative importance of positions, with quarterbacks being more important, running backs, off-ball linebackers, specialists being less important than other positions. And you look at the Texans, and it's quarterback, edge rusher, and 2 corners.
Yeah. They're playing premium positions, and they've hit on those guys. That's certainly gonna help you rise to the top. Just going through the list to see if we have any real competition in the AFC South. They have the Jags. Now, Trevor Lawrence graduated from, so he's not included. His play should have removed him from the list, but whatever. Brian Thomas Jr., great receiver. Travis Hunter, yet to be seen, but expected of him.
Chances are he'll be good at one of the positions he plays.
And they do list him at wide receiver, cornerback. Anton Harrison, a recent offensive tackle draft pick, and Travon Walker, who is certainly overshadowed by the fact that Aiden Hutchinson is in that draft, and I don't think anyone believes they should have taken Travon Walker. A lot of people didn't think they should have done it at the time. Yeah, certainly don't think they should now.
Walker did have a good year last year.
He did. Aiden Hutchinson is coming off a big injury.
Yeah, 10.5 sacks for Walker last year.
So he has played well. It's just that
he's not
Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they bet on physical skill, physicality.
Yeah, the traits
and all that stuff with Walker. And he's played well. But Aiden Hutchinson has been a better player. He had the 7.5 sacks. He was hurt. He had 11.5 in his first year, or at least his 2023 year, Aiden Hutchinson. So he has been a hit for the Lions. And of course, the Jags would tell you we feel pretty good about Travon Walker as well.
Yeah. And next up on the list, Jags are 8, number 9, Tennessee Titans. The blue chip quick players, they have it as a cornerback named Cameron Ward. I believe the quarterback.
About the quarterback. Yes.
Cam Ward and J.C. Latham, their first-round pick from 2024, and Tavondre Sweat, their second-round pick from 2024, defensive tackle.
Cam Ward made a play over the weekend. It was obviously not in pads. He wasn't going to get tackled.
Practice
I'm sure
highlights.
Jeffrey Simmons probably in a game he was loose. He either would have hit Cam Ward to affect the throw or sacked him. Period. He makes a throw where it's one of those pro day throws where he's wheeling to his right, his left, and then he throws across his body.
Love that.
And he hits Ridley on a deep ball, scores a touchdown. A lot of Tennessee people excited. I continue to think, mostly because of Trevor Lawrence, you throw Anthony Richardson in there as well, how fortunate the Texans have been, considering the high draft picks that have been used on quarterbacks in the division. For the two who took them before this year, now Tennessee can be added to the mix, to have been what appears to be so wrong. Like, what will Trevor Lawrence be beyond us and our slander of him? If we just look at it honestly and realistically, is he a franchise quarterback at this point? No,
not yet. Or no, but I would say that like the I guess pitch for him, would be Liam Cohen just did that basically with Baker Mayfield, who was bouncing around the league. Another former number 1 pick that he made into, or had a hand. I don't want to say made into. Dave Canales would also like.
Yes, he was there the year before.
But he can run a good offense, and so much of this league is like, hey, Jared Goff sucks his last year on the Rams, and then Ben Johnson gets his hands on him, and now he's back to being a competent quarterback, a good quarterback for a very good team. So that would, if you're making the case for Trevor Lawrence, would be just the whatever, his 4th coach or 3rd coach, right?
Yeah, 3rd coach.
3rd coach. Now he's the guy who's going to get the most out.
Yeah, because if you use the argument that, well, he was under a quarterback guy and Doug Peterson, he made Carson Wentz on track to be an MVP until he got hurt late in the year.
Won that same Super Bowl with a different quarterback.
So that's a quarterback guy, and he couldn't extract what he needed out of Trevor Lawrence to make Trevor Lawrence as successful as people think he can be. Hell, it led to Doug Peterson getting fired.
Yeah.
The pushback would be, well, Sean McVay, known quarterback dude, had to give up on Jared Goff, and Jared Goff went someplace else.
And a different guy.
And excelled. Yeah. So that would be the reasoning behind not giving up on Trevor Lawrence, just because Doug Peterson couldn't, quote unquote, fix him.
Yeah. And I'm not saying I'd believe that. It's just if you put yourself in the shoes of a Jags fan, that's what you have to
push
yourself.
Back on the, well, if Doug Peterson couldn't fix him, why do you think Liam Cohen can? Well, we've seen it in other spots.
Yeah, different guys, whatever. I mean, the Colts are 20th on this list. I don't think there's anything really that I just scrolled to the bottom and see who's last on this list. Number 32, the Denver Broncos, who...
Well, is Bo Nix too old?
Yes, notable graduated players. Bo Nix, their second-year quarterback. Patrick Surtain also graduated. So basically, a lot of their really good players just graduated. Yeah. So Bo Nix graduated, even though, he was good. Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, Nick Bonito. Those guys graduated. So they have no blue chip players under 25, according to this list.
But
part of that is because their first round pick last year is
an old quarterback.
too old to be included.
Spent a lot of time in college.
Yeah,
but
and then the defensive player of the year, Surtain, also turned 25 in April.
Yeah, their best players are hitting 25.
Yeah,
and that's just why they don't make the list. So Texas remain there, and CJ would still be under 25 next year. So, and Will Anderson, by the time the list comes out, if it comes out in July, he'd be under 25 too. So we may see them
three-peat at number one.
We may see maybe 3 straight division titles.
I don't know.
And maybe 3 straight top of the rankings when it comes to stars under 25.
Stingley would. Is it 25 and under?
I think you have to be under 25.
Yes, under 25. Okay, so Stingley would graduate.
Okay, so he would come off the list, and maybe Lassiter's so good that he pops on the list.
And
or he's already on the list. Bullock jumps up onto the list, and maybe Higgins has a great year.
Yeah,
they have options there as far as guys who can keep them.
Juice Scruggs. Oh no, he graduated.
Top
sorry.
List. Yeah, but Juice Scruggs.
He's a notable player that graduated.
I saw. Yeah, I referenced it, and I couldn't believe it. Then I still
notable.
Can't. I still can't.
I wanted to note it.
Yeah. If you don't know,
Ursery and Fisher, I think are both under 25.
Blake Fisher, who apparently has lost his job to Ursery, so you move.
Whoops.
One
probably won't be on the list.
1 second round pick replaces the previous second round pick.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, Juice Scruggs isn't a guy who's even getting kind of second team reps right now. He's in that second to third string mode.
No,
so
I don't think him or Juice Patterson. I think.
Well,
I think this is the last year.
Apparently.
I think this is the last year that we have the Juice Patterson bit.
Because one of them is gone or both of them are gone.
I think they will fall off they already fell off the notable players on this list. I think they'll fall off the notable players on everyday Texans.
I don't know. The Patterson half of Juice Patterson is the starting center. There isn't
the juice part.
The juice part is in real trouble.
Can we do Ariante Fisher?
No, not yet.
It doesn't have the same juice.
No, it doesn't.
Literally, same juice.
It doesn't. So we're gonna allow those two gentlemen to keep their names.
Yes,
and we'll see if one of them
to live as two different people.
They're two different people because we haven't seen Ursery play to the level of Blake Fisher or Blake Fisher play the level of Ursery yet.
Maybe. I'm not gonna try to force it.
No,
Lake and Tomlinson and someone else.
Nice. Been around too long.
Yeah, he's his own man. He's an NFL vet.
It's a credit to Ursery. I hope it's not simply by default that they're putting him there because they don't have a better option. I hope he's beaten out Blake Fisher to this point, and that's why he's won the job, as opposed to, wow, Blake's really bad, so let's give Ursery a shot. I hope it's not that, which I can't rule out because I saw some clips over the weekend, and Will Anderson was kicking. He was kicking Fisher's ass as far as 11-on-11s, beating him around the edge several times.
John Harris had one of his observation things last week, and it was the same thing where it's like, or it was about Ursery, and it was like mostly positive, but then it was like there's a lot of moments where he gets got by Will Anderson.
Yeah, I saw that too. Like,
that'll happen though. Like I understand it, but like it is Will freaking Anderson that he's going up against. Like
it is the toughest of tests.
It's a tough assignment. I still don't have high hopes, but it's just the specific of like, well, he does get got by Will Anderson. Like, I would hope so, or else honestly, I'd have a problem with Will Anderson.
Yeah, and I saw that people who are out there said that Ursery's done a pretty good job, but he does get beaten around the edge, and that has a lot to do with the guy opposite him.
Paul was at training camp today, and he'll have his observations coming up soon.
Just a couple minutes. So Paul Gallant will join you guys at noon. He'll let you know what he saw out at Texans camp. We had Lance out there yesterday. We had Paul out there today. Will Kunkel's out there consistently, and he'll join John and Lance on Friday. So we kind of got you covered here with Texans coverage, and we'll certainly keep you updated on this show if there's any news. So we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment here on the show. Certainly with that one segment remaining, you can get in. The number is 713-780-3776. Sean and I, leading to Paul Gallant. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We didn't get to this today. More news is emerging. Certainly, as this story continues, we'll hear more definitive words on it. But if you missed it yesterday, a gunman in New York City, and something that's all too common, went into a building and had a purpose to, well, hurt people. And in this case, if not for going up the wrong elevator, he would have attacked the NFL offices in New York. Now, it didn't keep him from killing people along with himself, and also there's a police officer who was killed as well. But the story coming from New York is, at least from the mayor, that this was an attack on the NFL offices. The gunman is someone who used to play high school football, and if you go by the note that was on him at the time of his death, he is attributing what he thinks is CTE, something he does not know but did believe he had, to the NFL. He blamed the NFL. He has not played in the NFL. Shane Tamura was 27 years old, and he blamed the NFL for what he thought was CTE, and he was going to those offices to, I guess, extract retribution for what he thought the NFL did to him. There'll be more coming out on that, but life is just nuts and weird, man. There was a woman who saw him as he was getting onto the elevator. He looked at her, just let her go. Why he shot others, I don't know if we'll ever know that. But that woman just happened to see him, and they crossed paths, and she was someone who was spared. And I guess more people in those NFL offices were spared as well, simply because he chose the wrong elevator well. So that happened yesterday, and the mayor spoke this morning, Mayor Eric Adams, on it. And right now, authorities believe this was an attack on the NFL offices at 345 Park Avenue. So, as you can imagine, the NFL, particularly through Roger Goodell, sent out a memo to all their employees about it. I don't think they had that particular information at the time. I think that memo was sent out earlier than when Eric Adams' comments were made, but just there's nothing really to say. I mean, I don't know the mental state of that man, but you can guess that
didn't seem great.
Perhaps he was not someone who was in a place where he could make actual judgments. If we're talking about the NFL being blamed for something that was not diagnosed,
never played in the NFL.
Yeah, but
took the wrong elevator. So
all these things.
Maybe he did have CTA, but yeah.
Who knows? We won't know. And
we won't know.
That is something that can't be figured out until after death, and they obviously look at the brain. I don't know if he will rise to the level of someone who needs his brain studied, but CTE is now in some ways attached to a story that goes well beyond that because of the loss of life.
And it started as like the shooting occurred in the same building or near the same building of the NFL offices, and now late last night or today we got the confirmation that was the plan, was the NFL offices. So, obviously scary, and at a certain point, or at really any point, doesn't matter. They took the wrong elevator.
Of course,
people still died. Doesn't matter if you work for the NFL or not. Just as senseless of a death.
No matter who the targets were, and some people lost their lives because of this. Man, no matter what his mindset was. So, just throw another. I don't know how this one's going to be classified, but just throw another census act on the list of things that certainly we as people who live in this country see, not on a daily basis, but we know far too often in the news. All right, so that'll about wrap it up for us. I did want to let you guys know, of course, that beyond the fact that Paul is going to be here in a couple minutes, he also, along with the Killer Bees, are going to be at Carbach part of our summer circuit tour. We do that every week, and if you join them on location, you get a chance to win something really cool. You get to get a chance at a Power On electric bike from the Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's an e-bike. You'll get 2 of them if you win. They come out to be about a $4,000 value. All you got to do is show up, go to the promo table, fill it out, and now you're entered to win. And you get 1 entry per visit to one of our events. So you're at Carbach this Thursday. You can be someplace next week and enter to win there as well. You can check out the entire summer circuit schedule on ESPN975.com. And of course, Sean and I are going to be involved in the fantasy football contest here, the Fantasy Football League, with John, Lance, and you guys. We already have a winner from last week, which means he and a significant other, a buddy, whoever will join him in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget for our fantasy football draft on August 28th. If you want to be involved in that, your next chance to win is in a couple days on Thursday. You're going to get a chance to win. Got to be listening during the morning show with John and Lance, and they'll let you know when you get your chance to win and join us. So remember, if you can be there for a couple nights that week of August 28th for the draft, and of course you get a 2-night stay and you get $200 food and beverage credit along with dinner from the DraftKings Sportsbook. If that's something you can do, if you're going to be available for that, your chance to win is on Thursday with John and Lance.
Yep. And will it be trivia again?
I don't know. Joe generally puts that together.
Yeah.
It could be on air, or it could be something where you go to the app and answer a question. We're gonna have that all sorted out by Thursday morning. But your next chance to win comes Thursday with John Lance, and we're gonna do it 2 more times after this upcoming Thursday to get the full league going. All right, that music means we're done for the day. And since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
That peanut butter skin.
I saw Sean trying to figure it out by the head motion. He wasn't sure what to go with.
Yeah.
But we got that in. Thanks to Jason Whitlock. You'll never be forgotten. I'll always remember that.
And
nothing about what you've ever written. I can't remember that.
Live on.
But this I will always remember. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant's up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Got him to end the game. Astros have lost 5 in a row for the first time this year, all coming on this homestand, all coming against teams at the bottom of their division. The Astros now 0-5 against the A's and the Washington Nationals as they lose tonight by the score of 2-1.
Yeah, I could tell why Todd Callis sounded depressed last night on the Space City Home Network. Losing 5 in a row to scrub-ass teams is certainly not something that we're accustomed to here in Houston. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube. You can join on Twitch or on the brand new ESPN Houston app at 97.9 HD2. If you so choose, I went to Houston Texans training camp for the first time this season, my 12th year at training camp. So we'll talk about some of what I saw out there. We've got, in case you missed it, all the other things we didn't get to over the weekend that we'll get to at 12:30. Our countdown to the start of the NFL season continues. We're at 37 days away from the season opener. And we've even got Worst Take Tuesday. Nominate your worst take, and we'll make fun of it at 2:30. 2-1. The Astros lost to the Washington Nationals. It is still hard for me to get mad at an Astros lineup that was this from 1 through 9. Taylor Trammell led off. Wow. Jose Altuve is hitting second, and Victor Caratini's hitting third. Christian Walker's still in the cleanup spot, but that's because there's nobody else in the lineup that you would trust in that spot, which is very much an indictment. Jacob Melton batted fifth, his first game back from the minors. Yainer Diaz sixth. Doobie Dewitt, Mauricio Dubon seventh. Bryce Matthews 8, Zach Short 9. The lineup sucks. We know it. They know it. And a lineup like that leads to results like this. Astros runs scored this homestand, which they are 0-5 on. 2, 3, 1, 1, 1. How much more gross can this get? The Astros have 2 home runs in their last 7 games. They were hit by Bryce Matthews and Zach Short. Want to get a little more depressed about the Astros offense? Last night was the Astros' first game where they had scored first since July 4th. I mean, they won 2 games against the Dodgers after that. 18 consecutive games of letting the opposition score first. It's not good, Sean.
No, not good. It was a fun, amusing stat when they beat the Dodgers. They
were sweeping the Diamondbacks.
Swept the Diamondbacks. It was like, haha, look at that. What a weird quirk this is.
So scrappy, the Clutch City Astros.
Yes, and now you lose 5 straight, and it's like, you know what? This actually isn't cute and funny. This is actually sad and tragic.
Right. They're going to be dealing with this for a while. When I was at Texans training camp today, I was talking with a couple of other people in the industry, and I'm saying to them, yeah, every single day, all you can really say is they're hurt. Hopefully they won't be hurt soon. That's where you're at, and hopefully they will hit better than they were when they were healthier earlier this year. Can't be mad about the lineup, but it is frustrating when your best pitcher is on the mound, when your best pitcher shoves, and your best pitcher ultimately ends up with a no decision. I mean, Framber Valdez last night was fantastic. 6 innings, 12 strikeouts, just 3 hits allowed and 2 walks, 1 earned run that probably wasn't his fault. The Nationals swung 23 times against his curveball and whiffed 17 times. 60 strikes, 45 swings, 22 whiffs, and a 92.2 mile per hour average exit velocity. He was on one, and the Astros lost. Which is concerning because Framber's been the best pitcher for the Astros for a while now, since Hunter Brown is all of a sudden struggling. So you would think this is the game the Astros win, even if they're not able to score any runs. Instead, the Astros kept doing what they're doing. And if you want to get depressed, buckle up. Sean Mapes, can you guess how many runs the Astros have scored, including last night, since Framber Valdez's last start?
Since his last start. So that was the Diamondback series.
Correct. So we had 6 games.
Okay. Yeah, 6-man rotation. Last 6 games. God, 3. No, it's less than 3 runs per game.
Yes.
13.
11 runs. Guess how many strikeouts Framber Valdez had last night? 12. Framber had more strikeouts last night than the Astros have scored runs in their last 6 games. So with that said, Framber from time to time goes a little crazy. Last night, I don't think he went crazy enough, because imagine you got a 1-run lead and then all of a sudden this crap happens.
Ground ball, pass Walker into right field. Long run for Trammell with Bell on the move. He's got a chance to score. The relay throw by Matthews will not be in time. And the game is tied at 1. Framber frustrated. He felt like he had Lowe struck out. Instead, it's a double just past Christian Walker.
I can't believe how cruel the game can be sometimes. You make a pitch, you don't get the call, and if you ever wanted to have an argument for ABS, it would be this at bat right here. Everybody playing on the line, no doubles, and they're playing well into the right center field gap with Cam Smith. But with that breaking ball being thrown, it is pulled into the corner. And Josh Bell comes all the way around from first and scores.
Yeah, the irony of playing no doubles is with your right fielder, Trammell, all the way over in right center. Is it still turned into a double, even though you're playing no doubles on the line?
A fat guy scored first to home on that because of the weird shift that the Astros had, which was finally highlighted after the complaint about the ABS. Valid complaint. The umpires were not great last night when it came to their strike zone. Mauricio Dubon got the wrong end of that a little bit later after a rally that honestly was more done in by Yainer Diaz grounding into a double play. So Framber Valdez threw his interpreter last night. This was not shown on the Astros postgame show. They cut away from this after Julia Morales had asked Framber about strikeouts number 1,000 and 1,001 on his career. This guy, Framber Valdez, called the Astros out and specifically called out Joe Espada. He was frustrated with defensive positioning. Quote, "It doesn't make sense that that was a double. It doesn't make sense that the right fielder was playing center field with a lefty that was hitting. That should have been a single. That shouldn't have been a double. And the runners should have been at third and not at home." I mean, he's pissed. More from Framber through an interpreter, not broadcast on the Astros postgame show, asked if he thought about the positioning and if he approached the coaching staff about the positioning. Quote, "I don't have to ask the coaches about that. I feel like baseball is a game of common sense. With me as a lefty pitcher, they don't hit a lot of fly balls against me." And here's the cherry on top. When I saw it went through, I said it was going to be a hit. But then I saw the right fielder playing center field. And you know, we have a center fielder for that. I feel like the right fielder should have been playing right field. You know what? Bravo. I love this. I love this. Now, I've seen some hot takes out there. Our guy, Brian Lima from Apollo, posted, maybe Framber's trying to get traded at the trade deadline. This is certainly a way to do it. But I feel like this is deserved bitching from Framber after the Astros scored 11 runs since Framber's last start and Framber had 12 strikeouts. If this crap is the reason that I end up with a no decision, I would be pissed too. So he didn't blame the umps. He blamed the Astros for the positioning there. And he's right. Obviously, the Astros allowed another run a little bit later via a home run. So it would have been 1-1. And is this Astros offense scoring? Probably not. But Fromber should be allowed to throw the Astros under the bus. We will give him this one-time dump on your team hall pass. I hope Joe Espada has a conversation with him. I hope that the Astros get him back to buying in and that this is not perhaps Fromber trying to force his way out of town. But Fromber Valdez is allowed to pull a Gisele Bündchen after Super Bowl 46. For those who don't remember that moment in time where Gisele Bündchen, she's leaving the stadium and someone came up to her and asked about the Patriots losing again to the Giants. And there was a play where Tom Brady hit Wes Welker right in the numbers that I don't think about every single night, just like DeSante Samuel dropping a pass. And she was asked about that moment, and here's what she said. My husband cannot catch the ball and effing throw the ball, because that's true. He can't. This is when she was a very supportive wife where they were, cool before Tom played for another 30 years and eventually things hit the fan and the jiu-jitsu instructor, all that crap. She was justified there, even if it made Wes Welker look bad and perhaps made Tom Brady look bad. And Fromber Valdez last night was allowed to have his Gisele Bündchen moment. Absolutely.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. Throw him under the bus. That was ridiculous. That was Chris Broussarded. It made no sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Josh Bell is fat. He's a fat guy. And they still almost got him at home. But he was, he really was in center field, Trailer Trammell. It was crazy.
Yeah. I don't know what the reasoning is. I tried to figure it out of just why you would be playing there. And yeah, Todd Callis called it the no doubles defense, which is not, that's something that you do, but it's shifting your right fielder towards center when you have a lefty up is just
what?
It's so galaxy brain that oh wait, maybe the most simple thing just happened. And slow fat guy from I forgot it. I don't know if Bell is their first baseman or their DH. Either way, if he's the DH, it's because he's too slow to be the first baseman anymore. And yeah, he scored from first on a play that should have been a single.
Yes.
Should have been a single, runners on first and second. And I trust Fromber to get out of that. Instead, you have the game. That was the game tying run, correct?
Yeah.
And later King gives up a run later in the inning, or later in the 6th or 7th.
Fromber shoved. You lost because of no offense, but you also lost because you shot yourself in the foot. So look, I'm not freaking out about the loss or about the Astros' place. Guess what? Things still working out according to plan. The American League West. They just do not want this. They do not want the title. The heavy lies the crown, I guess.
Much like 2023, the Astros are giving the other two teams a chance. They're giving them a chance.
They do this so much, and here we are.
They've been doing this since they won the most recent World Series.
But let's clean things up, okay? I don't want to have to watch an Astros A's game or an Astros Nationals game. It is my job. I get it. I would like to simply do the show and say, yes, they won. God wills it. On to the next.
Yeah.
I don't want to get mad about baseball things that generally are a little bit too big for my football mind to grasp.
Yeah, especially you got training camp ops. How are you supposed to keep in your brain what happened last night with the Astros and also this morning?
Right.
They have pads on.
Yeah.
Just the notes.
Look at my notes. They're so tiny.
I'm
the whole time. And I'm sweaty right now.
Oh, no AC, right?
No. But again, makes you stronger. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Gary, our friend, is on the line. What's up, Gary?
Hey guys. Hey, I do think it's okay to show raw emotions as an athlete and things like that in the locker room. But what's not okay is the spouse. The spouses showing raw emotion, knowing that Tom Brady's ex-wife, was probably being unfaithful at that time for trying to just save face. So to show, it looks worse when your spouse, who's in the limelight, showing that she's supporting her husband, but on the other side of it, boinking, 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 boinking. So it is not okay to show raw emotions if you are a spouse and if you're being unfaithful. Sit back, collect your check, go do karate, and leave that to the men.
Gary, this is my favorite call ever by you.
Yeah,
That was
rack
very
'em.
funny. Rack 'em. Rack 'em. I don't know if she was doing that on the side then, but later on, right. It did, you know.
In the long game.
In the long
he's
game,
right.
it didn't work out so well. Damn, Gary, that was hilarious. That's truly my favorite Gary call.
I was wondering where he was going with that.
I was too. I was like,
He
wait a
was
second.
stuck the landing.
I was about to talk about John Singleton's wife, who's like trying to launch a podcasting career out of announcing her husband got fired. But no, nope. Bringing it back to Gisele Bundchen. And you know what? I did my journalistic integrity thing there, like cleaning up. Like, I'm not sure that it happened, but I mean, you cheat on the chosen one. I mean, Judas, Giselle, what's the difference? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. If you want to jump in on Twitch, you know how to do it at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. A question. Will someone on the station today say trade Framber Valdez? I don't know. Sean, did it happen on Dell's show?
No.
I don't think it happened on John and Lance. I'm basically asking, is Jeremy Branham going to say trade Framber Valdez? And honestly, I'm tuned in for that. I like it when Jer Bear puts a nice trolley-woolly out there. So who's going to be first to do it? Do you feel like they should move on from Framber? I think Framber was justified with what he said last night. Let's talk about it. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros lost 2-1 to the Nationals last night. Framber Valdez was awesome. 12 strikeouts. Wasn't his fault. And he correctly called the Astros out for a weird alignment that allowed Josh Bell, who is a fatty bombati, to score from first base, making it a tie game when Framber left after 6. Nationals got another run. Astros were never able to even things up. Some comments here. Axe 238 on YouTube at ESPN Houston in comments that Valdez is going nowhere. I am with you. Another texter from the 832 points out, if you're trading Framber, you're pretty much just giving up on the season. I am with you there. That is 100% a move that screams, hey, we're okay with what happens the rest of the way, but we're probably not going to be able to make the playoffs without him. Let's reload and see if we can get some extra pieces. I am curious if it's even a remote possibility given the Astros' recent struggles, but I think the way that you approach this is you just go all in with the roster that you have and hope that guys return. You're going to have to give up a lot to get an Eugenio Suarez, I would assume. Maybe you can pull off a little trade pillaging and raiding and raping like a Viking, like you've seen in the past from the Astros, where they get Verlander or Garrett Cole or Greinke and some of these other guys. But I am skeptical that they will be able to get a haul. Excuse me, that they will be able to get Suarez or someone that's a big name without having to give up something substantial. And I think it would make more sense to not give up something substantial at this moment in time. You know, I think with some of the limitations offensively that you've seen this year, when the team was healthy, you do have to wonder, is this team going to be able to score when it matters most? But get a couple of guys back so that we can actually have this honest conversation. Hopefully we will see some guys back in the near future. There is an Astros Nationals game tonight featuring Jason Alexander. Ocho Texto texted in with Jason Alexander, same name as the actor who plays George in Seinfeld. I think Jason Alexander needs to apply the opposite George method when he pitches tonight. I have not seen this episode, but there's an episode of Seinfeld called The Opposite, where George decides to turn his life around by deliberately doing the opposite of his usual instincts and behaviors. This stems from the realization that his typical choices consistently lead to negative outcomes. By embracing the opposite, George experiences a temporary period of success, landing a job with the Yankees, getting a girlfriend, and moving out of his parents' house. However, the change is short-lived, and he eventually reverts to his familiar, unsuccessful self. That's fun. Also depressing. It's pretty depressing. I'm going to be the opposite of who I am as a person. Oh, wow, it's working.
Yeah. If bad things always happen, I do the opposite. Good things will happen. If I'm a loser, do the opposite. Oof. I'm a winner.
That would suck. That would suck.
It would be suck. That is the last resort. And given how Jason Alexander, the Astros pitcher, has the last few outings have gone, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe do the opposite. Pitch backwards. Yeah. I don't know.
Ooh, pitch backwards. I mean, that would be wacky. Like, just throw it wildly out of the strike zone and hope for the best.
Or just like whatever the first, whatever you normally call, if you go fastball, go slider.
From the 832, Paul, this is your fault. Your DSLs got on here and jinxed the Astros, crowning them early. DSL? What does that mean? Paul asked Google. Digital subscriber line. Okay. I honestly, I don't know what you were going for there. I refuse to say that I jinxed anything. I did call the Astros winning the American League West weeks ago.
I was going to say that was like in June.
It's been a while. They're still in command.
It's very funny. The MLB account just randomly this morning tweeted out like Astros still atop the AL West. And I was like, that's not, it's like the classic, it'll be like praise post, but it's not reading the room locally.
By the way, found out what DSL means. Can't read it on the air.
Is it bleep sucking loser?
It's bleep sucking lips.
Okay.
You know,
I was.
Some people do it. Some people don't.
So a lot of people don't, but a lot of people do.
A lot of people do. You know, all sorts of people.
You know, like in the episode of George Costanza, did things he doesn't normally do.
Oh, that's hilarious. This is semi-related to things leaving town. So I'm hoping Jeremy Branham at the beginning of the Killer Bees today says trade Fromber. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. To quote the Joker from The Dark Knight, I want you to do it. You can do it. I want you to do it. But did you guys notice that we lost something else in the greater Houston area? Shipley's has been bought. Shipley's, the donut and kolache store.
Yeah, Houston institution.
I say kolaches in quotation mark because it's literally just a giant pig in a blanket.
Yeah, it is a pig.
And
maybe some cheese in there.
Shipley Donuts, the Houston-based purveyor of kolaches and donuts, has been acquired by Levine Leichtman Capital Partners. I wonder if they're Catholic. A private equity firm based in Beverly Hills, California. Oh, now those donuts are going to be liberal. I can't have a liberal donut. They're probably going to be vegan. By the way, I've had vegan donuts. Actually, not bad. But I see a lot of people are disappointed. Corporate greed has now purchased one of Houston's institutions. But I got a zag for you. Got a zag. Shipley's overrated. Overrated. There's one donut. There's one kolache. Where's the variance? I need a little more. Okay? It's just one donut. Are they that great? Could I get those same exact donuts at H-E-B or Kroger? Yes. Randall's? Yes. You can get these donuts anywhere. I do not understand why Shipley's donuts are put on a pedestal other than you have a hyper loyalty to something local, like it's Whataburger versus In-N-Out. And I will say, Whataburger has way more options than In-N-Out. I prefer Whataburger to In-N-Out. But to bring it back to Shipley Donuts, I do not understand how Shipley Donuts has gotten to this level where it is obsessively discussed by people in town. You know, it's not Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is great. It's not even Hrushka's if you're, driving to Austin or West, which has, I think, fantastic kolaches. It's okay. So, yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised by that. And, if we want to relate it, could the Astros be without Framber Valdez? Could we, as a city, be without Shipley's? Being what Shipley's used to be. Probably. I mean, that's generally what happens when the big old conglomerate comes in. And I'm not going to lie, like the name of the firm does not make me think that this is going to be made better by the purchase. If it was like a big food brand or something like that, maybe I could see it.
Whatever, Yum Foods or whatever, the KFC / whatever, Taco Bell / like it's all the conglomerate. Yeah. But yeah, it having the word capital in it makes me think that the donuts will probably not go down in price.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll go down.
Yeah. Prices up?
And I can't imagine. Because that was another thing they had going for them, is that they're very cheap.
Well, yeah. Again, that firm makes me think things are going to get a little bit more expensive. So pour one out for Shipley's Donuts, and hopefully don't pour one out for Framber Valdez. I would like to see him stay here at the Astros trade deadline.
Despite whatever Jeremy Branham might say 3 hours from
now. I want it. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Hit me. Up next, everything that we did not get to over the weekend in sports. Billy Wagner is a Hall of Famer, as is Ichiro Suzuki. And Suzuki might be the funniest player in baseball history. Plus, and in case you missed it, we will take a look back at a Houston legend getting robbed. And one more time, listen to Deion Sanders talking about how he depends on depends. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. Astros legend Billy Wagner, officially a Hall of Famer, inducted in Cooperstown over the weekend. His speech talked about his journey from a small town kid all the way to the Hall, emphasizing the importance of perseverance, the love of the game, and the impact of his family, coaches, and teammates. He talked about overcoming obstacles, physical and circumstantial, and credited his success to his unwavering work ethic and refusal to be defined by limitations. You can watch the speech online. Shout out to all my 5'10" guys out there. Slightly shorter than me, but still, you are seen and you are not as small as the ladies on the dating apps believe you to be.
Yeah.
Sorry, Toots. If you're 5'1", I think it's time to look a little bit lower because anything's an upgrade in that department if you're looking to get bigger and stronger. But I have a fetish for 6'4" men who have been hit in the head with a shovel. Yes, we know. Doesn't everybody?
I just always had a soft spot for Lenny from A Mice and Men.
Yeah.
Hey, at least he's tall.
Might kill you, but
yeah, don't get too comfortable with him. I also love Billy Wagner's shout out of Lance Berkman in his speech. Basically gave the it's kind of ridiculous. You're not a Hall of Famer. And at the very least, it's ridiculous that he was on, I think, 1 or 2 ballots and then fell off. And then, you can do the thing where you pull up his numbers versus everyone else's. And Lance Berkman is right there with all these guys that are getting heavy Hall of Fame consideration. Some of them are getting in. So I like that that Billy Wagner shouted him out in that way. I do think that Lance Berkman on one of these veteran committees, now it will suck because he's going to have to wait a while, but I do think eventually he will get in on one of the, I forgot what it's called, Legends Committee or something like that.
I hope so. I don't know. It is kind of weird with Berkman. Wagner is the first baseball player from a Division III school to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's cool.
Jim Crane, probably just giving a tip of the hat to them.
Yeah.
Jock Jim Crane. CeCe Sabathia also got in. Dave Parker got in. Interesting little tidbit. He played a game with a hockey goalie mask after fracturing his cheekbone and jaw. And Dick Allen also made it. But the guy who everyone, I think, was most excited for being inducted into the Hall of Fame is Ichiro Suzuki, who I believe to be maybe the funniest player in the history of baseball. I've heard a lot of stories from back in the day when Ichiro was with the Seattle Mariners. And by the way, one time at Seattle Mariners spring training, Ichiro Suzuki was walking by, took a look at one of my Hawaiian shirts, and tip of the cap. I gave him a tip of the cap right back. Real recognizes real.
Actual tip of the cap.
An actual tip of the cap.
Ichiro.
I know. I was like, oh my God. Is this peaking? Probably is, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's way better than Lance telling the story this week of Cal McNair recognizing him at training camp, being like, hey, love the show to Lance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's also pretty cool. I would say Ichiro.
Callahan have not said that to me yet.
Not yet, though. I will say the Ichiro hat tip is cooler.
It was very cool.
It's a Hall of Fame.
Basically,
Cal McNair is only going to be in the Texans Hall of Fame in 25 years.
I'm basically a Hall of Famer by association, honestly, if you think about it. Ichiro Suzuki, his speech had a couple of fun moments. First off, he called out the rando who was one person who did not vote him into the Hall of Fame.
Baseball taught me what it means to be a professional, and I believe that is the main reason I am here today. Not because my skills are better than others. 3,000 hits or 262 hits in one season are achievements recognized by the writers. Well, all but one of you.
Love it. Call out these dorks. See how they dress? Embarrassing.
And by the way, the offer for that writer to have dinner at my home has now expired.
I like it. Be petty when you're getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. It is fun. F you, person who doubted me, like you're Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like the ultimate victory lap. is I am standing at the podium at the Hall of Fame, and I can talk for however long I can talk and can say whatever I want. And what are you going to say to me? I'm literally in the Hall of Fame. It's a great moment too, especially the one voter who doesn't vote you in like unanimously, which I guess
I don't. There's no justification. Jeter,
Yeah.
unanimous Hall of Famer.
No.
Mariano Rivera, unanimous Hall of
Yes.
Famer.
Jeter, I think, was 3 or so away. Griffey, I think, was also 3 or so away.
Yeah.
I think
Griffey was 1 or 2.
Jeter was 1.
Yeah,
it's always stupid.
Jeter shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. How about that? Worse than Nomar, statistically. Whatever. People don't want to admit it, but that's fine. Hey, more from Ichiro Suzuki. Here's Ichiro Suzuki repeating a call of my friend, Rick Riz, who we've also played once getting hit in the face in the middle of a broadcast. That was rough. That was a rough one, but here he is, Ichiro, repeating a Rick Riz call.
Each spring, my arm was already in shape, waiting for Mariners broadcaster Rick Riz to say, "Holy smoke! A laser beam strike from Ichiro!"
I love Ichiro. Do we want to play the clip from Bob Costas from back in the day? This is Ichiro Suzuki's favorite American saying when he had first come to America.
What is your favorite American expression?
You can tell he's like doing the math of whether he wants to say it or not.
August in Kansas City, it's hotter than 2 rats in a move sock.
I wonder where he heard that.
That's my favorite.
Who do you think told him
A
that?
bad teammate.
It's a very specific, random one.
Yeah, I would have to look
a
up
movie?
it has to be a locker room thing. It has to, or a clubhouse. It has to be
Kansas City, of all cities to say.
Well, I imagine it's Seattle. Like the Seattle went on a road trip to Kansas City, and I don't know, one of their relievers or something was like, "Hey, Ichiro."
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
It
wasn't Ken Griffey Jr.
It was not Ken Griffey Jr. In case you missed it, continues everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports that we didn't get to yesterday. Deion Sanders had a press conference yesterday announcing that he is fine after having his bladder removed. He had bladder cancer, and he delivered a hilarious line that was also, I felt cool, because if you're dealing with bladder cancer and all of a sudden you got to pee all the time because you don't have a bladder anymore, like, hey, you got a friend in Deion.
Now I depend on depend. You know what I mean? I truly depend on depend. Like I cannot control my bladder. So I get up to go to the bathroom already 4 or 5 times a night. But then I'm sitting up there waking up, like my grandson. We in the same thing. We got the same problem right now. We going through the same trials and tribulations. We're trying to see who has the heaviest bag at the end of the night. Like this, it's ridiculous. But I'm making a joke out of it, but it's real. Like it is real. It is real. It is real. So if you see porta potty on the sideline, it's real. Okay, I'm just telling you right now. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see the practice. You're gonna see one, because it is unbelievable. Like dozing off and waking up. First thing I'm grabbing my crotch to see if I peed on myself. And it's just totally different. And I know there's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it. And let's deal with it. And let's deal with it head on.
I like the way that he handled that. And I am curious as to if he has to perhaps pee his pants in the midst of a football game. That is a safe space to do it. As someone who has peed his pants in the middle of a football game.
It is a...
Just wear black pants. And the Colorado, that's one of the primary colors.
Yeah.
You're good to go, Deion.
It's international waters.
Yes.
On a football sideline.
Not like a pool.
No, in the urban legend of the whatever.
The chlorine blue or whatever.
Would turn it blue, yeah.
In case you missed it, continues. Andre Johnson got robbed this weekend. What the hell? The home of former Texans receiver Andre Johnson was broken into over the weekend, according to rapper Lil Keke, who issued a plea Sunday to support him. Little Kiki posted it on Instagram, shouting out how Houston shows love for athletes and entertainer, then revealed Johnson's home was burglarized, saying, "Johnson's my brother, the first Houston Texan Hall of Famer. He dedicated his life here, his career here. He resides here. We're family. Over the weekend, someone broke into my brother's home, took some items that represent his legacy, represent his dedication, his hard work, his family. We need to recover that and get that back. The items are personal and reflect his career." That's BS if you're stealing something personal. Steal a car. Steal some jewelry. Stealing personal items is messed up. And this is something that's happened a few times in Houston. Remember, Mike Vrabel lost his Super Bowl rings when he was one of the Texans' assistant coaches here. Jose Altuve's been robbed. I mean, there's been a lot of Houston athletes who have gone through this. And I would like all of us to hashtag be better.
Yeah, I would say don't rob anybody, but especially don't rob Andre Johnson. Please don't rob Andre Johnson, Jose Altuve. I'll even throw Mike Vrabel in there.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yes, I think, yeah. If you rob Hakeem Olajuwon, like,
remember, I mean,
you got the entire city looking for you.
Slim Thug's been robbed while he was at the NCAA finals. Moses Malone was attacked and robbed by after criticizing James Harden's youth camp. Moses Malone Jr.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was Moses Malone's son. Yes.
A little different.
Again, don't rob and beat up people. But if you do, don't have it be a Houston legend. A son of a Houston legend. Don't be James Harden.
It's like a forgotten James Harden story.
It is a forgotten James. Yeah, there's also a story where he took someone's phone and threw it on the roof of a building.
Yeah. And he probably did not drop cash on the spot.
No, I don't
like
think
an Italian mobster would typically do there. In case you missed it, continues. We'll wrap it up with this. There is a gambling scandal in baseball. Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase are two Cleveland Guardians pitchers that are on non-disciplinary paid leave as part of an investigation. Essentially, it seems like it is very easy to bet on yourself to throw a ball with your first pitch in an inning.
Yes.
And it also seems like it is a rather harmless first thing in a game to gamble on, but obviously slippery slope. Other Guardians pitchers are being investigated. So they might all be doing this. I've seen some interesting rhetoric being used to describe this. Every single time someone talks about gambling as an addiction, miss me all the way. Miss me all the way. Like, these guys should know better, and they shouldn't gamble. When you're getting paid that kind of money, you shouldn't. I get that culturally it varies from group to group as far as who gambles and who doesn't. And certainly, like anything, video games, sugar, etc., there are a lot of things that are addictive that we do not admit as a society are addictive. But I do not like that we use it as an excuse. Oh, well, he's just gambling. Remember that guy in the Jaguars who stole like $6 million? Like, oh, I have a gambling addiction, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you stole $6 million. I think you're just a greedy a-hole.
Yeah, you committed a white-collar crime.
Yeah. Oh, it's a gambling addiction, man. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, well, it seems like these guys don't even have it doesn't seem like it's a gambling addiction. It seems like they're just trying to make money by having basically someone bet for them or working in conjunction with someone of being like, hey, my first pitch, I will throw a ball. And all these pitches are like, they like spike it basically. Like it's not even close to the zone. They don't give it a chance. And yeah, it seems like the easy fix for this is like, hey, take out the ball option on what the first pitch of an inning would be. Just say, will the first pitch of an inning be a strike?
Yeah.
I don't know. And that's just what you bet on. And you don't bet on the won't be a strike. Like you don't put that as an option. You can only bet on if this will be a strike.
But you can control whether or not it would be a ball. Like I'm with you.
Yeah, if the guys are like, hey, I'm trying to throw a strike to make this bet hit, that's not as bad. That is like, at least you're trying to succeed. It's the whole Black Sox thing of like, the problem is when you're tanking games. Like that's the problem is when you're not trying to compete on the level.
in case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. Some comments here on the text line from the 281. It's Emmanuel Claus. Say, not Clace. Shake my head. Listen, I'm just reading the phonetic pronunciation from Hector Gomez online. And honestly, if I knew who Emmanuel Clace, if I knew who that person was, honestly, I'd be embarrassed. I do not. I'm 36 years old. I'm not wasting brain space on some effing rando who pitches for the Guardians. Sorry, don't care. Do not care. Just gonna, every single time, the actually people that chime in on this show, you tuned into the wrong show. You tuned into the wrong thing. If you know how to pronounce that guy's name, you're a dork, complete dork. You're spending way too much time following baseball. Okay, you need to do what that Phillies and Yankees fan did. You know, to pass the time. Honestly, that's probably why Emmanuel Clase or whatever the F his name is out there gambling, because baseball's boring. And if you're a guy in the bullpen, you got to sit there all game long. You probably can't even see the game. You're just sitting back there, bored out of your mind. So, yeah, you're going to gamble on it. May as well. And what they should have done instead of gambling on the game is they should get some chickens in the bullpen and cockfight. Cockfights in the bullpen. How about that? That would work. Cards? Something like that?
Let's start with cards, I'd say. But, yeah, I mean, it in a funny way, you'd still get in a lot of trouble for it, but it wouldn't be like a black mark on the sport.
No,
it'd just be like,
just have some chickens in there.
That's one where you go like, hey, listen, cultural differences.
Cultural differences, for sure. That's a Latin American thing.
Just cultural differences.
Yeah, they would be able to get away with it. Like, oh, you're racist if you're saying that I can't have cockfights in the bullpen.
They'd get away with it. But
I think they should try.
Get off easier.
From the 757, wasn't Clase one of the best closers in baseball at one point? So was Rafael Montero. Like, I don't care.
He was one of the best pitchers of baseball last year.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I'm proud of how little I know.
Last year, he was one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Not anymore.
Basically until the playoffs, and then he crapped himself every chance he got.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so now he's just gambling at it.
Yes,
All
yes, right. And there's a lot of dot connecting of. Wait, he sucked in the playoffs and now is being investigated for gambling.
Ooh. From the 713, they have to be smarter, like Ohtani and his interpreter. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Ohtani, he didn't do anything. Come on. What else do we have here before we move on? From the 832, don't steal something personal. Steal a car. Steal jewelry. Liberal Paul logic. Well, think about it from this perspective. You're most likely to have a receipt for those items, right? So you're definitely going to have insurance for your car. I would imagine for jewelry, you'll have a receipt. Personal items, like, how do you get the value back for that? It's a personal item.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's gone forever.
You can't go back to the store and buy it.
No, you can't. Like, that's
Andre Johnson could buy a car every day.
Right. Like, I mean, it is weird how that works, but no, like, that's
also, I will say, like, Paul was not saying steal other, like,
no, I was saying steal your car, steal Andre Johnson's car.
Actually, who
I was saying
steal that guy's car.
Yeah,
steal this guy's car.
From the 409. Don't rob JJ Watt while he's on vacation next week in the Caribbean, unless you're taking his car. The views of the Gallant Show do not necessarily reflect the views of ESPN Houston, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Satire.
Also, I am clearly joking. Yes. Satire. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone said I'm hotter when I'm clean shaven and haircut. Well, the girlfriend's in the Twitch. Babe, what do you think? I was too lazy to shave today. This was,
Yeah.
Throughout the training camp.
Prep for this show, go to training camp.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, we will talk about what I saw at Houston Texans training camp at 1:15. Up next, the Astros have responded to Framber Valdez throwing the defensive alignment that led to Framber getting a no decision under the bus after last night's game. You'll hear what they had to say next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Ground ball to short. Abrams flips it. Tough catch and a good turn by Paul DeJong on what could have been a bad flip by Abrams. Instead, it turns into a double play.
That was the Astros' last chance to either tie things up or to potentially take a lead over the Nationals, who were leading them 2-1 at the time. They had runners on first and second with no outs in the seventh inning, but Yainer Diaz grounded into that double play. And then Mauricio Dubon was called out on strikes on a pitch that was outside of the zone. Wasn't the umpire's best night. You need more from Yainer Diaz in that spot. You need more from Christian Walker, period. And Jose Altuve is in a spot right now where he basically has to do everything for this Astros offense. I'm willing to make excuses for Altuve not doing it every single night, but in the case of Diaz and in the case of Walker, I've accepted what they are, and it's just disappointing. And I know that Walker had a double last night, and I know that it was a little under a week ago that Yainer had a 3-hit performance, but these are two guys that on paper you expected a lot more out of this season, given what you're paying Walker and given what Yainer Diaz has done in the past. I mean, remember when we used to be mad that he wasn't playing as much because Dusty Baker was putting Martin Maldonado in there? Head coach of Nicaragua, Dusty Baker.
I saw that.
World
Saw
Baseball
that.
Classic.
Saw that. I was like, what does being the head coach of Nicaraguan baseball do? Like, other than what are his duties, I would say, besides the World Baseball Classic?
Good
and
question.
I assume qualifying for it.
Cigar tasting? You got good cigars in Nicaragua.
Yeah. Just, like,
I don't know if Dusty Baker rips darts or
I think he's a wine guy, right?
Cigar guy. Yeah, definitely a wine guy. I think he has his own winery, vineyard. Yeah, something like that. In the Sacramento area, but very curious to see what Dusty Baker will do with Team Nicaragua, which might have more offense than the Astros right now.
Boom, roast.
Just might.
Blindly, I'm gonna agree with you.
The Astros have responded to Framber Valdez's post-game comments, which they did not air on the Space City Home Network, with Framber speaking through that interpreter who always seems flustered and nervous, even though he isn't. It's just something about his face.
I think it's his eyebrows.
It might be. So it might be a me problem as well. I don't know why I'm always as amused as I am watching him as an interpreter for the Astros, who speak Spanish mostly after games, but I don't know. There's something about it. By the way, Framber, at the very least, is able to speak English enough that he launched his own X profile last night. I have not seen him going on any rants or Antonio Brown tangents that would lead to a possible trade. But here's the Astros response to Framber. Quote from Chandler Rome. This is Joe Espada on the Astros flagship. Quote, I wish he would have come to me first, but that's his emotion. That's what makes Framber the person I care for and I love. He is passionate. I will have that conversation with him today. End quote. Masterfully cleaned up by Joe Espada. That is how you side with your players while also saying, hey, let's have this conversation privately. Yeah. I think Framber's 100% justified in throwing the offense, in throwing the defensive alignment under the bus for whatever the hell that was on that double that scored Josh Bell. And honestly, I would have allowed Framber Valdez to throw the offense under the bus, given, and I'll repeat it again, Framber had 12 strikeouts last night, and in their last 6 games, the Astros have 11 hits. Good googly moogly. That is what we call a drought. They ain't scoring runs, and they're wasting Framber Valdez starts. So I'd be pissed after the game, too, if I were Framber Valdez. And this happened. In case you didn't hear, this is the broadcast of the double that scored a fatty boom patty all the way from first to home.
Ground ball, pass Walker into right field. Long run for Trammell with Bell on the move. He's got a chance to score. The relay throw by Matthews will not be in time. And the game is tied at 1. Fromber frustrated. He felt like he had Lowe struck out. Instead, it's a double just past Christian Walker.
I can't believe how cruel the game can be sometimes. You make a pitch, you don't get the call, and if you ever wanted to have an argument for ABS, it would be this at bat right here. Everybody playing on the line, no doubles, and they're playing well into the right center field gap with Cam Smith. But with that breaking ball being thrown, it is pulled into the corner. And Josh Bell comes all the way around from first and scores.
Yeah, the irony of playing no doubles is with your right fielder, Trammell, all the way over in right center. Is it still turned into a double, even though you're playing no doubles on the line?
Go back and watch the replay because it is really mind-boggling how far Taylor Trammell was from right field. And I think it's hilarious what Fromber said after the game, in case you are just tuning in, because he began by being just matter of fact, asked if he approached the coaching staff about the positioning. I don't have to ask the coaches about that. I feel like baseball is a game of common sense. With me as a lefty pitcher, they don't hit a lot of fly balls against me. Continued Fromber Valdez about the alignment. It doesn't make sense that that was a double. It doesn't make sense that the right fielder was playing center field with a lefty that was hitting. It should have been a single. That shouldn't have been a double, and the runner should have been at third and not at home. I saw the right fielder playing center field, and, you know, we have a center fielder for that. I feel like the right fielder should have been playing right field. I was uncomfortable with that. Very funny to hear the interpreter say that, probably knowing that what Fromber said is the kind of thing that could theoretically get Fromber in trouble. But there's Fromber saying, yeah, I like it when the right fielder plays in right field. Justified. He's allowed to throw him under the bus after last night. He has more strikeouts than they have runs in 6 games in just one night. In just 6 innings. 6 innings, 12 strikeouts, 6 games, 11 runs. Jeez Louise! Sean?
I wish we had video of the nervous-looking interpreter having to give the, I wouldn't even say passive-aggressive.
Yes!
The aggressive critique of the defensive alignment, just to have him have to, like, because that is a funny thing of, there's a time where maybe not the only person in the world, but, you know, where Fromber Valdez is ripping the team in Spanish, and then the interpreter has to, like, do the math in his head of, like, should I soften this a little bit? Like, how do I? All right, there has to be some not journalistic integrity, but interpretational integrity of, like, well, I can't clean up what he said. Like, I have to say what he said. But you're right; it might get him not in super hot water, but I guarantee you, someone talked to him last night.
For sure. And Joe Espada is going to talk with him about it today. And I'm sure the conversation will be cordial. I just think Fromber was justified last night.
Oh, 100%.
Fromber's had his moments where we've all been annoyed with him for sure. But over the last, I mean, whenever Fromber first came on the scene, because it feels like it's been forever, he has been their most consistent pitcher. He generally is going to give you 6 innings.
I was going to say, there was a little, like a year and a half stretch where he was a little
more meltdown prone.
Just up and down, a little bit more up and down. But yeah, you're right. I mean, since I think 2020 was the first time he was like a full-time rotation piece. It might have been even 19 at the end of 19. But since then, he's been the steadiest hand, stays healthy, takes on a bunch of innings, pitches well. In most of those innings. So if anyone's earned the right to be like, hey, either score some effing runs or at the very least,
Fromber.
Yes, be positioned in the correct position so we have a chance to win.
Yes.
That'd be nice. Like, if you want to go with the, like, you should never throw anyone publicly under the bus like that, like, all right. But if you are going to do it, Fromber's earned the right to do it after last night.
The inches we need. right in front of your face.
Right in front of your
Yeah,
face.
except
It's all
for
around us.
Taylor Trammell was like yards in center field.
Yeah, it was like
yards away
it was
from
like,
where you should be.
I don't know, 30 feet.
Yeah, it was
away.
way too far. It was honestly insane. Some comments here from the text line. Fromber always has and always will be a mental basket case. Get rid of him. And Jordan, all caps, not dependable. He's pretty damn dependable right now.
Yeah.
He is the only Astros dependable pitcher right now because Hunter Brown is struggling.
I think his last, I forgot how many starts it was, but it's his last however many starts. He's undefeated.
Yes.
It's 4 wins and like 8 no decisions or something like that, where he is literally keeping the Astros in every game that he pitches.
And the offense is like, we're going to screw it.
Yeah, watch this.
Let's pull a prank.
Watch this.
Yeah.
That's us pooping our pants.
Cebu comments, Valdez right to be mad on YouTube at ESPN Houston, but his curveball did hang over the middle. Shouldn't have been a double. Honestly,
that's fair.
The inning should have been over as well. He did throw a third strike on that 3-2
Yeah,
count. It was a strike.
The home plate umpire last night did not have a great night, I'll say. Just not the stuff you love seeing. That pitch, the Dubon pitch later.
There were a couple moments.
I'm sure. By the way, I'm not saying they only lost because of the umpire. I'm sure there's pitches that Fromber benefited from this guy's zone. But yeah, it was. I mean, that's why it's so understandable that he's upset. That so many preventable things happened in a game that they ultimately still only lost 2-1, and when Fromber got pulled, was tied 1-1. So like, if Fromber did all he could. He really did.
One last comment on YouTube, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Paul Gallant Show. Cebu asks, do we think if Cam was in right field, that play wouldn't have happened? Yes, I actually think that Cam probably would have been in a better position there. I think Taylor Trammell might have gotten a little bit confused by whatever was discussed behind him and whatever signs were made.
Yeah, I do. I wonder about that. I wonder about the decision-making process and just what that was.
It could have been a communication breakdown.
Yeah.
And Cebu's not sure if Trammell's played right field here yet. Honestly, that's a good point. I do not know off the top of my head either.
Primarily played center and left, but just off the top of my head. Yeah, and at the very least, I think Cam Smith probably could have tracked it down a little bit faster. Not that Trammell was, loafing it out there. It's just
and Trammell had a pretty good throw home too, but Smith would have gunned him down, I think, though, because Smith is
they both But I mean, I am interested, and it's something we won't ever find out, like what the actual decision-making process there was.
Right, exactly. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. 713. I say good for you, Fromber. I would have gone nuclear on them. I felt like I was watching a little league team. Yeah, I thought it was rather cordially done, all things considered. And perhaps, again, the interpreter helped him out a little bit there. From the 409, Fromber knows enough English. It would have been funny if the interpreter softened his answer and Fromber just stared at him until he gave the real translation.
It's the Rafael Devers thing from where he had an interpreter, and then one question they're like, so do you want to play first? And he just goes, no, I play third.
I played third base. That's from 409 Josh. Up next, I was at Texans training camp for the first time this year. I'm very curious about how much progress can be made between now and the start of the regular season when it comes to this specific unit. We'll discuss next. It's the Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I was at Houston Texans training camp for the first time this year, my 12th year covering the Texans in camp. Wish I'd gotten out through last week, but I was on vacation for a friend's wedding up in Massachusetts, New Hampshire. Had a great time with the girlfriend. I'm wondering about the Texans offensive line. We're all wondering about the Texans offensive line. Training camp is tough to improve in when it comes to that unit because of off-season limitations. You can only, in my opinion, get better as a lineman if you are fully padded and getting reps at 100% against defensive linemen. A positive for this Texans offensive line, which is a completely new unit, is that they get to go up against the Texans pass rush. But a negative is the fully padded practices start in late July, feature competition that means there will be certain guys not getting as many reps as they perhaps need to get because they're competing with somebody else for a specific spot on the offensive line. And there's a couple of games, but guys aren't going to play that long in it. And you got to wonder how much consistency, how much of a rapport an offensive line can create over a couple of weeks. It's really hard. I'm not going to act like I'm an expert when it comes to studying offensive line film, but I did spend a lot of time focusing on the Texans offensive line. Left to right, this is the first team unit. Cam Robinson, who they signed from the Vikings this offseason to a one-year deal. He had played for the Jaguars before that. Newly signed Laken Tomlinson at left guard. There was a back and forth between Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson at center. Titus Howard is the Texans' right guard right now again. And second-round pick out of Minnesota, Arianti Ursary, is the Texans' right tackle. So that's the first unit. The second unit, and there were some substitutions from time to time, but a little concerning, stay tuned for the name that matters, Zach Thomas is left tackle. Someone named Jaron Thomas is at left guard. Jarrett Patterson, center. Ed Ingram, who the Texans traded for this offseason, at right guard. And Blake Fisher at right tackle. So Blake Fisher is behind on the depth chart, a rookie. Maybe that means he's going to be the swing tackle going forward, but that doesn't look good for him. And then you got the third unit, where Ursary, who is right tackle with the first unit, is playing left tackle. And Juice Scruggs is at left guard. So you got 2 second-round picks of the recent past on the Texans offensive line who are working with the backups. Now, I give the Texans credit for perhaps already being in the process of moving on from those guys, but it was not a good practice specifically for Blake Fisher, who at one point, while with the second unit after a false start on the goal line, got benched. So I think that there is a talent deficiency on this unit, and I really just wonder how much better this group can get by the start of the season. I saw some people out there and they were saying, oh, the offensive line looked pretty good, and they're pointing to specific reps where players excelled. But I will point to there were a lot of 3-step drops for Texans quarterbacks, and there were 3 false starts at least by the Texans offensive line.
That's not good.
It's early, so I'm not panicking.
Yeah.
But this is a little bit of time that they have to be ready to go by the start of the season. And in an AFC where every game matters when it comes to seeding, you want to play home games against Patrick Mahomes. You want to play home games against Josh Allen. You want to play home games against Lamar Jackson. You want to play home games against Joe Burrow. you are in a spot where that line is going to have to get it going quickly. And today does not make me feel like it is going to be a quick process. It's going to take time. That's not me faulting them, negging them, or whatever. I'm just saying this does not make me feel excited that by the start of the year, this line's going to look great. My hope is that it can be November, October, earliest, that this unit actually is gelling and meshing, and hopefully there won't be any injuries, Sean.
Yeah, because like you said, I mean, what we do the countdowns 37 days till the
Correct.
Thursday night. So what? 40 days until the week 1 for the Texans. That is not a lot of time, and given the limitations of the practices that they have or what they can do in these practices, like there is just not enough time. So this might be a unit that catches its footing or finds whatever footing it does find. You know, maybe finding its footing is still not a good offensive line, but you might see the best of it, like you said, in the middle of the season or at some point as they, work out the kinks and get better through, probably some painful early September games. But the hope is that either
Jared
they
versus
find
week 1, a little concerning with the Rayos.
doesn't, especially when you talk about the you said it was a group that lacks a lot of talent or lacks like a lot of talented guys. Well, I mean, other than Titus Howard, who's playing a new position, it is theoretically your two most talented guys are the 2 second-round picks that are on the
Right, and they're not. I mean, it looks like they're already on the verge of moving on from them as starters.
Yeah, and Ursari's another one where he's also just so early on this.
Correct.
That I'm not ready to like whatever. Even Blake Fisher, it's still a little early, but I trust what you and other people have seen at practice. It doesn't look like he's taking the steps that you'd want him to take, at least early.
For Fisher and for Scruggs especially, yes.
Yes.
Ursary's had moments, but Ursary's also had moments.
Yeah,
but today,
he's a little more peaky.
There was a play today where Daniil Hunter just blew by him, and it would have been a sack, but since the Texans are wearing the beautiful light blue jerseys instead of red jerseys for the quarterbacks, they were able to make it work on that one play. So offensive line, the thing I'm focusing on the most, it's gonna take some time. And I think we're gonna have to be patient.
And I would love for the talented guy, at least the guys that are talented, to be the cream that rises to the top. But it sounds like it's gonna be a lot of, or at least right now, Cam Robinsons and Laken Tomlinsons, and more of the kind of veteran, NFL veteran,
correct,
steady hand kind of guy. Not that steady of a hand, by the way, but steadier hand.
The positive I saw today, the pass catching competition, it was a highlight off. There were a lot of really pretty catches out there today. I think the best catch was one that was made, and I had to see it on replay because I wasn't sure he got it, and defenders were acting like he didn't. But rookie Jaden Higgins, the Texans' first pick of this past draft, made a catch on the sideline that was really well done. He also almost had a really nice catch in traffic. Stroud threw one downfield to him, and Higgins looked like he had it for a second, but Jalen Petrie and Derek Stingley rocked his world, and he wasn't able to complete the catch. He almost did. He had it for a bit, but the ball knocked it out. So Higgins had a nice moment. Xavier Hutchinson had a one-handed catch. That is a guy that I think is going to end up making the team. Dalton Schultz, everyone's been saying nice things about him. There was a throw by Stroud down the seam that was behind him. I think the ball was supposed to be to the outside as Schultz ran up the seam. So he's looking over his right shoulder. He looked back over his left shoulder, turned around, and he made a really nice catch down the seam. So Schultz is looking pretty good out there. Really like what I'm seeing out of Brevin Jordan, who missed all of last season. Maybe this tight end group is going to be better than we expected. Jordan's just very fast, and you can tell is very excited to be back out there. There's one play where I think full speed he might have hurt somebody trying to run them over. He is a physical.
And it looks like he's kind of got his legs back under him after
for
the
sure.
ACL. Okay.
Right. And I mean, this is a guy like he gets the ball in his hands and he gets into open space.
Yeah.
We saw the touchdown against the Browns.
Yeah.
Where the Browns over pursued him and then he was just off to the races. But no, as far as like just all the skills, Brevin Jordan has all of them. Justin Watson, Great White Hope. Looked pretty good. Looked pretty good.
Okay.
Looked pretty good. I mean, I when I think of Justin Watson, I think of that touchdown that he dropped against the Texans with the Chiefs, where he's right down the middle of the field. But no, Watson had a couple of nice plays. And the best catch and run of the day was Christian Kirk. Stroud threw a tight one in the window, and Kirk just ran away from everybody. That actually, I think, would have been a touchdown in a game, because sometimes you'll see a guy catch the ball and everyone stops going after him. The running back side of things, it's hard for me to I did not feel depressed watching Nick Chubb out there. You know, like I didn't feel like that was a shell of himself.
Okay, it wasn't like
right, but there was some earlier, and people who have been there have said days earlier that
Cody this weekend.
I saw Cody say that, and I trust Cody on that front. Yeah. So my hope is that he has been making some progress as he gets his legs back underneath him. And then the last couple of things that I saw, the defensive backs on this team, it's a loaded backfield. Kamari Lassiter had an interception early on. Miles Bryant, who's going to be competing for the nickel corner position, had a pass deflection. Jalen Smith had a pass deflection. You talk about iron sharpening iron. I thought the receivers and the defensive backs, it was fun watching those two groups compete today. So at the very least, I feel better about the wide receiver unit than they did, and I just love this secondary. I think they're going to be so good this season.
Yeah, any receiver on DB, or I don't know if they do 7-on-7, probably not in training camp, but
they did do some 7-on-7.
Okay,
they let us record it. That was a new thing.
Yeah, I mean,
things were like, ooh, like I actually have the video of Lassiter picking off Stroud,
and like you said, I mean, it's smart to let you record that, because that's going to be 7-on-7 of the Monstars going up against each other with this receiver core who looks pretty impressive. And you even got Nico Collins, who you didn't mention, but you didn't mention because there's nothing really to watch with him. You feel pretty good about what he's going to give you going up against the secondary.
Yeah, Nico's one of the best receivers in the
league. Yeah, it's like don't waste notebook space saying Nico Collins still good.
And nothing fun. There wasn't anything fun with Nico today. It was one of those things where he caught a screen, and there was another pass in the flat that he caught, and he turned upfield, and Kamari Lassiter just met him, and I was just like, oh God, I love Lassiter. The guys are just a scrappy baller.
The secondary is just they're just a bunch of bad MFers back there, where it's like they have they're good in coverage, and they have the exact mentality that you'd want.
I think, and I've been listening to Landry and Cody Stoots, their SNL Texans show, and I think someone on the show called them the baby BLOB, the Baby Legion of Boom.
The BLOB.
I'll allow it. Working
blob.
title. The Blob.
I don't like Blob.
I kind of like Blob. We'll see. We will see.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. It's funny. The Blob. I don't know.
I've never seen that movie. Never want to see The Blob.
Oh, there's a movie called
sci-fi movie.
Oh,
it's like one of those
like a monster movie,
50s, 60s movies. Yeah, it's not quite Invasion of the Body Snatchers and an old like young Jeff Goldblum movie, but The Blob. It's intimidating. Working title. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. And Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season. And you might hear a little Jerry Jones being Jerry Jones, which is to say, with a foot in his mouth. Stick around. 37 days away from the Dallas Cowboys trying to usurp the Philadelphia Eagles. Who is the best 37 in NFL history? We always go to pigskindispatch.com. The 30s are a weird one. Jimmy Johnson, 49ers cornerback, who was born in 1938. Doak Walker from SMU.
Okay, that's not bad. He's got an award named after him.
Right.
In college football, but, it's got to be all right.
He played for the Lions, passed, returned punts and kicks, punted, kicked as well. All NFL in 5 of his 6 seasons in the league. Pro Football Hall of Famer in 1986. You also might remember that Deion Sanders wore 37. I want to say
the Ravens?
It was with the Baltimore Ravens or Washington Redskins. And you've also got Raiders number 37, Lester Hayes. As far as Houston Texans who have worn number 37, it has not exactly been the most famous series of players, but Arian Foster wore 2 numbers his rookie season. His month of December in 2009, he had 39 carries for 216 yards and 3 touchdowns the last 2 games. I think he was wearing 37 during his rookie season, but it does not say when. He eventually settled at number 23. Some of the other guys who have worn number 37, there's Dominic Davis. It's not great.
No, it definitely isn't. I mean, part of the reason Arian Foster wore it was because it is kind of the last number you give out to running backs. It's not a high priority number, and an undrafted guy making his debut in week 15 or 16, whatever Foster did. That makes sense why they just here's number 37.
Yep. So I would say my favorite 37 ever, Rodney Harrison with the New England Patriots.
I didn't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Arguably the dirtiest player in NFL history.
No, come on. Hey, he's on the list, but he's not. I don't think he has a case for Jack Tatum.
That's true. Call me assassin. He wrote a book about it. It paralyzed Derek Stingley's grandfather,
Yeah.
Small
not
world.
a great guy.
Not a great guy. Not great. What the Dallas Cowboys are doing with Micah Parsons seems ill-advised. They cannot stop talking about him. Here is Jerry Jones calling out Micah Parsons some more yesterday.
Obviously, Micah, first of all, does want to get paid. He's getting paid. He gets about 20-something million right now. And that's pretty easy, 20 million standing there watching practice out there at the same time we're going on. But seriously, I don't have a lot to say about it. This is pretty commonplace.
Just real quick before we move on, you said he's getting paid for standing there watching. Is it disappointing to you that he's not practicing?
Not really, because I don't want him to get hurt. And he plays a contact, what you call a motion contact position. And linebackers, fullbacks, those guys are usually in the fray of it, and they take a pretty big of the brunt of the physicality of the game. So all of that is out there, but we'll see where this goes. But this is commonplace. It's commonplace around the NFL. It's commonplace here.
Definitely commonplace in Dallas. Jerry Jones, by the way, has recently called Micah Parsons not Micah Parsons.
Of all the players that I've ever negotiated with, Michael Parsons is as savvy and knowledgeable and understanding of his financial business relative to football as any player I've ever been around.
I think that's more an old man moment than intentional, but he called him Michael Parson.
That's a little bit of like, hey, I'm 80 years old.
I know, but doesn't
not
seem
great.
Doesn't seem like it's going to help him get him back, especially when some other things that were said that I was unable to find the video of. Jerry Jones, when asked about people chanting to pay Micah, quote, I heard it light, but not compared to how I heard them say pay Lamb last year. That was a faint little sound compared to the way they were hollering last year, pay Lamb. Whoever's not in, you can count on a few hollering that, but it was a big, loud chant last year on Lamb. This is the kind of stuff that I feel like Trump would say. They've asked about like people getting cheered and getting booed.
Yeah, there's a certain like the way the sentence is structured, where it's like, last year they're cheering less cheers for Michael Parsons.
These boos, I'll tell you, pussified compared to last year. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they seem to really like seeing
little Micah sitting off on the sideline, twiddling his thumbs,
making $20 million, doing nothing.
By the way, Stephen Jones even chimed in here. We want to pay Micah too. He's got to want to be paid. End quote. What? Listen, they don't need to make it this messy.
I know it is.
It's they're constantly being talked about, but it seems that this is a time to be less messy. For a change, just once. Vibes are not bad for Dallas going into this year. Dak's back. Like, it should be a better season. They're a playoff contender for sure. I don't know if they're a Super Bowl contender, but the
wild card mix.
The NFC is more open. Like I could see them in the divisional round of the playoffs this coming season. But can we just clean it up a little bit? I mean, they're exasperating.
I know it is like they basically run this thing like it's a reality show.
Yeah,
this is part of it. Is they don't shy away from the beef or the uncomfortable conversations to have publicly. Like, I mean, does Paul Brown is it still Paul Brown? I forgot what the Brown grandson that runs the Bengals, but like he's not out there like every day of training camp giving quotes about the Trey Hendrickson negotiation. Like when it comes time for the Texans to pay Will Anderson or CJ Stroud, when it was time to pay Collins and Stingley, like Cal McNair wasn't out there being like, well,
right.
If he wants to be here, we'll pay. Like it's just, there's just a way to talk about it that isn't the most newsworthy way possible. That, credit to Jerry Jones. Like certainly we enjoy it, but also I can say probably not the ideal way to run a team.
No.
Judging by the way Cowboys fans in my life react, I don't think they love it either.
I don't think so. And why would you? How could you? It's got to get annoying after a while.
Yeah.
The Tennessee Titans cut former first-round pick Treylon Burks. Huh. What a surprise. By the way, the Titans drafted him after trading A.J. Brown for a mid-first-round pick and a third-round pick that they traded for the Jets for a couple of picks that amounted to be nothing. And Burks is someone that the Titans knew when they drafted him had asthma. So his first season in Tennessee, he was unable to practice for much of the offseason, came in behind the 8 ball, and now he broke his collarbone. There was a part of me that feels bad for Treylon Burks, who probably never should have been a first-round pick, but this is a spectacular whiff by a Titans organization, and you see stuff like this happen, and it makes you thankful that the Oilers are gone. It makes me thankful about that. I understand that in the eyes of some, hey, the Texans have done stupid stuff like this too, trading DeAndre Hopkins for a second-round pick and David Johnson, all that stuff. I get it. But the Titans, this is just a regular occurrence for them, moving on from players who are still good, A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Moving on from a head coach who is clearly better than the guy that they have right now, Brian Callahan, opting for Mike Munchaks, opting for Mike Malarkey's, sticking with Jeff Fisher as long as they did. This is an organization that is committed, I think, to above average at best. And good luck to Cam Ward, but that was supposed to be Treylon Burks adequate. Burks was always bad. That is a bust. I feel for guys when they can't cut it at the NFL level, but this guy has asthma and you still took him anyway after moving on from A.J. Brown, and a move that like everyone seemed to hate internally. Just a very strange and bizarre line of thinking from an organization that really doesn't have a whole lot of value other than the fact that they used to wear Oilers throwbacks and they're not wearing them anymore going forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the flip side of the Vikings trading Stephon Diggs and using that pick to draft Justin Jefferson. Like it's the downside of the like making the smart, rational move, and it's only a smart move when you trade away the number one wide receiver and get one of the best receivers in the league. You know, like it's not a smart move when you trade AJ Brown and then you draft someone who can't cut in the NFL. Like that's where doing the, smart thing. I'm sure they got applauded on draft day for the value added. And it's like, well, you also have to nail the draft pick. And that's the hard part is nailing these draft picks.
Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. You want to weigh in on what Framber Valdez had to say about that defensive weird alignment that they had for when the Nationals last night were able to score on a double with Josh Bell running from first to third. But Framber threw the Astros alignment under the bus. Joe Espada did some damage control earlier today and did a pretty good job, I think, with said damage control. But you can weigh in on that. I am curious about Framber Valdez. He's going to be here post-trade deadline, but I wonder if those comments made Framber Valdez the possibility of moving on from him more than 1%. So you can weigh in on that. Very interesting story just popped across my feed, and I think this guy might be back on in worst take. Marcus Morris Sr. Ever heard of him? One of the Morris twins in the NBA. Did he ever play for the Rockets, Marcus Morris?
I forgot if Marcus or Markeith played for the Rockets. One of them played for like a season and a half, and then got traded to Phoenix to play with his brother. I forgot which one it was.
Marcus Morris was selected 14th overall by the Houston Rockets in 2011. Headline: Marcus Morris arrested for fraud. Agent offers casino-related explanation. Marcus Morris was arrested on a felony charge of fraud, writing a check with insufficient funds, and was arrested at an airport. Apparently, we're talking a ton of money on this front.
Oh, really?
Per TMZ Sports, according to court documents, Morris allegedly got $115,000 from the MGM via bad checks in May of 2024. He never paid it back when the checks bounced. Around a month later, he performed a similar scan at the Wynn, netting $150,000 through checks he knew wouldn't cash. So we're talking $265,000 by basically doing what Leonardo DiCaprio did in the movie Catch Me If You Can, starring Tom Hanks. Great movie. Christopher Walken's in it as well. Amy Adams, too, very early on.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah. So Marcus Morris, ESPN analyst, speak for your pizza guest, is also, in addition to having a 13-plus year NBA career and getting paid probably a stupid amount of money to go on ESPN and talk out of his ass, because I'm not assuming he's giving the most compelling analysis, is also going from casino to casino and sending checks that don't cash, which is a felony.
That's super illegal. Are we at the point now? It being a casino makes it a little bit different, but not that much different. But are we at the point in 2025 in America where just the simple act of someone saying, "Hey, I'll write you a check," that is already like the alarm bell should be going off a little bit?
Oh my God, you're so right, Sean.
Like, who is writing a check if not to commit a fraud? Like, obviously, even like paying bills, most of that's direct deposit.
Most places do not, because I remember,
not direct deposit, but you pay online.
I used to pay my rent with a check.
Yeah, like that is not that long ago.
I have checks with addresses that are from 8 years ago on them, and it's been so long since I've actually used a check. And I mean, yeah, that should be a red flag right away. Like you're just bringing in like a check, and it's also
1 second. Let me write you a check.
I suppose
Don't cash it until Monday.
At a casino, maybe it makes sense because you are talking
Larger
about withdrawing
sums.
a large sum of cash, and you probably don't want to walk in with a
Yes.
bag of cash.
That's why for casinos, I think it's a little bit different, but still not that different.
It is wild to see this. When I used to work at a grocery store, it would always be fun to put in a check, and you put the check in through a machine, and you had to hope that the check cash, because like they wouldn't be able to figure out generally for a day or two, you know?
Yeah.
That's why people used to have like the balance sheets in their checkbooks to make sure, because you couldn't access how many funds you had online, so that you would use the ledger when you were writing a check to make sure that you did not go over your balance. Nowadays, in the digital world, it's like pretty damn hard
on my app right now.
Exactly.
I can tell you exactly. Yeah, no, it is something. It was something that I was talking to my dad about recently, because my brother just opened up some like a Chase account, and he was like, "Wait, did they not give you checks?" I was like, "Of course they didn't give them checks.
Right?
Why would they?" I think when I got my when I signed up for a bank account, they didn't give me a check, and that was 10 years ago. Like they're just I don't think they give out checks anymore when you open up an account. So to me, if someone offers to write a check, I immediately am like, I do not think that this is gonna be a rubber check. Like it's gonna bounce.
Man, have you ever worked at a job where you weren't sure the checks would clear?
Oh, from the job?
Yeah.
No, luckily I've only worked in pretty reputable places.
Same.
But I can definitely see a job. I mean, not here. Like here, I've had no issues with that. But I could see how other radio stations
for sure
they could F you over crazy.
There is a place that owes me $1,000. I'm never getting it, but there's a place that owes me $1,000, and it drives me crazy still today.
Yeah.
Because I remember like they gave me an invoice, I filled it out, and I'm like, all right, where's it coming? So they just never gave me the check, but they said that they were going to pay me $1,000.
Yeah, that to me seems. I mean,
I can't do anything about it.
It is scummy, but
they don't
it
exist
also,
anymore.
Yeah,
They've like just evaporated.
That's the
I'm
thing.
like, oh great. I don't even know how to get a hold of them.
Just disappear.
Yeah, I don't even know if I like knew their real names when they said that they would give me this. You know, like now, in retrospect, at the time I was sort of like, okay, whatever. I'm more about the publicity here, but like, $1,000 for 2 TV show appearances
would have been nice.
Would have been nice. I would love to have that $1,000 for right now. Anyway, he is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You want to weigh in on Framber Valdez, his dominant performance against the Nationals yesterday, his comments about the Astros' defensive alignment behind them that led to him getting a no decision, and whether or not the Astros should move on from him, and if that start you saw last night was his last start ever in Houston. All of that is on the table. You'll also hear from Dana Brown at the trade deadline. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
bottom to end the game. Astros have lost 5 in a row for the first time this year, all coming on this homestand, all coming against teams at the bottom of their division. The Astros now 0-5 against the A's and the Washington Nationals as they lose tonight by the score of 2-1.
I'm putting them in timeout tonight. I ain't watching. You shouldn't either. You're only going to be mad. You're only going to be disappointed. 3 hours. You could watch multiple movies over that stretch.
Yeah, you can watch The Phantom Menace 1.5 times.
Right.
As I learned last night. Well, I didn't actually watch it 1.5 times. But
did you watch The Phantom Menace, Sean, because the Astros were unable to score? Or
yes, I was like, I need some eye wash. And then I reached for the closest thing that was the experience to watching the Astros. And I was like, give me some pod racing.
Gotta say, the alien stereotypes in that movie,
not great.
Little close to home.
Yeah, it's
who's worse? Is it Watto, who's clearly supposed to be Jewish, or is it the Trade Federation, who's clearly supposed to be Asian?
Yeah. Jar Jar has some.
He's Jamaican,
yeah,
right?
Broadly Caribbean. It's all bad. It's all bad. Darth Maul's cool.
Darth Maul was cool. Episode 1 or the Astros offense as currently constructed, where you have, of all people, Jacob Melton batting 5th.
Mm-hmm.
What would you rather? Phantom Menace or the Astros' current offense? I'll take
Phantom Menace. Dude.
I'll take the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, although
Duel of the Fates.
Although
Darth Maul.
Exactly. It is like watching an hour and 45 minutes to get to that part. But yes, I will say the Phantom Menace, I have zero chance of perhaps getting a free jumbo jack from Jack in the Box.
Ooh, that's true.
The Astros offense, now they do have to score 3 runs. That is an obstacle because
such a low bar.
They haven't done that in like a week.
They've scored less than 2 runs a game their last 6 games.
But there is a chance that I guess I don't have to watch them get the 3 runs, but they can feed me tomorrow,
right?
If they score enough runs,
or
today.
If somebody hits a foul pole, that's it.
Oh, you know what? I'll settle for Chick-fil-A too.
I'd rather have the Chick-fil-A.
I'd rather have the Chick-fil-A, but yeah, hey, listen, whether it's a jumbo jack from Jack in the Box or was it like 3 chicken strips? It's like not as much as you'd want. But yes, either way, the Astros could theoretically feed me. The Phantom Menace arguably is only, if time is money, money buys food. I am wasting food by watching the Phantom Menace.
For sure. The Phantom Menace, sadly, has become good because of the last trilogy of Star Wars movies and how bad they were. Some people are looking, I agree, but
still not
some people look back at the Phantom Menace, which is definitely a kid's movie, and are looking at the Phantom Menace as if it's better than it actually was. And we're talking about the Phantom Menace because the Astros offense has less runs than Framber Valdez had strikeouts since Framber Valdez's last start.
Yeah,
they've scored 11 runs in the 6 games that they have played since Framber's last start against the Diamondbacks, which they won. They scored 1 run last night, the night before that, and the night before that, Framber Valdez had 12 strikeouts. So Framber Valdez throwing the Astros defensive alignment behind him for a double that scored Josh Bell, who is not a fast man and is also a fat man, from first base, led to Framber calling him out, basically saying, generally, you want your right fielder to be in right field. I'm paraphrasing it a little bit there. Joe Espada did some damage control there. I am curious to know if when the Killer Bees kick off today, if Jeremy Brandon is going to say, it's time to trade Framber Valdez. It's time to trade him. Or if there will be others who are calling for that. I saw Brian Lima of Apollo have a fun take. Maybe, just maybe, Framber Valdez is trying to get himself traded by the trade deadline. I doubt the Astros would move from him, but it's got to be maybe a 2-3% chance at this moment in time, just given what he had said last night, throwing the defensive alignment under the bus. The Space City Home Network did not even air the interview that Fromber did. They only showed the question he answered about getting strikeouts number 1,000 and 1,001. So very intrigued to see if something could happen. I'm not expecting it to happen, though. Would lead to a very juicy Friday show. We're going to have Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider, in studio for Friday's show. Dana Brown is the general manager of the Houston Astros, and he stopped by the Space City Home Network broadcast last night in the very short bottom of the third inning. Astros offense did not do us any favors. It was just 4 minutes, start to finish. We did hear a couple of interesting things. Are you down with Dana Brown? We got to load the new open in. But Todd Callis asked if the Astros need to make a move for some sort of spark, the way that the Astros got one at the waiver trade deadline in 2017 when they got Justin Verlander. Here's Dana Brown.
There's been talk about you as executive of the year, Joe as manager of the year. If this continues, do you feel a little pressure to maybe create a spark for this team during this little stretch at the trade deadline? Because a lot of guys have been playing a lot of games, and some haven't been used to playing that many games, to try and get something going here at the trade deadline?
Yeah, look, I'm an energy guy. I love creating a spark, and that's what we're going to try to do. We're working on a few things that I wish I could talk about on air, but I think we could, give this crowd a nice little spark, and the city of Houston a nice spark, and the organization a nice little spark. But look, we're locked in. We feel like we're going to get something done, and so it's just a matter of time.
I'm an energy guy. I like creating a spark. Some sparks I can't talk about on the air. I know Dana Brown's talking about the Astros at the trade deadline. That said, he also sounds a little bit like he's talking about party favors. No, I know he doesn't mean that, but someone less familiar with baseball might have heard that quote and hear how he wants to give everyone a spark, but he can't talk about what that spark is. Sounds like party favors.
And fellas, she'll like it too. That's actually, I cut that part from the end.
Dewey, it's Viagra. There's no side effects. It's not bad at all. Oh, I don't know, fellas. I don't know if I want that. Walk Hard, great movie. They're going to have to do something about the bats. As correctly brought up on the text line, we were just talking about the Phantom Menace versus the Astros offense. The texter, the Astros batters hit like Imperial soldiers shoot.
They do.
How did that empire conquer the galaxy? Just terrible shots.
Vader is the answer.
But he could be everywhere. And I know that they had a lot of soldiers, but I mean, the armor clearly didn't do much either. So they got this white armor that doesn't block any shots. And on top of that, they can't shoot a damn thing.
Yeah. They got close though. The rebellion was it was touch and go for a while for the rebellion.
It was.
It's a classic. It wasn't a hard strength of schedule for the Empire, and they still found a way to lose. They came very close though.
That's true. Trill O'Reilly brings up on YouTube, Dana Brown was referring to the return of Justin Verlander. Well,
that would be like 2017.
I saw John Morosi reporting that the Astros are engaged in conversations about Nolan Arenado.
Going back to all of our exes.
All the
I
exes.
guess Arenado's not really an ex.
But he almost was.
The one that got away.
He's like someone you matched with on a dating app, but you never met up with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you're like, hey, we matched again. Hey, let's actually meet this time. Cebu comments, Dana, when he was in the booth, that was exactly when Eugenio Suarez got hit in the hand. I wonder if that's the move he was alluding to, and he got a text about it. Yeah, could you perhaps trade a little less to get Eugenio Suarez?
Damaged goods.
After damaged goods, right. He's like a little bruised apple.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want a guy, like, no offense to Eugenio Suarez. He's had a great year. We got enough injured guys. We got enough. We got that covered.
I'm with you there. More, are you down with Dana Brown Here's Todd Callis asking him about the Astros' priorities at the trade deadline.
That's exciting to hear. What would your priorities be? Or do you have priorities at the trade deadline?
Yeah, our priority would be, to get a bat, preferably an infielder, if possible. But we would take an outfielder as long as it's a bat. We think we need to add another bat to this club, and we want to get some type of pitching, whether it's another good piece in the bullpen because our guys have been grinding the first half, or another good starter that go on a rotation, and then one of the starters could go into the bullpen. And then, look, we got guys coming back. We feel like these acquisitions with the guys coming back are going to be great, right? So once we start getting guys back, we'll probably get Pena back first, then we'll get Arrighetti back. At some point we'll get Jordan back, and then we're going to continue to get those guys back, and it's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
I knew he was going to do it. Woo! I'm honestly pumped that he did it.
And he built to it, too. You knew where he was going 30 seconds before he actually said it.
Oh, I even took my headphones out and walked away. There's just something so beautiful about this time of year when the Astros are dealing with a bunch of injuries. And Dana Brown talks about those injured players as if they are trade deadline acquisitions. Chef's kiss.
And it's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
Oh, yeah!
That's perfect.
Ah!
I mean, I'm clipping that, by the way. We're going to play that every time someone comes off the IL.
And it's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
When Pena comes back, did they win this trade?
They did.
They gave up Zach Short, and they're getting Jeremy Pena.
Unbelievable. That's a trade rape right there. Send him short to Sugarland for Jeremy Pena from the injured list. This injured list team. It's a really good one. They don't play games.
Why are they sellers at the deadline?
Unbelievable.
Past the deadline.
There's a bunch of pores, the Astros injured list. Oh, that's Dana Brown. I love it when he does that. I knew he was going to do it, and I'm glad he finally did it.
Yeah, I'm glad he did it on TV too. So we can use.
Oh,
hey,
perfect. We can actually play it.
Use it.
We can reuse it over and over again. Oh, that's. Just
I've been so
good.
mad if he did that on the flagship interview.
I would too.
2 a week that he does.
You
on the
son of a
flagship.
bitch! You better do it on
Reuse,
TV.
baby. Yeah, let me use it.
The Astros offense tried to make him not do it because that inning was like 3 minutes long.
There's the introduction and the little bit of cross
and they tried to keep him around a little longer.
20 seconds of crosstalk.
Yep.
And then I think only 3 questions were asked for 3 outs. It was a ridiculously fast inning.
They tried to keep him around. He's like, nah, I'm
good.
To do. I'm out.
Later.
I'm out.
Did you hear me? I'm working the phones.
Hey, we got trade acquisitions coming. You might have heard of them before, but get this: Jeremy Pena, Jordan Alvarez, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia. I'm going to get all of them at the trade deadline.
Woo!
Let me do it like I'm Howard Dean. And we're going to get Jeremy Pena at the trade deadline. And we're going to get Jordan Alvarez at the trade deadline. And we're going to get Christian Javier at the trade deadline. And we're going to get Luis Garcia at the trade deadline. And we're going to get everyone you've already heard of at the trade deadline.
And it's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
It's the best. It's the best.
You know what? I love Dana Brown. Dana Brown, because he's made enough good moves where I'm like, he's definitely good at his job.
Hey, he's the reason that they're in this spot right now. I saw one of the Astros aggregator accounts say, look, this trade deadline is going to do a lot for Brown's legacy. No, the fact that they're in first place despite everyone's dead is incredible.
The Tucker trade, he's good. He made the Kyle Tucker trade after 100 and what?
Yes.
Like 8 games, 110 games.
Huge success.
I think I've seen enough.
Paredes is great, especially at Dyken Park, and Cam Smith has been way better than we all expected.
And not only has he been better than we expected, to me, he's shown enough to where I'm like, I feel pretty confident that this guy's going to be a pin a starter for the rest of his rookie deal or his, team option or club control. And then we'll see if we pay him. But I'm all right. I'm good with 6 more years of Cam Smith in my life. Sign me up.
That is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Are the Astros being urgent enough about this trade deadline? Because there's a factor no one's talking about when it comes to this year's playoffs. We'll talk about it on the other side. Buckle up.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros are going to make a trade deadline acquisition. It's going to be players returning from injury. I'm just so thankful Dana Brown shared that with us last night on Space City Home Network, Sean.
They are getting an all-star shortstop at the trade deadline.
That's true. All-star caliber shortstop. Although he was not a starter, he's an all-star.
He's an all-star. Didn't play either, but we won't talk about that.
Yordan Alvarez, also been an all-star.
I'm not sure if he didn't. I'm not sure if he made the promise that Yordan's going to play.
He did not. Also,
a guy who threw a no-hitter in the World Series game,
mm-hmm.
or 6 innings of a no-hitter. He's coming back.
Didn't hear Jake Myers. Didn't hear Isaac Paredes.
No, if I want to give him some slack, what's he gonna do? Sit there and name 14 guys? I get it. Why you?
Would have been funny if he said Lance McCullers too. That would have killed all the vibes as he deals with a blister. This time he's coming back from a blister.
It's like getting him in a trade.
But are the Astros being urgent enough at the trade deadline? Because, guys, some people are saying that this is the take of a conspiracy theorist. But, hey, remember that interstellar object scientists discovered flying through our solar system earlier this month? They said it was a ball of ice. I'm not talking about Homeland Security. I'm talking about a ball of ice, like the frozen kind that you put in a drink. That's what everyone was saying. Oh, just a comet. No big deal. Well, a Harvard physicist says that this ball of ice could potentially be a hostile alien spacecraft that could attack our planet in November. This is from the New York Post. A mysterious intergalactic object could potentially be a hostile alien spacecraft that's slated to attack our planet in November, according to a new study by a group of small scientists.
What does their size have to do with this? It's a small group.
It's a small group.
Oh, not a group of small scientists.
No, not a group of small scientists.
Okay. Because it might be a very small ship.
This is a big ship.
Looks big to them.
This thing's huge.
Okay.
It could be hostile alien technology. This inflammatory paper was published about 2 weeks ago on the preprint server ARXIV. Expert thinks the claims are nonsense. Other scientists believe the object is natural, but I guess Harvard astronomer A.V. Loeb thinks that there are some very interesting little tidbits about this object, specifically that it's coming as close as it is to Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. And when it gets closest to the sun, it'll be totally hidden from Earth's view. So the tinfoil hatters out there are putting them on Tinfoil Hat Thursday. And with the trade deadline being on Thursday and the possibility of, per this Harvard scientist, of alien invasion in November, do the Astros have to go all in at the trade deadline? Yeah, that's right. I localized that, bitch. Do the Astros need to be a little more urgent at the trade deadline due to the threat of alien invasion? I mean, what'll it mean for Dana Brown's legacy if the Astros are gone and then 3 weeks later, Earth gets vaporized? It won't be good. It will, at least if the Astros win the World Series, we'd have a couple of celebrations before the aliens kill us all. So I think that the Astros got to think about this. You got to think about the possibility of the apocalypse in November. And if that means that you're more aggressive at the trade deadline, so be it.
Yeah.
I'm going to get in way more credit card debt now that I see this. And if I default, I'm just going to be like, oh, well, aliens are coming. I thought. Not bad. No big deal.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm not Marcus Morris here with fraudulent checks at casinos.
Give me time.
If I could do that, but no, we're only doing like a 12th of that, okay? But listen, I had to go to see the Japan before the world explodes. I had to go to Tulum again. Me and the girlfriend had to go on a fancy vacation to outer space with Katy Perry. Katy Perry offered us to go up there. No, she's having to reach really low on the celebrity list now that everyone hates her. So she's going to the Z list after her date with Justin Trudeau, who some believe looks like my father. She might be taking me and the girlfriend up into outer space. We're going to pay for it. It's fine. And the Astros should do the same thing. Life's short.
Yeah.
One moment, you're scoring 1 run a game and have Zach Short at shortstop. The next moment, aliens, Independence Day your ass, and the president of the United States accidentally nukes Houston. You don't know what's going to happen.
Wasn't on accident.
He did it on purpose.
It did very much on purpose.
God have mercy
and it
on their souls.
Didn't matter. Turns out aliens greater than nukes.
Mm-hmm.
One.
Yeah.
I have a great romantic comedy idea that takes place during the movie of Armageddon, just on Earth. There's a romantic comedy that there's something there.
I like that.
Shooting your shot when you think the world's going to explode. 2, I would like to know does the science world have like the Stephen A. Smith, Skip Bayless, Kendrick Perkins, like hot take artists? And is this guy one of those guys where other scientists are like, of course he says it's going to be aliens, whatever. Like, I just need I need this guy not to be reputable, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'd really like, I mean, giant ice ball also like doesn't help me very much because if it hits, I feel like we're still going down no matter what, but maybe it doesn't hit.
Yeah.
But I would like a smear campaign on what's this guy, Loeb?
Yeah, I would. But here's the thing. So there's also this idea that there might be the government's going to tell us at some point. Again, this is all tinfoil hat stuff. But there's an idea that this is like the counter movement to this, is that there's going to be a moment where the government tells us that we're all going to get attacked by aliens, and it might be a hoax.
Wait, so we're not actually going to get attacked by aliens, but the government is going to tell us we are.
So that's another theory, separate from the theory by this Harvard physicist that thinks that the thing that's moving through our galaxy will invade us in November. Then there's someone's going to tell us that there's going to be an alien invasion in 2027, but it's going to be a hoax. And then they're going to, give us the old runaround. So there you go, guys. Okay. Tinfoil Hat Thursdays.
I was going to ask, and then
listen, whether they're true or untrue, I'm just saying the Astros need to think about this at the trade deadline.
Ultimate win now scenario.
Right. Like
it's the ultimate win now. You have to win now.
Texans might need you too, I mean, does that mean you trade like 25 first-round picks to go get the best offensive lineman possible? I don't know.
It would be so funny if this happened. It would not be funny if this happens. But part of it would be funny.
Who's going to be most competitive when the world is facing extinction?
Yeah.
Who's going to be like, well, I still got to win.
If like let's just say like,
who really cares the most?
Tuesday, October 20th, this thing's going to hit. I don't know if that's even a real day. But like Tuesday in late October, it's going to hit. That Saturday, all the undefeated college football teams immediately declare national championships.
Let's just go.
We're all undefeated national
champs. That
champs.
would be so funny. Like Indiana finally gets that national title.
We're 5-0. Yeah, who cares?
Great day for Texas A&M. They're finally national champions. They're beating up on that SEC out of conference schedule. Although they actually play Notre Dame.
Yeah, they get Notre Dame. They get.
But if they beat Notre Dame, hey, there would be a semi-valid claim.
Yeah, especially if the Earth's going to blow up the next day. Sure, claim it. I don't care at that point.
It is the Paul Gallant Show. And just keep that in mind, guys. You never know if this is the last year ever. You never know.
Hug your loved one.
Appreciate life. Every day could be the greatest day of your life
until
the day where the aliens come and kill us all.
Until October. When
November.
Sean. November. Oh,
it lines up perfectly for the Astros. That's all I'm saying. I saw this and I was like, I think the Astros got to think about making sure they win the last World Series ever. Because there won't be a World Series after that.
There won't be a world after that.
Yeah, there won't. Unless the aliens like hijack our game and they play some bastardized version of it. They might make it more fun, actually. Some actual lasers instead. Yeah. Lightsabers for bats.
Ooh. Okay. You know what? These aliens. Let's hear them out first.
Let's hear them out. Well, I mean, listen, I'm definitely gonna hear them out. I'm gonna sell humans into bondage. Come on. Gotta survive, baby. Gotta survive. What, you think I'm gonna fight back? Stupid. It's idiots.
Over there, sir.
Yeah.
Over there.
Hey,
He's hiding over there.
Hey, Jeremy, he's a great laborer, Old Jeremy Branham.
Turning people.
Yeah. Be snitch.
Thanos. He's over there. He's over there.
Shot by the glass of Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Don't forget, Thursday, the summer circuit continues at Carbach Brewery from noon to 6. I'll be there. Killer Bees will be there, and you'll have a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value for registration. Just stop by the promo table at the broadcast. Come out and join us noon to 6 at Carbach. And for the entire summer circuit schedule for ESPN Houston, go to ESPN975.com. So Astros lost last night. I have a hard time seeing them lose 6 games in a row. Then again, they've scored 11 runs in the last 6 games. So it's less than 2 a game. Not good. Not good. As far as actual trade deadline prospects for the Astros, it does seem like they're going to get some injured guys back. Dana Brown actually did pitch that on the Space City Home Network broadcast last night. One more time for the clash on. This is Dana Brown, your GM, doing what he does best, talking about injured players returning from injury as trade deadline acquisitions.
It's going to feel like a trade every time somebody comes off the IL.
I love it.
I kind of do too.
Yeah.
I'm glad he does it.
I was asking for it, and he delivered.
And I think he deserves credit for holding off until July 29th.
He did.
And it's also after he spent 30 seconds saying, we're looking for a bat. Looking for an infielder. Could be an outfielder too. We're looking for an arm who's maybe a bullpen guy, but also maybe a starter. We're looking for an infielder, an outfielder, bullpen, or starter. Cool. Got it. So anybody. We're looking for help kind of everywhere. Got it.
It is Tuesday at 2:38 p.m. It's time for a segment we do every single Tuesday. Worst Take Tuesday. I am hoping that Jeremy Branham leads off the Killer Bees this afternoon, suggesting the Astros trade Framber Valdez. We've had a variety of different takes on that from certain Astros internet personalities. Brian Lalima, who I'm a fan of, used to be at this flagship for the Astros, now working for Just Apollo. Lalima suggested perhaps Framber Valdez is doing this to get traded, throwing the defensive alignment for that RBI double last night under the bus. Joe Espada did some damage control on that front today. Also, Ben on the top said this: we couldn't do it now with all our injuries and we want to win, but could you imagine the haul we get for Framber right now? He's gone in the offseason. Pitching as good as it's ever been. Tons of postseason experience. Well, not recently, great ones. He'd command a haul. Someone's going to do it. Who's got the balls to do it? You can take the gauntlet on Worst Take Tuesday. The trophy will be yours. What else do we got on a Worst Take Tuesday? I cannot stand Benjamin Solak from ESPN. I find his optimism nauseating. And I also think that for somebody who is considered an NFL analyst, his grasp on the history of the sport is shit. Whoops, can't say that. His grasp is mediocre at best when it comes to the history of the game. Here's what Jalen Knoll is to Benjamin Solak. This take is a doozy. Jalen Knoll, said Ben, reposting a video, is one of those tricky rookies where I'm not sure how he gets on the field early, but I also really think he gets on the field early. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for contributing to the discourse surrounding the Houston Texans. Thank you.
Hey, Jalen Knoll might play. Also, might not play.
I want to Oklahoma drill him. That's all.
I thought you were going to say, I feel like an NFL analyst should be able to bench like 145.
Well, I agree with that.
If you're going to put on your taxes that you're an NFL analyst, you also have to put in a bench press.
I think that if you're not as good at me at flag football, that what you say doesn't matter.
Okay. So just lace them up.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Which is stupid, but it's I grew up watching the Patriots to go even further with my stupidity and validating my NFL knowledge.
Yeah. Who'd you root for, Benjamin Solak?
Thing I actually did think not too long ago. I grew up watching the Patriots. What did you grow up watching? Oh, nothing? Oh, okay. Oh, I played in the NFL. Oh, did you watch a Dynasty?
The only guy you couldn't do that to was Ted Johnson.
Yeah, I know, pretty much. I'd be like, well, Ted, actually, I remember your career more than you.
I watched before you.
I would have never done that.
Yeah.
I love Ted. Indomitian Sue on a Worst Take Tuesday said, I should have been paid more than Matthew Stafford in Detroit. Nah, dude.
I mean, Sue was awesome when he played, but it is just like Matt Stafford was the quarterback and he was good.
Stafford is owed reparations for how bad the Lions were around him.
That too.
Calvin Johnson retired because he hated it so much. Like Barry Sanders before him. And Matt Stafford's out there every week. He's breaking ribs and stuff. Stafford's one of the toughest quarterbacks that has ever played the game. I'm happy he got his championship with the Rams because of that. Sue, great player at times. I don't think Sue was ever as dominant at the NFL level as we thought he would be when he was at Nebraska.
Yeah, he was never like Aaron Donald. He was in that like next tier down.
For sure. It's not like he was clowny relative to the expectations. And I thought Clowney had a pretty good career.
But he was Sue was better than Clowney, but he wasn't Aaron Donald.
Right. And Sue was more like, I'm nervous you might injure my player, that I'm nervous he's going to wreck a game.
He was like good and also very mean. Very like, who was it that he stomped on? Was it Rodgers? He like stomped on his leg. Oh yeah, but there's one like big one where he like stomped on someone.
Worst Take Tuesday. Skip Bayless. Quote. Should have found this, but didn't want to actually watch his podcast. I felt I was called by God to be the very best truth-telling commentator and writer as I could be. I sacrificed having children because I saw that correctly raising children would be a huge, time-draining distraction from maximizing my talents. End quote. This is a quote as part of a headline. Skip Bayless jolted by Scotty Scheffler prioritizing family over golf.
I was like, how's this? How did this come up?
Skip always finds a way. Like, I respect how he always finds the worst take and says the worst take, which means he can't possibly believe it. My big thing with Skip is I've never found him to be authentic, but I've always respected that he has no one zags like Skip.
Yeah, he is a great columnist. Like he is a great newspaper columnist, and part of that is every week I have to come up with some insane take that, do I believe it? Maybe not, but hey, I can make the case. That's basically the job description that he took to TV and kind of set the course of what sports television and really just television is nowadays. Talk shows, at least.
He walked so that down the road, Greg Doyle could creep Caitlin Clark out at random Indiana press conferences.
Yeah, like Skip Bayless maybe he wrote some stuff about Troy Aikman that was less than true.
Significantly less than true. You see the last picture Troy Aikman had with his significant other? Like Troy Aikman does not seem gay based off of that picture.
But hey, it's a columnist. He's a columnist. Even though I think that was in a book. But yes,
it was.
He was.
And it never was directly said. It was just implied.
It was implied. It wasn't
heavily implied.
That's why he didn't get sued out of never being on TV again.
So there you go, everybody. That is Worst Take Tuesday. Every Tuesday, 2:30.
Benjamin Solak and Skip Bayless.
There's probably gonna be a lot of Benjamin Solak.
I was gonna say, there's certain people that I know just to like.
I just hate him.
And I just feed Paul. Just give the ball, show this to Paul and let him cook.
I'm sure he's a nice guy and all too, and like that almost makes me hate him more. I just every time I see him, like the last time I saw him, he was like basically crying because Anthony Richardson got benched. Like that dude benched himself. Jesus.
Yeah, that was last season.
Oh God, he's the worst. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. Last chance to dance is next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros might have to think a little bit harder about being aggressive at the trade deadline if aliens invade us in November. A Harvard physicist said that, so can't be a 0% chance.
I forgot that he said he's a Harvard physicist.
He's a Harvard guy.
That lessons, well, not really. Not
oh, it should. My sister went to Harvard. Come on now.
Yeah, but my
sister is the smartest woman alive.
My hope that I don't know enough to refute that. My hope that he is the Skip Bayless of I don't know, alien adjacent sciences. That he's the one who just like is the guy who's going to go, hey, I think that everyone has the New York Giants being the worst team in football. I think they make the playoffs this year. I hope that he's that guy. But him being a Harvard scientist makes me think that's slightly less likely.
It does as well. For me, in a way, but I think the Astros should look at this. I think they should think about it.
You know what? I'm coming around to the Suarez deal as I read this article.
Rafael Stone might be shaking his fist right now. It's like, why didn't I trade for Durant at the trade deadline? Damn, I didn't know it was going to all end in November.
That's just
right after the season tips off.
Yeah. We're not even going to get to the in-season tournament.
No, not even. We wanted to be the second NBA Cup champs. Or third?
Third. My bad. It's the Lakers and Bucks are the two.
All right. Raise a banner.
That they have.
The Lakers, I did. I know that. That was embarrassing. Anyway, time for a little garbage time before we GTFO. Shout out to the guy who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, Hafthor Julius Bjornsson, who deadlifted 1,113 pounds to break the world record. No bleeding, no puking.
Wait, 1,100 pounds?
Yes.
What does that even look like on the
1,113? It is bending a lot.
I was gonna say, have you seen those videos of Nick Chubb squatting from a couple years ago now? Of the bar bending.
Yeah,
I can't imagine what
I've seen it with Jalen Hurts as well.
Yeah.
A boy was ejected from. Check that. A boy was suspended for the New Jersey Little League Baseball Championship. Why? Because he flipped his bat while celebrating a home run in the state semifinal game.
I see that you don't immediately hate this.
Well, listen. You know, sportsmanship. It is a thing. And I gotta say, the kid who I guess is named Joe Rocco Jr. Some might consider this anti-Italian discrimination, but like we need to be a little less bombastic. Okay?
Don't go after little Joey like that. All right?
I'm going after little Joey.
Joey Rocco
hit a home run in the top of the 6th inning, was ejected.
Yeah.
And the ejection carries a 1-game suspension.
So this is like I think they've, I don't know, sued or appealed this because the Little League accounts on social media, they like share videos and highlights of kids flipping bats. And so they're like, why should he get suspended if you're going to also now it was a pretty aggressive bat flip from this little kid.
Marco Rocco. What was that? What was that laugh all about? I watched the bat.
I thought it was Joey Rocco.
I watched the bat flip. I mean, it's high up in the air. It is crazy that he got ejected. and that he was not able to play in the state championship. Took place in Haddonfield, where my mom used to live. Mom and stepdad used to live there.
It's Jersey, right?
Yeah, it's Jersey, South Jersey, though. This is basically on the border of Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
So he's South Jersey. Have you heard of Riz dancing, Sean? It's a thing.
Riz dancing.
Riz
No.
dancing. It's starting to become a thing in Dallas.
Is this? Oh, okay.
It's literally just dancing.
Is it Gen Z?
It's Gen Z calling actual dancing, slow dancing. Because remember, Gen Z
from Ryan.
Gen Z, little psychos that they are, who had a couple of years without human contact with the pandemic and all of that. Like they're unfamiliar with things like sex, let alone dancing with somebody else. But it's called Riz dancing.
Riz dance.
Yes. And it's literally just slow dancing.
Yeah, no.
That's it.
It doesn't look revolutionary. I'll say that. It looks like a pretty standard dance. Hey, whatever gets the kids, off the iPad, off the Twitch streams and dancing with a girl. Hey, listen, that's a step in the call it whatever you want, kids.
Get less Fortnite.
Yeah,
more
whatever keeps you off your phone.
More for it's called
foreplay.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. A Chuck E. Cheese employee was arrested for credit card fraud while dressed up as Chuck E. Cheese.
Hilarious picture.
Sean, can you guess the state where it took place?
Is it hack for me to go Florida?
It was Florida.
Okay,
Tallahassee, Florida.
Oh,
Meghan Markle and Harry, former Prince of England, lost their $100 million Netflix deal.
Damn, that sucks.
You hate to see it.
She might have to be in the Suits reboot when they eventually make a Suits.
She definitely needs to get in that because people like her fake character. They do not like her real character. She's in Horrible Bosses, by the way, just an extra in Horrible Bosses. Yeah.
That is the funny thing about her becoming
a hot UPS driver.
Duchess, princess, whatever.
Yeah.
Is that like she was like a TV actress?
Right.
Like it's not
like the sixth lead on a TV show.
It's not like, what superstar becomes, Margot Robbie becomes,
No, definitely not. Nope. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Astros on the clock, November, alien invasion, per one Harvard scientist. Anyway, big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and appers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Brian behind the glass. Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Shout out to AD, our engineer, hardest working guy in the studio. Thankless job. No one ever thanks him. People are always mad at something. He heard me griping about this microphone stand because talent likes to gripe and complain and whine and moan and all that stuff. And he comes in here with an Allen wrench and fixes it in 1.2 seconds.
You think that's how
Shout
it
out
happened?
AD. What's up?
You think that's how it happened?
Did you say something?
Yeah, I said something.
No. Either way, shout out AD. Brian couldn't fix it.
It was
I
kind
couldn't
of
fix it.
bizarre, though, that Jeremy and I were setting up, and I go, you want me to get AD? And, like, within 2 seconds, AD was in here with an Allen wrench, and boom, it was fixed.
And this thing's magical now. Like, it's stiff. It's firm. It's really like it's how I like it. You guys have the dirty minds. I don't have a dirty mind. I'm talking about this microphone stand. If you guys want to be immature and childish, by all means. I don't want it in the butt. I want it in the rib cage. I want to feel it. Brian, childish, immature. If he wants to, have childish jokes, that's his prerogative. I'm not going to watch what I say because Brian's going to be childish about it. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
Fromber's complaining about the offensive or the outfield alignment yesterday. Astros lose another one, 5 in a row. Everybody's grumpy. Everybody's mad. Everybody's heated. I was trying to get thrown out of the game yesterday from my couch. I'm surprised no one in the dugout did. Fromber could have had strike 3 on Nate Lowe, and this whole thing could have been averted.
See, that's where I start. Lance Barksdale was awful, and he has never been known to be a really good umpire behind the plate.
Do we know that?
Oh, yeah. His
Really?
reputation has been really bad.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and Blummer's mentioned it previously, but Blummer was on him last night pretty good, kind of trying to do it a little bit under the radar, but then as it got worse, I think he was a little more pointed towards him. But overall, like, Fromber could have been out of that inning with a called third that Barksdale just completely ignored. And that was a tough one. And then everything ensued after, which is why he said what he said in the postgame, which has got everyone in an uproar.
Yeah, then the strike 3 to Dubon late in the game, too, was a little bit annoying because that was inside, runner in scoring position, could have tied the game. Those were the 2 calls that I would have lost my mind on the Fromber strike 3. Probably wouldn't have gotten thrown out there, but I would have definitely got thrown out on the strike 3 to Mauricio Dubon. Not that Dubon's going to come in, clutch there. I mean, the Astros have been terrible with runners in scoring position, although Dubon was the one that drove in Yainer Diaz. First time the Astros have led a game in like 3.5 months. So that was nice.
They got like a standing ovation for taking the lead.
It's like the mock. It's like whenever officials never call a play, like I never call a penalty for you, and they're calling a lot on the other team, and then they finally do one the opposite way, and you get like the mock applause or like a mock applause for a strike. But the storyline yesterday, Fromber Valdez, who pitched really well. I mean, Fromber was outstanding, punching out a bunch of nationals. Gave up the 1 run on what was very unfortunate. Could have been out of the inning. But Fromber, after the game, complained about the defensive alignment in the outfield through an interpreter, which did you notice that the shin cut it out?
Yeah, they didn't show it.
They because I went this morning to watch it because you see the tweets and like I wanted to hear the context. Like I wanted to see his emotion. Because, like, sometimes things get lost in translation because you obviously speak through an interpreter and speak Spanish. So I wanted to go see, like, his demeanor. I can understand a little bit of Spanish. I wanted to hear it in Spanish. And whenever I went to watch it today, like, they throw to the clubhouse for Fromber, and it's one question about hitting the 1,000 strikeout mark. End of interview, they took it completely off. They cut it out. It never made it to air, and I was very disappointed by that. So all we have are the quotes. Fromber through an interpreter. When I saw it went through, I said it was going to be a hit, but then I saw the right fielder play center field, and we have a center fielder for that. I felt like the right fielder should have been playing right field as opposed to center field, according to Fromber Valdez. Brian McTaggart, Fromber was frustrated with the defensive positioning on this play, saying, quote, "It doesn't make sense that was double. It doesn't make sense the right fielder was playing center field with a lefty that was hitting. That should have been a single. Shouldn't have been a double, and the runner should have been a third, not at home." So what's your take on all of the drama coming from last night's game?
Look, in my opinion, he's not wrong. I mean, he's a ground ball pitcher. I know that, the broadcast was trying to cover for it, or basically say, hey, look, they're in the no doubles alignment. They're trying to do what they need to do. But Trammell was so far away from that baseball that a guy the size of Bell, scored. I know he was going on the pitch, but when he hit the ball, I was like, oh boy, but I didn't think he was going to score. And then when he scored and then they showed the replay, I was like, oh my God. I mean, look, I understand if this is a full all hands on deck offense and lineup, it's a different story. But you're basically, from a Spada to the way they have to play everything right now, they've got to play it like they've got to keep everything, within a 1-run game, and they've got to be, hyper focused on everything defensively. He's a ground ball pitcher. I mean, I didn't understand the alignment, especially now when he made the comments. I went back and looked at it again this morning, but I was a little bit confused and stopped and paused a little bit when you saw where Trammell was on the ball, but I understand his frustration.
My take on this is that it's much ado about nothing. I have a general take in baseball that we sensationalize things. Oh, you threw a fastball up and in, I'm going to be mad. Oh, you took my shortstop out, I'm going to be mad. I'm going to hit you back. We sensationalize everything in the sport. Part of it's because it's 162 games and it kind of grinds your gears. And when things are bad and you're in a losing streak, emotions are heightened. So I don't care about anything that happened yesterday. Framber Valdez, he's upset. I don't care. Framber's emotional. That's what makes Framber Framber. I want Framber to be emotional. I want Framber to be fiery. That's the Framber Valdez that I like at the top of my rotation. He's the bulldog. Act like a bulldog. I have no ill feelings towards Framber Valdez at all. Now, I don't think Framber's right. The Astros are one of the better defensive teams in all of baseball. The Astros, they brought in Tony Perez-Chica so they could become really good at preventing runs. The Astros have every advanced statistic, optimization, analytics, sabermetrics. They have it all. They have all of this stuff. Framber Valdez, whenever he allows pop flies, a majority of the time it goes from center field to the left field foul line. Nate Lowe, he's a fly ball hitter. He hits fly balls more than he hits ground balls. Most of the time against lefties, he hits the ball to center field to left field. The Astros are playing the math. The Astros are playing the probabilities here. They know what they're doing. I give the Astros 100% of benefit of the doubt. I have no problem with Taylor Trammell was playing. I have no problem that he's deep playing no double defense. I have no problems that Christian Walker's not holding the bag on a 3-2 count. I have no problem that Christian Walker's guarding the lines because they are playing no double defense because they don't want him to score from first base. I have no problems with any of it. I don't have a problem with Framber griping. I don't have a problem with the defensive alignment at all. Much ado about nothing. Spada's going to talk to Framber today, and Framber tonight in the first inning is going to be eating his peanuts at the first step of the dugout, and no one's going to care after first pitch is thrown tonight.
I think the biggest thing is that you've got frustration in that clubhouse. I think that, Framber's a guy that normally doesn't say anything like that. The fact that he came out and said that, you can feel that there's probably frustration building throughout. They've lost 5 in a row. They're not playing good baseball. They know the offense is anemic, and that it's probably, kind of getting a little tight in that locker room. It was surprising to hear Framber say that. I understood it just simply because of the fact that you're right on everything that you said. But at the same time, I'm looking at it, and I did think that Trammell was kind of in the alley in right center quite a ways. That was surprising to me. You're right. I looked at the chart too with Nathaniel Lowe, and he hits fly balls from right center to left field. But at the same time, because that's the way they score a run, the run was going to score anyway. He gave up a home run. He wouldn't have gotten the win regardless.
Well, he didn't.
But at the same time, I'm just saying, looking at that, I was a little surprised at where Trammell was playing. But I understand, they're playing for no doubles. But I think the bigger picture here to me is not whether Framber exploded or not or anything like that. It just feels like that clubhouse might be starting to get a little bit of tension in it. They're starting to feel it a little bit. They know that, they didn't know at the time, but they know that their lead is dwindling and they're playing bad baseball.
Yeah, I think they could be feeling it a little bit, but I also think that Framber's fine by the first. I think he's fine today. I think he slept it off. I don't think Framber's going to have any ill will towards the Astros. He might even apologize to Joe in the clubhouse. I don't know, but that much ado about nothing. Much ado about Framber's upset that the Astros didn't win the game because you're right. The 5 in a row, they're upset. They're not happy right now. They're a little grumpy. They're a little hangry, and they're hungry for wins. But the defending the Astros is my point. It always annoys me too when people talk about defensive alignment. Because 90% of the time, 95% of the time, 99% of the time, it works. We don't see it, and we don't say anything. It's like a good umpire. You don't notice them. It doesn't matter. Same thing with the defensive alignment. I would have been more upset if the Astros play straight-up defense, knowing the probabilities, and they allow a double in the gap, left center field gap, because they're not shaded that way. This is one of those things where, oh, it scored a run, I'm going to be mad. But then no one really knows like the probability of it. They don't notice it whenever it works. And that's something that annoys me.
And that's fine. That's fair. I just think it's to me, it stood out because of how the play unfolded, and like watching it live, I was surprised at how much ground Trammell had to cover, and the fact that Bell actually scored from first. I'm with Fromber in the fact that I expected he was going to be on third base. He was going with the pitch with 2 outs. I get all that. I think that the bigger thing for me is just the fact that it just seems like everything is boiling up a little bit. Like they're starting to get tight. Like that everybody is paying a little bit more attention now and realizing, hey, you've been putting together makeshift lineups for quite a while, and you've been not only treading water, but you've been hanging in there with a pretty good lead. Now it's starting to get to, to tight time where guys are reacting a different way. I think a spot is probably going to talk to Fromber today. I think you're right in the fact that Fromber's probably, whether he apologizes or not, he's probably going to have a different tune today. But I think that the bigger thing to me in the post-game comments and what those meant to me was that it just feels like it's getting a little bit dicey in the clubhouse, and the fact that guys are starting to get tight.
Yeah. It's definitely starting to tighten up. Like there's no doubt about that. 5 in a row against competition that's below 500, doing it at home as well. The lead is starting to squander. It's starting to tighten up a little bit. 713-780-ESP. We'll get your thoughts on this. The comments on Astros Twitter after yesterday's loss is hilarious. What's the panic meter for this Astros team? Texans going on as well. Lots to get to today. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. We're on Twitch at ESPN 975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. You can find us on Twitter as well, ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. What's the panic meter for this Astro team? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Ground ball, pass Walker into right field. Long run for Trammell with Bell on the move. He's got a chance to score. The relay throw by Matthews will not be in time. And the game is tied at 1. Fromber frustrated. He felt like he had Lowe struck out. Instead, it's a double just past Christian Walker.
I can't believe how cruel the game can be sometimes. You make a pitch, you don't get the call, and if you ever wanted to have an argument for ABS, it would be this at bat right here.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
That's as Murphy's Law as it gets. 2-2 pitch, outside corner, should be strike 3. Was not called. Avon Barksdale from the wire said it was outside. Ball 3. I hate the way that Yainer Diaz frames, by the way. Did you see that? Like, you see how much he yanked it? I like, catchers do this these days. Like, most catchers do it. I don't like it. I hate it. What do I know? I'm just a jabroni who talks on a microphone. I'm a moron on a mic. I hate how catchers, with a pitch that could be a strike, maybe a strike, yank it to the middle.
Yes, it's too drastic.
Drives
of
me
a
nuts.
move.
Just stick it.
Yeah, and I think the umpires, it's reverse psychology. If you do it that much, you're that egregious, that noticeable with the way you move the pitch, then they kind of go the opposite direction, going, you're really trying to beg for a strike that probably wasn't a strike. If you just subtly move your wrist or flip the mitt up a little bit, it's far more effective. And you see the guys that have been the best at doing it for years. It's an art form, but they're very capable with just a little bit of a wrist move or your upper hand. You can move that thing right in the zone where it needs to be, where it looks like it's over the plate. I'm with you. I cannot stand that egregious big pull across the plate because the umpire behind you is going to be, I'm not giving you that.
No, you're telling the umpire, I don't believe it's a strike. Like, if you have to move it that much, what are you telling the umpire? I don't think this is a strike. I'm trying to fool you. I prefer the Kerry Strug. Stick that bad boy. Stick it. Kerry Strug that sucker. I'm upset.
On one leg.
Whatever it takes. Kerry Strug, whatever it took for Kerry Strug, whatever it takes to get that strike 3. But anyway, you missed the call. Probably because Yainer's not great at framing. So 3-2 now. And look, there's 2 outs. So it means the runner's going with the pitch. Christian Walker, you can see, I went back and watched it because I wanted to see Fromber's temper tantrum afterwards. You can see Christian Walker tell Fromber, hey, I'm off the bag, which, yeah, that's fine. Like, you have a lefty up that pulls the ball on the ground, not in the air. So he wants to play at a normal defensive position, but he's guarding the line because there's a runner at first 2 outs. So you're playing no double defense. So you're guarding the line in the infield and you're playing deep in the outfield. And then he sneaks a ball through the 4-hole that curls into the right field corner. And Trammell actually played it well. Trammell got there before it went against the wall. A decent throw to Matthews at one-hopped him. I thought Matthews had a decent throw, but it was never going to get Josh Bell. I mean, that was Murphy's Law if I've ever seen Murphy's Law. Oh, by the way, the Astros had lost 4 in a row, and that was their 5th one. Like, it was incredible. Like, Blum, I think, described it perfectly. This is baseball.
Yeah.
This is baseball.
And it's just, when it rains, it pours. And it's just getting worse for this team right now. And I think that this is kind of like where Astros fans have been for a long period of time, when they don't really step back and realize how good that they've had it. And that's from the standpoint of, one, you could say during this whole golden era, how spoiled they've been with how good this team is. But I think in this year as a microcosm, you step back and you don't realize, hey, you just kind of expect, they're just going to find a way to keep winning. They're going to find a way to stay in first place. They're going to find a way to find guys that bridge the gap so that they can continue to do what this season has been. But at a certain point, you just run out of the professional baseball players that are Major League Baseball worthy, that are at a certain level, that can keep you doing it at the level you've been playing. They're still capable of playing Major League Baseball, but it's probably at a lower level, which you're not going to win as frequently. Do you expect that this is a tailspin that you were going to go through? I don't think most of the fans did. But the reality is, when you're starting 4 and sometimes 5 Space Cowboys, even if you're playing the Nationals, the majority of their guys are Major League Baseball players, and they got a fighting chance to beat you. They beat you in a tight game last night. It's tough, but I think Astros fans have to, kind of come to the realistic approach of all of this, that they're at rock bottom right now in terms, they don't have any more guys that they can just run up there. Yes, the guys coming back that have been hurt are going to help at a certain point, but just Jeremy Pena coming back this weekend's not enough.
It would help. No more Zach Short.
Start. Yeah, because Zach Short can't hit.
No, he hit a home run the other day, but you're right. He can't hit. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, Yainer hits too many ground balls, too. Like, I tweeted this yesterday. He needs to do the opposite of Willie Mays Hayes. I don't want to see Yainer Diaz hit another ground ball. Every ball that
everything.
Yes.
I mean, that double play ball was so,
It was predictable is what it was.
Yeah, and he does it all the time. You're right. But my God, I mean, that was the one chance where you look like you go, okay, 2-1, nobody out. They got a real chance here to at least push one across, and then the double play ball, and you're like, oh my God.
No, he needs to put the ball in the air. I saw something the other day too, where like the OPS of fly balls is like over 1,000, and the OPS of ground balls is like under 600. I want guys to hit the ball in the air, and Yainer Diaz needs to hit the ball in the air. Like, you have power, man. Hit the ball in the air. You're not Willie Mays Hayes. Like Willie Mays Hayes didn't have power, so he shouldn't hit the ball in the air. He should hit the ball on the ground because he's really, really fast, like Willie Taveras. Something that drove me crazy about Willie Taveras. Yainer Diaz needs to hit the ball in the air. Annoys me about that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texture says Fromber needs to be traded. We have to get something in return. This is not a hard decision. Good luck telling that to the clubhouse, man. Like, they're not gonna sign off on that. They're not gonna be pleased with that.
Look, I think from the standpoint, I think the ship sailed in the offseason. You could have traded him in the offseason, and from what you could deductively reason from what happened, they didn't like the offers that they could have gotten for him, or then maybe they didn't think they were going to get enough. But at this point now, like, are you basically saying then that there's just no chance for this team to win, and you're gonna dump out on Fromber when everybody knows he's a rental, and he's probably, no matter what, he's going to test the market. So depending on what teams are willing to give up, they're not going to give up as much as they were going to give up this in the offseason, I don't think. And I think it's also basically, like you said, it's basically telling your fans, the team, the entire organization, hey, we gave it a good college try. Now we're going to pull the plug, and we're going to start over starting next year.
I do think they would get a lot for Fromber, though. He'd be the best starting pitcher on the market. Like, he'd get quite the return, I believe. Now, as much as the offseason, I don't think so. I think you're right there. Not really the question, though. The question is, like, is this the best interest of the team right now? I don't think it is, and I'm a big fan of trading players before they leave in free agency. Now, you would get something for Fromber if he doesn't re-sign with you. Now, it depends if you're over the luxury tax or not, because if they're under the luxury tax, they'll get a first-round compensation pick. If they're over the luxury tax, they'll get a fourth-round compensation pick, kind of like they got for Bregman. Texture, I'm an Astros season ticket holder. Nice flex there, guy. We've been spoiled for a good 8 years. We have to start over at some point. It does suck to lose, but again, that's baseball. I'm a believer that you don't really have to start over in baseball. I think you can sustain winning in baseball. Player development has to be very, very good, and you have to be smart with how you use money if you're not the Yankees, Dodgers, Mets. But I think you can always have a winner in baseball.
I think it's challenging. There are times, and of course, you look at a team like the Astros with the fact that the moves they made previously while they were on top of the baseball world for the most part on this run, they depleted a lot of their farm system. And then the finances that go with it are challenging now with the tax. So I think that you're going to have ebbs and flows no matter what, and that's baseball. But do I think that you can consistently stay at, like, you look at teams like Cleveland, Tampa, if you play your cards right, if you're smart, you can stay consistently winning baseball, winning more games than you lose, and playing competitive baseball. I just think that, again, you get spoiled for a good 8 years, but I don't think they're at the point of starting over. I think they still have a nucleus where they can continue to win. It's a tough reality to kind of to speak on. You're 3 games up, and everybody's talking like the sky is falling, and you're 5 games out, and there's only like 10 to play, and the whole season's over. Like, you can still make moves to even make this team better until you get guys that are healthy. We've talked about the fact that if you get these guys back that are hurt, there's a lot of talent there that could make you a lot better for the stretch run. But the season's not over, and you're still 3 games up in first place.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they have the potential to win the World Series. Now, not as currently constructed. They have to get a lot of the guys that are hurt back, but I still think that their ceiling is a World Series title. A texture, it happens. Look at Detroit and the Dodgers. They're still 3 up. A series late, but a question for you guys. Would you trade Jordan for Kurtz?
No.
I would.
Yeah,
I would trade Jordan for Kurtz.
It's a no-brainer, right?
I think so. Jordan's banged up, makes a lot of money. Kurtz has 5 more years of club control, will be cheap. I would trade Jordan for Kurtz. Would you trade Cam Smith for Kurtz? He asks.
Oh, obviously.
No.
You wouldn't.
No.
You wouldn't trade Cam Smith for Nick Kurtz.
No, I believe that Cam Smith Nick Kurtz is fine and all that. I just believe that Cam Smith is going to continue to get better.
But if Cam Smith is better, you're going to hope he gets to where Nick Kurtz already is.
But Nick Kurtz has to stay there too.
Nick Kurtz's OPS is like 400 points better than Cam Smith.
It's his first year.
But he was okay. Like, at what point has Cam Smith ever been better than Nick Kurtz? Nick Kurtz was also
But
drafted
I'm not
like
saying he's
fourth.
better this year. It's kind of to the point that you were making when you were saying that they shouldn't have brought him up this year. I think that Cam Smith is going to continually get better,
but not
become
Nick
a better
Kurtz?
baseball player. I don't know. I mean, Nick Kurtz is a big dude, a big first baseman. Do I think he's the next Aaron Judge? I don't. It's a hell of a start to his career, but we've seen, stranger things happen where he can't maintain that for the rest of his career.
I mean, I don't know why you're saying that Cam Smith can develop at a really rapid pace, but Nick Kurtz couldn't.
I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I will stick with Cam Smith.
You want to bet it?
No.
Lifetime, who has a better WAR, Nick Kurtz, Cam Smith?
No.
I'm just seeing how strong you felt about the take. Does anybody want to bet that? 713-780-3776. I think
the A's would hang up on you if you try to offer that to him.
Cam Smith's naturally going to have more WAR than Kurtz because he's going to play like a defensive position, whereas
Sure.
Kurtz is probably going to play first base DH. But I will take that handicap. I will take the handicap, and I think Nick Kurtz is going to have a better career. I mean, he's a freak, man. Like, I think he's got a chance to be one of the better players in baseball for a long time, at least best hitters in baseball.
Okay, and even from a Yordan perspective, I'm not going to dump out on Yordan. I think, yeah, it's intriguing to get a guy like Kurtz for a guy like Yordan, but I believe that Yordan's combination of hitting for average and hitting for power, that when they figure this hand thing out, and again, that's the mystery, but I still believe that there's a lot of great baseball left from Yordan.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. He has been injury prone in his entire career. I don't think Cam's ever
can't
hit
argue
as
that.
much as Kurtz. Texter, y'all are the same ones who wanted Dusty to replace Machete with this kid. We have to respond to that
With Yiner?
Yeah.
I mean, I think as bad as Yiner is, he's a better offensive player than Maldonado. And when you look at Maldonado in his last year to 2 years with the Astros, he got pretty lazy behind the plate, and he was not blocking baseballs, and he was giving up a lot of pass balls. And then whether you want to say it's the rule changes as well as everything else, he was supposed to be the machete because he was cutting down all these runners, and then he wasn't throwing anybody out either. And that combination with his lack of offense, you could move on from him and develop a young catcher.
Yiner might have been overrated coming into this year, but Maldonado wasn't like the gold standard of the catcher position either. Like, why are we using Maldi as the standard? Like, maybe Dusty was right with Yiner, and like, okay, tip your cap. Dusty's great, manager of Nicaragua. They're going to do great in the WBC because Dusty's the best. But like, Maldonado wasn't fantastic either. Maldonado at that stage of his career also was not a great defensive catcher. Now, I do think he was like a good leader, and I do think he handled the pitching staff well and all of that. But I wouldn't use Maldi as the gold standard. All I'm saying, Texture, it's not just 5 in a row; it's 5 in a row against bad teams at home. That is true. Texture, I brought it up earlier today. When is Joe Espada going to stand up for the players and get thrown out of a game?
I mean, tell me where. Yeah, I guess with Barksdale last night, he could have gotten tossed if that's something that you think means all that much. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. He's already shown us who he is, and who he is not a guy that's going to be demonstrative. He's not a guy that wants to be on Sports Center, throwing his hat, kicking bases, and pushing dirt all over the plate. And I think that he has the respect of the players in that clubhouse. I don't think that whether he gets thrown out or not means anything.
Yeah, I'm mostly with you. Like, I would have probably been thrown out of that game yesterday, but I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. Whenever you're in a losing skid, I'm not sure that getting thrown out of a game is the best. Like, I think Espada's message clearly to the team is, like, we're going to weather the storm. We're going to take this punch and punch back. Like, his theory during this losing streak is to not lose his calm, to stay normal, which – like, I think is all right. Like, I probably would handle it that way, but I'm not going to criticize Espada for having that thought.
Again, if this is all happening and you're 3 to 5 games out of first place in the division, I think that I can see a lot more of the attitude that you're seeing from the fans. And I think that you can understandably say that he would be managing differently. But the fact that you've been able to maintain a 4 until last night, now 3-game lead in first place, and you got how many games left? Like less than 60. I think that you're still in the driver's seat. And if you are getting guys back, like you're going to see guys coming back, there's every reason in the world to stay completely optimistic because you have a lead in first place.
Yeah, I think he feels like being demonstrative and like losing his mind would kind of give the message of panic. No, I think he thinks. I'm not saying that it's like the right thing, but I believe that Joe Espada believes that him getting all worked up like that shows panic during a losing streak, And I believe that he wants to give off the impression of cool, calm, collected. We're going to weather this. We're going to be fine. I'm going to chill. I'm going to be cool. I think that's the message he wants to give out to his team.
Yeah, it's almost like the act like you've been there before and never let them see you sweat.
Yes.
And I'm fine with that because I think that, last year everybody was looking at like, I don't know how the players felt about it, but you take a guy that's never been there before, and especially with how bad that they started, I think everybody was looking and had those questions. I think this year there's no doubt he has the respect of the locker room. And look, we were just talking a few weeks ago about this guy being up there for manager of the year. All of a sudden, is he going to suddenly feel like he's got to fly off the handle and lose his top because he needs to kind of gain something with his team? I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, here's the other thing, though. Like a texture says, I'm just thinking about something that would light a spark. You got to have wood to start a fire, and the Astros wood isn't coming through, right? Because the bats aren't there. Get it? All right, 713-780 ESPN. What's your panic meter for the Astros? 5 losses in a row. The lead's down to 3. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, look, it is roasting hot out there right now, and you know that the last thing that you can afford to have happen is have your air conditioner go on the fritz. And right now, while it's hot and your air conditioning's working, it's probably the right time to also have it checked out, give it a tune-up, and make sure that everything's on the up and up so that it doesn't go on the fritz. And I'm here to tell you that if it does, or you're considering getting a tune-up so that it doesn't, go on the fritz, you need to see my friend John Blitz. John Blitz, he's the owner of Temperature Pro. John Blitz and I have grown up together in Milwaukee, Wisconsin since we were knee-high to a cow's udders. That means that I can trust him. I've known him that long, and I know that he's not gonna screw me over. He's not gonna treat me the wrong way, and he'll do the same thing for you. 20+ years of experience here in the Houston area. They are trusted, they are reliable, and they are here for you. Their ratings are the best in the business. A+ Better Business Bureau to start with. And they got all the major brands like Train Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. They're offering you financing that is out of this world. 12 months, no payments, no interest. They do those checkups, and they're inexpensive, and it's going to save you in the long run. But the fact that they're doing all this for you and they're in Houston means he's the guy that you need to call. You can go to blitzproservices.com. That's BLITZ proservices.com. Better yet, just call him. It's an easy-to-remember number, 281-247-5925. 281-247-5925. Anything with your AC, you need to get in touch with my friend John Blitz at Temperature Pro.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We're going to be out at Carbach on Thursday. Trade deadline special. Summer Circuit, ESPN 97.5 continues. So get out there, hang out with us. You can win a pair of e-bikes powered by Power On Electric Bicycle Company. Powered by Power On. $4,000 value. We'll be there noon to 6 Thursday. Entire Summer Circuit, ESPN975.com. Come hang out with us, though. It's a great spot. Trade deadline. We'll celebrate. We'll cry. Who knows? I wish we were out there today. Tell you that much. Brian, why were you bullying the intern? Praise.
You think I was bullying the
I heard.
intern?
I heard. Did you hear?
I did not.
I heard you through our very, very thick walls and our very, very heavy, very real wooden door.
I wasn't
there was a
even
very,
talking
very
loud.
stern message to praise out there.
I didn't think I was
It doesn't
talking
seem like
very
your
loudly.
personality, Brian. Why would you do that?
Yeah, why were you being mean to praise?
I'm not going to out people on the air. I'll tell you off the air if you want, but I'm not going to out people on the air.
Wow, that's basically saying that's guilt.
Yeah, that's kind of the
saying he
invisible hammer.
That's
like, here,
Yeah.
let me hammer somebody, but let me just not. I mean, Jeremy already said her name.
You're
I know,
You're
like,
blaming praise for something. I mean, that's really on you, though. You should be her tutor. You should be tutelaging her.
I'm
tutelaging. Oh my God.
Hey, you were a math major for a semester.
Planned
I'm
that or
not
not,
sure.
that was well played.
Yeah,
no, it was math major, not an English major.
I know
baby.
that's the point. That's the joke I'm making. No,
ESL.
I don't think it's worth outing on air.
I heard you getting on to her. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. If anybody's gonna get on to her, it's gonna be us. All right, it's gonna be us. It's gonna be the
Yeah, 'cause
talent.
you guys all do that all the time. You handle it.
It's gonna be the talent.
Well, I mean,
that
if
gets on them.
she puts like on the call sheet, if she puts the wrong person's
Mm-hmm.
name or the wrong topic or something, yeah, we'll get onto her for that.
Let the big boys handle this.
You want to take on that responsibility?
Absolutely not.
Can this be a verbal agreement?
No. I'm a believer of the Warren Buffett theory, where you can like write down the 20 things you like and eliminate 15 of them. You have 5 things that you do in your entire life. I'm a subscriber to that belief.
And that's not one of them.
No,
that's not one of the 5. Yeah, I didn't think it was.
I read a book not that long ago. I forget what it was called, but basically it was how to say no. It was like say no more often. So I've been a big believer of saying no a lot for like the last 5 years.
When I first got the job with the Rockets, our CEO was a guy that we kiddingly said he had only 3 answers to any question you asked him, which was F them, screw them, and no.
It's my kind of guy.
That was just it.
It's my kind of guy. I do very, very little, but I try to do those little things well. And I do them average, really. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's the panic meter for the Astros? Chewy says panic meter is at a 7. He's okay, though. He's going to watch a little anime. He's going to be fine. Coffee and whiskey getting up there, but I still don't trust the Mariners or Rangers to take this division. Still many games to go with time for injured guys to come back and hopefully produce in due time. Kugley says 3, about to get Spencer and Pena back. Pena's DHing tonight over at Constellation. Young on Twitch. Anybody who didn't see this coming with all the injuries is a casual. That's probably true. Like this feels inevitable with the lineups the Astros
felt like
have been running
but
out
the
there.
fact that it was almost like they were teasing us or fool's gold. The fact that every time it felt like this has to be with each passing name that went onto the injured list, it felt like, well, this is the blow that they can't sustain. This is the one where it starts to go downhill. And then they found a way to do things that you just didn't think that they were going to do. They swept Arizona. They were doing things, along the way that you're like, well, maybe they can sustain this. But you had to be realistic in the fact that at a certain point, how many times we would look at the lineup and before the game started to go, how is this team going to win today? How are they going to sustain this? And it finally hit me, I think when Walter went down, that their pitching might start falling back to where their offense already is. And that's a horrible mix to where I started the panic meter to go up for me because of the fact that I just think that this is rock bottom. I don't think that they can recoup from anything more than what they've already done. And I think you're seeing signs that they're going to have a hard time holding water with this team until they get some help.
Junior Bronco says 9.5. I would have rather never been in first than choke it away. What is that? This kind of reminds me of the old saying, like it's better to have loved than lost than to have ever loved it all. It's better to be in first and laugh than to have never been in first at all. I don't know if that makes any sense. The Astros with the injuries, though, I wouldn't call this a choke. It's more of like, it's more that you had an injury riddled season that ruined it.
Yeah, you have
than
to
a
be
choke.
realistic. You have to be realistic. Even if you're one of the deepest farm systems in baseball, you're going to endure 18 guys on the injured list and say that you're deep enough and the talent that you have in your system is ready enough to be there when you absolutely need them so that you can sustain all of that and you can be a first-place baseball team. It's been a Cinderella story all year, but at a certain point, if it was going to continue to pile up to this point, clock was going to strike midnight at some point, and then you're going to run out of able bodies to fill in for all these guys that are out, and that's where they're at right now.
What movie is that? Is that Cinderella?
Which one?
The clock striking
That's what I
midnight.
was talking
Is
about.
it
That's
Cinderella?
why I said it's a Cinderella story, but the clock was going to strike midnight.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So
Yeah, I
the
couldn't
carriage
remember.
turns back into a pumpkin.
I never loved cartoons. I was weird. I was a boomer, like straight out of the womb. But yeah,
we knew that.
I thought it was Cinderella. I was right. 713-780-ESPN.
It's a book too.
Okay.
I mean, you can read the book. If you're a kid, you get the book, you can read it.
I don't read. Let's go out to the
told us you read a
I
book.
read a little bit. I'm a little bit more cultured than I let on. Not really. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chuck, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Chuck?
What's up, fellas? Man, I don't know why anybody's panicking. Y'all just said everything y'all need to say, man. We got 19 guys on the injured reserve list. I mean, their talent is drying up. I mean, I'm more panicky about our friggin' medical staff to this day than I'm about any of our players if they ever could come back. You shouldn't have a guy go out every other day. I mean, there's just something seriously wrong with our staff, medical staff. And that's all I got to say, man. I've just enjoyed the season. I hope we can bounce back and maybe get somebody back before the next 10 years is up, and we'll be all right. Y'all have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Chuck. Great to hear from you. I think Chuck has always been on the medical staff, but I think that's the other variable that goes into this, because you can say, regardless of what they do or don't do between now and the deadline, that they have the ability, if they get some of these guys back and the majority of these guys back, to do more than any team that's going to be making moves out there before the deadline, because you're going to get one of the best hitters in baseball back in Jordan, you think. You're going to get a guy having a career year in Jake Myers, who's been playing at a close to an all-star level. You're going to get Jeremy Pena back, who is playing at an all-star level. You know, you're going to get pitchers back that have been in the starting rotation before and done a lot of fantastic things for this club, to where you could add 2 or 3 top quality starting pitchers to the 2 guys you have at the top of the rotation and say, I'll go to bat with those 5 guys, take my chances, and I'm a better baseball team. But because of Chuck's point, that you can't feel confident and easy about that it's going to happen. You can say when, but now it's more like if, because you just don't know if you can believe anything the Astros tell you.
It's the bottom line, because Stone Chuck said so. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Chris, you're in the hive. What is up?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon again. So I asked yesterday if the Astros would still be in first place December 1st, and Joel's like, well, it's like I said last week. And I'm thinking, Joel, things have changed since last week. We've got Isak on the IL now. I mean, things have changed. So I don't know why you guys are saying that you still think we're World Series contenders when Jordan's still not back
Well, Chris,
yet.
slow down. What I said yesterday was winning the division. I didn't say World Series contenders, though I do still believe they can be World Series contenders. But I think that when you look at the division, do the Mariners scare me? No, because the Mariners right now are a team that has shown you more times than not they're going to fold up their tents and go home instead of compete to the bitter end, push you to the brink, and win the division. Now, the Rangers are a different story, but the Rangers, for the most part, you've gotten the best of too. Did they win the World Series a couple years ago? Yes. Did you win the division that year? Yes. So when I said that I predicted what I did back then, and I continued to double down on it, I still believe that this team can win the division. I still think that they can be better than the teams that are chasing them right now.
Yeah.
You're
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. The Rangers are the team I'm thinking of in our division. They just got one of their star pitchers back about a week and a half ago, and he's doing good for them. You know, to change points real quick, Brandon, last night, another element to the whole Valdez and why he was upset with everything, he was going for his 11th win in a row. So he had that on the line. I don't know if you guys saw when Matthews hit that home run to put him ahead against Arizona.
Yeah.
He was ecstatic and happy when that happened because he went from not getting the win to getting the win. So I think that also added an element to it. And I'll end with this. I don't think Jordan's coming back, unfortunately. And if Pena comes back, I don't think he can carry the team. And Jake Myers, who knows what he's going to look like. So I don't want us to sell or, trade at the deadline this Thursday. I would like for us to see, what we could get for Fromber, but I know you guys don't like that idea, but I am not panicking because we're playing with Space Cowboys. Injuries hit us this year. I'm kind of just looking forward to next year. I'll see you guys.
All right, Chris. I mean, he sounds pretty panicky. Like I'm not panicking, but Jordan isn't going to play.
Here's the Myers.
Trade Fromber.
I'm not. Look, Chris, you might be right. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that what you said is like is a bad take and that you're 100% wrong. Like every time that Fromber faces live pitching, he's immediately shut down for 2 months. So like, would it shock me? What did I say, Fromber? Yeah, Jordan. Would it shock me if Jordan misses the entire season? No. Would it shock me if when a Jake Myers come back, he's a shell of himself? No. Would it shock me if Isak is out for the year? No. In fact, I think that's the betting favorite. Can Jeremy Pena maintain his hotness? Always, at least physically. Can he maintain his hotness whenever he returns? The jury's still out on that, but like, can he be the only one that lifts everybody? Potentially not. So I'm like, Chris, you might be right. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but you kind of contradicted yourself by saying all these bad things and then no panic whatsoever. It sounds like you are at least giving up on the 2025 season.
And I think the other thing that we don't know until it unfolds, but I think the other thing is there's still a way to get help from the outside. You have until Thursday to where they could still make a move or two that can help you, give you insurance for if some of those guys don't make it back, or add to what you're going to get back so that you can fortify your run down the stretch as well. But you're sitting 3 games up. And the fact that between the guys you could get back and the fact that you haven't gotten to the trade deadline yet, it's impossible for me to pull the plug right now and say, yeah, season over. Let's just press the reset button and let's go to next year.
Yeah. Yeah. The reason that I still think they're a contender, Chris, is the opposite of what you said. I believe that Jordan will come back. I believe Myers can be good and your best center fielder when he comes back. I believe that Pena has kind of turned into this type of player. Maybe not to this level, but I think that Jeremy Pena has turned into a really good shortstop and one of the better shortstops in all of baseball. I believe in Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez. I believe in Abreu and Hader in the back end. And I think they're going to add to help to this team between now and Thursday's 5 o'clock deadline. But look, does that make me right? No. Like, I mean, it has to play out. We have to see how it goes. 713-780-ESPN. What is your panic meter for the Astros at this point? Comments to the Astros tweet that they lost yesterday's game is pretty hilarious, too. We'll get to that as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys. Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal are reporting a primary target has emerged for the Astros.
Oh, really?
You want to guess the position?
Third base. Second base.
875 career OPS, if that's a hint.
Outfield?
Nope. Mm-mm.
Where am I going next?
Don't know. It's up to you to decide.
Brian, you going to guess?
Outfield?
He guessed that. He was wrong.
Oh, okay.
Nope. 875 career OPS.
So not outfield, not third, not second. First base?
Nope.
Shortstop?
Nope.
Catcher?
Nope. 375 career batting average.
Designated hitter?
Nope.
This is a pitcher, and he's
Starting
messing with
pitcher.
us. Yep.
Dylan Cease.
I knew it.
Dylan
Okay.
Cease, career 375 batting average, 875 OPS, 3 for 8 lifetime. Dylan Cease. So that's a Branham stat line there.
Yeah.
Pretty close to a Branham stat line. I didn't have the OPS, though. Both of my hits were singles. Dylan Cease, huh? How do you feel about that?
He got hit in the dome last night, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, again, it was actually a one hopper. It wasn't straight back, but it hit him in the back of the head. I had heard San Diego was shopping him. I think that this tells you that they're looking at a guy that they think can be the replacement for Framber Valdez.
Well, he's a rental. I mean, he's done it.
He's up at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now, unless that tells me that they feel confident they're going to get all of their offensive guys back, and even still, I think they could use another bat.
I think Dana's trying to just add to this team however he can. Like, I mean, we want a bat more than a starter. Well, if a starter presents itself and a bat doesn't, should you not trade for the starter? No, you should trade for the starter. You should help this team however you can.
Your outlook on the entire team. I think that I think it does. I wouldn't go get the starter if I felt like it was a rental and I was concerned about the returning guys not returning. If I had concerns about, Jordan, Paredes, Jake, and it seems like Peña's going to be back. Irrelevant, you could throw DeCenzo and other guys in that too. But if I felt like I was going to miss the majority of those guys coming back, then why would
is that how you feel though?
I think there's some deep concerns about.
Do you think Peña comes back?
2, maybe 3. Peña's the one guy I do feel is coming back.
Do you think Myers comes back?
I'm not sure.
I think he comes back, but I think it is later than. I think it's
could
later
be
rather
too
than
late,
sooner.
right?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on how you do record wise. Do you think Jordan's coming back?
I can't say yes.
Okay. All right. I feel like
Paredes is no.
I feel like you're kind of contradicting yourself a little bit
not.
with your
If
takes.
I don't think, no, my take is that I would be looking for a bat first, no matter what.
Yeah, but your take was that the Astros are going to run away with this division. But you're also saying that you don't think Jordan's going to come back and Isak's going to come back.
I'm saying if I'm the general manager, this is more pointed towards the exact thing we were dealing with was, would you get a starting pitcher if he was made available instead of a bat? Even though in my thing was no, if I know what I'm dealing with my team right now, I'm not going to get a rental starting pitcher if I know or I have any concern at all that the lineup is not going to improve, the guys I'm waiting for aren't going to come back, and that the rental is just going to have me give up guys for no matter how good my pitching staff is, an offense that can't produce runs.
I don't think that you can look at them in the same pod. Like if you I think general managers should call about every player and see what the price is on every player. And if the Astros really like the price on Dylan Cease and they think he's immediately their third best starter, I don't think because they have more of a need for a bat, they should say no to Dylan Cease for an offer that they like.
But if you're making that offer because he's a rental and the fact that, you're trying to your buyers, but that your offense is going to be less than, then doesn't it defeat the purpose at all? Because he's free at the end of the year. You're giving up some of your assets. And at the same time, are you really that much better because you can't score runs no matter how good your pitching is to try and win baseball games?
Are you a better rotation with Dylan Cease or without Dylan Cease?
Yeah, you're a better rotation with Dylan Cease, but can you score runs or can you not score runs if you don't have Paredes, Jordan, Jake?
Not many. No, not many. You're going to win a bunch of 2-1 games, or at least you hope you're going to win a bunch of 2-1 games.
Yeah.
My thing, though, is you should be at the deadline doing whatever is out there to help your team. Like if you're trying to trade for a bat, but the price is of 15 and you see that the price of Dylan Cease is a 5, why wouldn't you trade for Dylan Cease? Yeah, the bat is a bigger premium, but if you're getting a pitcher who you think can also help you, why would you say no to that? I don't get that part of it.
I would say that the only thing that I would say to see your side of it too would be if Cease isn't the only move I'm going to make. If I'm still going to add a bat or two, then I'm really going for it. Regardless of who comes back and who doesn't, then it's fine. There's no specific order that says you got to get the bat first. But if Cease is where you're going to give up the majority of the assets that you have to give up or that you feel comfortable giving up, and he's a rental and you haven't done anything to improve the offense and you have any questions at all about who's coming back, I don't think I'd pull the trigger on that.
I just don't think it's as easy as saying, like, I want a bat and all these pieces that I would use for Cease, I could use for some random bat. Like, would you rather have Dylan Cease and no bat or no trade at all?
But I would rather live with the fact that if there's more questions than answers, like to what I brought up, then I would rather live with the fact that I'm going to get one, maybe two, possibly three or four starting pitchers back to where overall I feel like my rotation can be a lot better. And I'll live with the chances of that happening than giving up assets to get a guy that no matter how good or bad he is might not help because of the fact that your offense is anemic.
So Cease and no bat or no trade at all?
I would live with no trade at all then.
Wow. I'd go Cease and no bat versus no trade at all. Like, obviously the return matters or whatever, but give me Cease and no bat or no trade at all. Like, I mean, I think a 1-2-3 of Fromber, Hunter Brown, Dylan Cease. And Dylan Cease hasn't been great this year, like traditional stats, but his like baseball savant still looks pretty good. It's kind of similar to UC Kikuchi. As Kikuchi didn't have a great ERA last year, but his savant numbers look good. Same thing with Dylan Cease, and Cease obviously has track record of being pretty good. That's a pretty formidable 1-2-3. Sure, and yes, there is concerns about injuries, but if you get Pena back, you get Jordan back, you get Myers back by the playoffs, that's still an offense that's capable. And now you're adding like a bona fide number 3. Absolutely, give me Cease and no bat versus no trade at all. Where you at on this one, Brian?
Yeah, I'm a little worried about what Cease's numbers have looked like. Like 2 of the last 3 years, he hasn't been great. But with the Astros' track record of taking guys and getting the best possible performances, we obviously mentioned Yusei Kikuchi, Charlie Morton, the names go on and on and on. I'd be in favor of this, even if it meant it was the only deal. I would still prefer a bat over an arm. But if this is a guy you can get on the cheap because he is struggling and he's a free agent next year, then sign me up.
Yeah, the thing with Cease is like the ERA doesn't look good. But the baseball savant stuff looks good. Like a 3.53 expected ERA. The strikeout rate's very high. The whiff rate's in the 94th percentile. Like the stuff still looks there. So if I get Cease at a bargain, like I would take Cease at a bargain. I don't know if it'd be at a bargain though.
See, that's the thing. You don't know what you're paying.
Yeah, but we don't know what you're not paying either.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would think that because there's such a desperate mode amongst teams that are looking for starting pitchers, there are teams like the Cubs and the Red Sox and the Yankees that'll try and make it a bidding war.
Yeah, I mean, we have no idea. Like, we don't know until the price is the price, or like reports or whatever. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Astros Panic Meter. Pete, we'll get to you first on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texture re-signed Greinke as a third baseman. Cease is hitting 375. Texture, Cease rumors picking up. Word on the street is Yiner plus. Ooh.
I'm not doing
know how
that.
I feel about Yiner. I mean, Yiner still has like offensive upside. I know we're all frustrated with him this year, but let's not forget he hit 20 plus homers in his rookie year in like 100 and something games. He flirted with a 300 batting average last year. Like, I understand we're all disappointed. Last year?
Well, his second season, whenever that was.
Last year, 299.
Yeah, he hit over 300.
That's 299 is not over 300, Brian.
Okay, all right. I thought he hit over 300 that year.
Bet a vending machine Coke. What do you want to do?
Well, it's not working right now, but sure, I'll bet it.
Oh, well, it'd have to be today.
Yeah, I'll bet it.
All right, we bet a vending machine Coke.
Okay.
All right, you owe me a Coke. You had $2.99 last year. Like 95% sure. Yiner for Cease would be kind of hard to swallow.
Can't do it.
They better re-sign Victor Caratini the moment they do it. Yiner hit $2.99 last year, Brian.
Damn.
You owe me a Coke. But again, and I understand Yiner's not a great defensive catcher. We think that the challenge system's coming into play next year. So that diminishes the value of defensive catching a little, not a ton, a little. But a guy who had 23 home runs and 377 plate appearances as a rookie, hit 299 last year in his second season in the bigs. That's capable, not great, but capable of playing the catcher position. That's a lot to give up for Dylan Cease for a rental.
Yeah, that would be more adamantly. I'm not doing it. I just can't. I just feel like there's still upside there. He doesn't have to be a catcher, but regardless, the fact that you have him under team control and he's shown you enough to know that he's a capable major league hitter, I'm not giving up on him for a rental.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. We'll see what happens. Pete says panic meters at a 7. He said he was at the dentist, but he texted in his take. Panic meters at a 7. I felt this way as far back as the Dodgers sweep. Too many holes in the lineup was going to catch up to them eventually. What is your optimal lineup, assuming they make no trade for a bat? And we can even concede that Isak is done for the year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Caratini, Yiner, whoever's left, I guess, is your catcher. Walker's your first baseman. Yep. If you're not making a trade, I guess Matthews is your second baseman. Some combination of Matthews. If Rogers ever comes back. Is he better than Matthews?
No. Right now.
Maybe at Dyke, yes.
Right now, Matthews just isn't hitting. I mean, he had
Rogers
Rogers
didn't either, though.
He had some timely hits. He had a couple of bombs, too. It's like, I don't think that either one of them is great. I think that either one of them is good defensively. But yeah, I would probably just keep getting Rogers' experience. Matthews' experience and go Matthews to second.
Yeah, Rogers been pretty bad. Matthews, to your point, had been good. Peña's your shortstop.
Right.
Dubon, I guess, is your third baseman. Altuve in left. Myers in center. Cam in right.
Mm-hmm.
You can have Melton, Chaz, Platoon do their thing, and then your DH is Jordan. Is that offense good enough with a really good rotation and a really good bullpen to win?
Yes.
Then why are you upset about a bat?
What do you mean I'm upset about a bat?
Last segment, you said you wouldn't trade for Cease and no bat.
Right, because I don't know if those guys are coming back. I can't believe that they're going to be back. But I also don't want to sit there and say that if I have serious apprehension about whether they're going to be back or not, that I'm not going to, and I'm seriously not going to give up Yiner to go get Dylan Cease. But I don't feel like a rental in Dylan Cease and giving up some assets to get him with any uncertainty at all about any of these guys coming back is a smart move for this team. Because I think that if you're getting pitchers back, then I don't know that I need to spend anything on Dylan Cease. If you get Javier that's anywhere close, if you get Arrighetti, if you get these guys coming back that have the ability that they have, I don't need to go out and spend assets to get Dylan Cease.
Why are you so sure of the offense, like the pitching arm's coming back, but you're not sure if the offensive bat's coming back?
My point is, I'm not sure of any of it, which is why I'm not going to go out and get a rental starting pitcher. If I'm not sure this team is capable of going deep into the playoffs and winning a World Series, then I'm certainly not going to start by getting a starting pitcher rental.
But you said all the offensive bats that could come back, you think that's capable to win it all.
Right, if they are. But only Dana knows for sure. But
I don't think he knows for sure.
And the bill of goods that we've been handed all year and even prior to that doesn't give me any belief that any of these guys are going to be coming back.
So then with your theory, you should do nothing. You should sell with your theory then.
If they know that Paredes is definitely done for the year, if they can get a replacement for Paredes, then that's one bat for sure that I think makes them a better team, because I'm not counting on him regardless. Do I think that there's a better shot that Jordan comes back? Absolutely. So I'm going to bank on the fact that if they all come back except for Paredes and maybe Jake, I can get by with that. And I still think that they're good enough, because I don't think the American League's all that great. I don't think it's a gauntlet that it scares me.
It'd be pretty nice to get all those guys back and then have 1, 2, 3 of Fromber, Brown, Cease, huh?
Yeah,
Wouldn't it?
But I could still be fine if Javier comes all the way back and Javier's, close to what he's been, and I could put Javier as a 1, 2, 3.
Texture, to your point, how many runs does Cease get you? If you can't hit the ball, what good does that really do you? You'd have to bank on the injured bats coming back. But he did hit 375, a career OPS over 800. In what reality is any starting pitcher coming back from Tommy John ever what they were before Tommy John, at least the first season they come back? I think it's a good point. It takes a little while to fully recover from the TJ, at least from a production standpoint. Now, Eric Getty didn't have Tommy John. So, Eric Getty coming back and being like a solid number 3, I think, is in play. Amen, Blankers, preach it.
Wasn't
says a texter.
Hasn't Javier been more than a year?
No, Javier was last summer.
I'm sorry, Garcia has.
Yeah, Garcia was the summer before that. Despite our record or the lead in the division, this year is done. Sell them all, says a texter. That's speaking to the
what do you got next year?
That's speaking to your rash takes that the season is over. Texture, wait, if we get Cease and lose Fromber to free agency, doesn't that free up money to extend Cease? I mean, I guess, and that's a theory, but I mean, he'd be a free agent. He can sign wherever he wants, just like Fromber's a free agent and can sign wherever he wants. Texture, we need a bat. These lack of runs are ridiculous. No, I mean, the offense is dreadful right now. Now, does the lineup look a lot different if you add Pena and Jordan to it? Absolutely, it does. Either way, you're banking on health. Like if you trade for a bat, you're banking on Arrighetti, Javier Garcia, some McCullers, somebody to be a 3. Brandon Walter, who's injured. If you trade for a starter, you're banking on the bats to come back. So whichever way you go, you're banking on one side of the ball to get healthy. Texture, that's a whole lot of ifs and buts for candy and nuts. Knowing how cheap the owner is, I don't want anyone who is just a rental. I guess that's fair. If we can't score, who cares who's pitching? The Astros keep getting swept by bad teams. That's kind of what's left on the schedule. How are they running away with anything? Well, the thought is they're going to get better, hopefully. If they're trading for a pitcher, they'll be trading Fromber. I don't agree with that. Like if they're adding Cease, they're not trading Fromber. They're not trading Fromber, period. I'm surprised with the amount of people who think that's the case.
Yeah, but again, I think they're so, what have you done for me lately? They're so hanging by whatever happened in the last game or so that people are now ready to throw in the towel, pull the plug, and say the whole thing's over with, and not be realistic, see the big picture, and understand that they're 3 games up, and they have guys coming back, and they've got the deadline in 2 days. They could still do some things to make their team better.
I'm extremely proud of all the young guys for stepping up and giving the Astros a 6-game lead earlier in the month. So my panic meter is actually only at a 4. Given that we get starters back, get Jordan Alvarez back. Texture, there's no panic meter, but we need a bat or multiple. What we don't need is to keep Fromber and get nothing for him. Another trade Fromber thing. Which surprised, I did a poll to see how many people actually want to trade Fromber. You telling me getting rid of Fromber ends the run? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Right now, it's not even the pitching that is a problem. I don't remember who said that. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I don't think it ends the run for the big picture, but it gives it severely hurts your chances for this season to go deep. I think you got to have those 2 guys in the front.
First, were you done? First and foremost, honored to find out that Brant, bless you. First and foremost, honored to find out that Branham is the most famous person to visit my Twitter profile. You're welcome. As far as the panic button goes, it's very mild. Crazy to think that with this lineup, we're still in first place. I think we've fallen back to earth, which is fine and expected. Once these guys come back from IL and results remain the same, hammer the panic button. We are reacting like a very spoiled fan base. This lineup they're posting out every night is pretty stinking bad. I mean, tonight they're running out Costanza on the mound, and it's a similar lineup to the one that they had yesterday.
Yada.
It ain't great. So Astros, in fact, I'll just give you the lineup here real quick. Lineup for the Astros tonight: Trammell, Altuve, Walker, Smith, Melton, Diaz, Dubon, Whitcomb, Short, with Alexander on the bump. I'm not sure that would win a AAA World Series.
No,
they might win.
But it's the same lineup that pretty much that swept the Diamondbacks. That's the confusing thing about it.
They can't play at home anymore.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, they're awful at home.
It's the PCL Astros.
You got 4 or 5 Space Cowboys in that lineup tonight.
Mm-hmm. So the Astros post like their score yesterday. They lost. Nationals 2, Astros 1. And the comments on these were, as you might expect, because it is the internet. Fire Espada. Just stop posting, man. Sell the team. Piece of Dana, make a trade, you lazy loser. Angry emoji. Somebody posted the Walgreens because the Washington Nationals logo looks like Walgreens. What is Dana waiting for? The team is falling apart. The Astros may not win a game the rest of the season. 3 bats. Give me 3 bats. Downfall will be studied. A Ranger fan with eyes emojis. And that's y'all suck. A lot of stuff there. Somebody spelled the letter L in laughing face emojis, which is kind of clever. I kind of like that. That's pretty good. So that's how it's going right now in Astro Twitter universe.
To be expected from Astros Twitter.
Yeah, the internet's a very toxic place. 34 runs given up over 5 games. Tell me pitching isn't the problem.
34 runs over
5 games. Tell me pitching isn't the problem.
Well, but I think that there's all kinds of problems. Tell me the offense isn't a problem. They've scored.
That's kind of a straw man there a little bit.
No, okay, but let me finish. You talk about from an offensive perspective, they've scored 11 runs over the past 12 or 13 games, I think, total.
Yeah, but he's not saying that the offense isn't the problem.
And
he's saying that pitching is also the problem.
I think everything's a problem, but I think that the fact that you have 2 guys at the front of your rotation, you got 2 guys at the back of your rotation, and you have guys that are hopefully closer than they've ever been into coming back to help you with the rest of the rotation means that you can have a fix coming fairly soon, whether it's before the deadline or slightly after it, that makes you a hell of a lot better.
Counterpoint, you have a fix that could help you offensively. You have a guy that you think is better than Nick Kurtz and one of the better shortstops in all of baseball.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
He might be at La Playa, though. He very well could be there and could be there soon. Outside of Raleigh, offensive catchers are pretty rare. With that being said, give me Cease. Victor can fill in just fine. I think for this year, it makes a lot of sense. It's more the long-term thing. Like, would I trade Yiner for Cease if both of them were expiring contracts? I would, because I think Caratini's equal to Yiner. The fear that I have is that Yiner has 3 more years of club control, and I think he has the upside of a top 3, top 5 offensive catcher in baseball. But I do think he's a terrible receiver. Yeah, exactly. You're banking on health that our medical staff can't find. They're behind with both hands. I would not bank on health. That's fair. Hoping Crane reverses course and pays Fromber. At some point, you need to keep homegrown guys. That's a different conversation for a different day, I think. How's everybody going? How's everybody going crazy? We are 3 games out of first place. 3 games actually in first place. Why would we trade Fromber? Give me an arm and a third baseman. Let's go for it. See, I also think that there's some bats that are like mid that can be had pretty cheap. Like Miguel Andujar, like he's not going to cost you much. He's an expiring contract. Is he great? No. Is he good? No. Yeah. He plays a little outfield, plays a little third. Not that great defensively at third. Would he help you? Also, yes. Like there's guys out there who I don't think are that expensive that can help you. Like a Tommy Pham gets traded every deadline. I'm not using him as an example, but that's a guy who can help almost every team in baseball that can be had relatively cheap. So like maybe Cease is the blockbuster, the starring attraction, and then maybe you add like a couple of bats that aren't sexy but help your overall depth.
Yeah, I think that people will probably be disappointed to some degree if they don't get another splashy name because it seems like that's what Crane normally does. But I think if you get 2 guys like that, and that 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 you're confident that you're going to get these guys back, I think you're in a better position, and you do have a 3-game lead in the division that you should. I firmly believe they should win the division.
Mm-hmm. I do too if things play out right. Like if they're running out this lineup, do nothing at the deadline, and guys don't get back. Different story, in my opinion. Texture C, I only see 2 problems. We can't pitch and we can't hit. Other than that, we're golden. That was the play, Mrs. Lincoln. She liked the beginning of the play. Mrs. Lincoln did. That was always the thing there. Let Cam play third and get a decent bat for right field. I've seen more people say that. What do you think?
No, Cam's. I've said this previously. Cam is your right fielder from now for the foreseeable future, for now and for the next several years. Cam is going to be your right fielder. He's not going back to play third base this year.
I don't think he's ever going back to third base. No. I don't think. To me, one. I think that Dana Brown, whenever he scouted Cam Smith, I think he saw a right fielder. I think he saw a guy who's capable of playing third, but he's better suited for right field because he's an athlete. He's got range, has a good arm. Obviously, if you can play third, you can play right field whenever it comes to your arm. I also don't think they want to bounce a rookie back and forth. Like it looks like Cam Smith is hitting the rookie wall right now. Why would you throw another massive thing on his play? Like, okay, we already moved you once this season at the big league level. You played in 40-something minor league games. We're going to start you in the bigs. We're going to play you in a new position. And then in the middle of the year when it looks like you hit the wall, okay, now you're going back to third base. I think that's really dumb from a Cam Smith perspective. putting that on Cam Smith's plate? And then also, are you really better off in right? Like, you have a hole there already.
Yeah, and no matter who you put out there, I just think Cam has proven to be a good defensive player right away when we didn't know what to expect. And he's got a strong arm. He plays the position well. And yes, he's hit a wall right now, but I think he is your right fielder for the rest of this season and for probably, like I said, the foreseeable future, as long as he's an Astro. I don't think he's going back to third base. I know a lot of people are looking at that to be the quick fix so they don't have to trade for a third baseman, but I don't think it's happening. I don't think that he should, and I think that he's right where he needs to be.
No, to me, he's your franchise right fielder for the next 6 years, and then see what's up then. Don't move him back to the hot corner. Texture, not in a panic, but can't expect this team with its 4 of its best hitters out for a significant time to add on to the lead. Not blaming Dana when he's working with a limited farm system. No, Brandon, we're 3 games behind the Blue Jays for first place in the American League, bro. All right, my bad. I thought you meant the division lead. I'll take the L on that one. My fault. I concede defeat. Texture, it's not guaranteed that these guys coming back are going to help the team. It's going to take them a couple of starts to get back into pitching against major league batters and hitting against major league pitchers. Absolutely. That's a fair take.
I think on the previous texture, though, too, yes, you're 3 games behind Toronto, but as long as you get one of the top 2 seeds, you get a bye in the first round. That's the most important thing if that's what you're shooting for. It doesn't have to be to get the first. You want home field against Toronto? Okay, cool. But the main thing is to avoid the wild card round, and getting one of the top 2 records is all you should be having your sights on.
Texture, third base is where Cam has played his whole career. What are y'all talking about? He's played there in his amateur days. Played there last year in the minors. He's probably played more games in right field professionally than he has third base now because he didn't play in the minors that long last year. Dana Brown has said whenever he traded for him, he thought he was a right fielder. Capable of playing third. They wanted to see what it looked like. They were probably going to transition him to right field once he actually got into the minor league season, but because he was hitting so well, they expedited the move to right field. Dana has said that he saw a right fielder in Cam Smith the moment that he was scouting him, and I can see it too because I think Cam's fast. I don't think Cam's quick. I think Cam's rangy, but again, he doesn't have that that shiftiness, I think, to play third. I think he's capable of playing third, but I think he's a better right fielder than he is third baseman. And again, you're not going to change the position of a rookie twice in his rookie season when he's hitting the wall. It's way too much pressure on a kid. Texture, trade the farm for Verlander. Okay, stop it. You're banned for the rest of the show. You can't text in the rest of the show if you're going to say that.
Yeah, look, what is Justin Verlander? 1-7, 1-8.
He's
Can't
not
get
been
through
good.
5 innings. Yeah, pass on that.
I take it back. There is one trade I would make for Justin Verlander. Okay. One trade. I would trade Lance McCullers for Justin Verlander right now, straight up.
I would do that.
Would you do that?
Yeah.
Brian, you in?
Absolutely.
Everybody's in on that?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's make it happen, Dana Brown.
Let's do it. Okay.
Cam Smith. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Cam is back in the lineup today. 75 says that he needs a slump buster. I want Cam to have a little bit more excitement. He's been pouting a little bit because he's been in this slump right here.
You definitely see the body language. There's no emotion in him. Even when they were looking at him and commenting on the haircut a while back. Like, I think that desperate times call for desperate measures, but really the kid just needs to get the piano off his back because he's everything he feels like is on his shoulders.
Let's talk a knock into existence for him. Axe on the YouTube channel saying Carlos Correa watch.
See a lot of that too. A lot of people wanting Carlos Correa back, and that contract to me is not something that I don't think Jim Crane will be excited about.
It's not as bad cash. It's not as bad cash.
How much do you think Minnesota's willing to eat? Because I don't think Minnesota's
75%.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, I'm saying to make it worth it. Like if
He's
they
saying
eat
they
75%.
retain 25. Hold on, what? You mean total money? You're saying Minnesota would eat 75%?
No, I'm saying how much would they have to take before you'd want to do the deal?
Why did you say 75?
Because that was something that popped up on my Twitter timeline today. Saying,
I've seen people
that'd be a lot.
Thinking that Minnesota would do that. They're not going to do that.
I agree with you. That's the conversation I've seen. I'm curious though how much they'd have to eat before you'd even consider it.
The money on Correa isn't the worst. It's
front loaded.
The luxury tax, which is the average annual of the contract, is what's really not great. But Correa's making 37 this year. That's a lot, right? Yeah. Next year at the age of 31, he makes 32.8. Okay. Like that doesn't feel great, but he's 31 years old, not awful. Then it's 31.8 and 27, 31.3 and 28. And then he has 4 vesting years where he has to hit certain qualifiers to vest that year. And in 29, he makes 25. In 30, he makes 20. In 31, he makes 15. In 32, he makes 10. The money isn't crazy. Like, it's not as bad as people are making it out to think.
He's going to be your shortstop?
He'd play third.
Okay.
He'd play third with I mean, if you're trading for Correa and we're just brainstorming this out, he'd play third the rest of the year with Isak out the rest of the year if we think that's the case. The question is what happens next year?
Yeah, what do you do next
Who
year?
plays second next year? I would probably play Correa because then Correa is a little quicker than Isak. I'd play Correa at second.
So Pena, you're not moving Pena.
Absolutely not.
He's staying at shortstop.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You don't touch Pena.
Okay. Because otherwise I was trying to think of like if he's going to play third, then where's Paredes going to play? Because you can't play first because Walker's there.
Well, I just gave you my idea. Correa plays second, Isak plays third.
Okay. I mean, I think that you could do that either way. You could try Paredes at second too.
I don't love his lateral quickness.
But either one of them, I think, look, from an offensive perspective, I think it's a hell of an infield.
Yeah, and Correa hasn't been wonderful this year, and which is kind of the intrigue there. Like you can probably get Correa at not very expensive from a prospect point of view because you're taking on the salary. I don't think the salary's nuts. Like $90 million for 3 years, the next 3 years is kind of high, but he's 31, 32, 33. He might not hit the vesting part of the contract in 29 and you're free from it. But even if you're not, it goes 25, 20, 15, 10. That's not that much.
Not by the time you get there, right? With the finances of baseball, it's probably going to be
even now. Like if you were
if
you were paying Correa 45, 60, 70 for the next 4 years, is that nuts?
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean the money going backwards is fine. It's the luxury tax number that spooks me. But I mean, again, you could be out of it in 4 years because you didn't hit the vesting. I don't think it's as outlandish as we think on the surface.
If you don't think he's going to continue to play like he has this year.
This year he hadn't been wonderful.
Like if he's making 31 playing like he is this year, then that's going to be a big problem.
You need him to be more who he was last year.
Or his first year in Minnesota, either one.
Yeah. This year he hasn't hit all that well. 701 OPS, 92 OPS plus. That's a lot of money for a below average offensive player. It is. And he's injury prone. He's missed some games this year too. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener. We'll keep our eye on if anything happens Astros trade-wise here. But what has piqued your interest on the second day of pads at Texans camp? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race of the weekend? All this trade talk has really got you winded up. It's got you wound up. That's why you got to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. That way you can relax, rest easy. Perhaps Dana's heading up there once Thursday rolls around. It'd be wise to do that. Probably lessen the grays upstairs, if you know what I mean. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the best getaway, whether it's on the weekend, whether it's during the week, whatever it is. Get out there, escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. The open green space is always nice to see. Wildlife you don't see in the city. That's always a nice change of pace. Beautiful, majestic trees. I've always been a sucker for beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas too, whether it's the Two Creeks out there or whether you're just going out to the catch and release pond with the kids. That's cool too. The kids love that. We took the kids up there about a month and a half ago. We had a fantastic time. We're clamoring to get back up there. We'll try to do it by the end of summer. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayak, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool with a drink. That's fun too. You got to get out there. And it's only 90 minutes from Houston. That's the best thing. You don't have to drive 15 hours across 4 different states for your weekend getaway, for your vacation. No, it's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. And they're always looking to take care of their visitors. The 2 nights that we were out there, a food truck was out there. They had some live music on a Saturday, and live music and cold beer ain't ever broke my heart. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Go Texas.
Go Texans, Cal. Names under consideration for the Astros. Gotcha, Cal. Include Willie Castro, the Twins. I'll take him. Marlins outfielder Jesus Sanchez. I take him. Arizona Diamondback outfielder Jake the Snake McCarthy. He's fast. I don't really love McCarthy. I'd rather just play Melton.
Does he come with Damien, the Snake?
Ha.
No.
What percentage of people you think understand?
I mean, you referenced Jake the Snake, so I was just rolling with it.
It's because he's a Diamondback. Jake the Snake McCarthy. Not to do with the wrestler, because he's a Diamondback, which is a snake, Brian. That's from the article from Rosenthal in Rome about the Dylan. I would be shocked if they trade for Dylan Cease. I really would.
I would too. I just don't think. We've already discussed it, but I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to throw a lot at San Diego to get him too. I think there's a lot of teams more desperate than the Astros. I think the Cubs, I think the Red Sox, I think the Yankees, and they've got farm systems and other things to go get him.
Yeah, I think baseball's wisened up though. We're like, I don't know. We'll see. What has piqued your interest on the second day of pads at Texans camp, Blankers? Why do you have this highlighted, Brian?
What do I have highlighted?
It's messing with my ADHD.
Oh, I was sending in an email for the podcast description.
I think the fact that the offense seems to getting a little bit more continuity, but the offense is still trying to figure things out and get the system and everything like that. I think the tight ends, I think all three of the tight ends, we were talking about the tight ends the other day. I think that, again, short of making bad business decisions, I think Dalton Schultz could flourish in this offense because I think Kaylee really likes the tight end. I think all three guys are going to get run like we talked about. I think Dalton Schultz could have, I don't want to say a breakout year, but I think that Dalton Schultz could be a bigger, more important weapon in this offense.
I would agree with that. Did you hear D'Amico talk today about the tight end position?
I did not.
He called Dalton Schultz an elite pass catcher at the tight end position. I was
With
like,
alligator
don't
arms
like that.
sometimes.
I was like, trash. I think he is a good receiving tight end. I do, because his game's not blocking. His game is receiving. I don't think he has elite hands though. Like I've been knocking his hands for a while.
I
He
knock
bobbles
the alligator arms where he doesn't go after football.
He does that too because he hears the footsteps coming. But he has a lot of bobbles. Like he doesn't drop a lot, but he doesn't catch passes cleanly either. I trashed the elite pass catching tight end from Dalton Schultz. But no, I actually like this tight end room. I'm with you. Like I think they're a unique combination and have a really good versatile skill set. Because Schultz isn't going to block much, but he can catch pretty well at the tight end spot. Stover is a really good blocking tight end, in my opinion, who is going to get better at catching the football, who's capable of doing it. Maybe not to the Schultz level, but is solid. And I think Brevin Jordan's a real wild card, whereas Brevin Jordan's a capable pass blocker. I think he's capable, obviously, at catching the football, and he's very, very fast. I like the tight end room quite a bit. I think it's not like one like elite guy, but a combination that I really like.
Yeah, and I think that's perfect when you got a guy like Kayla. Like I said, he seems to like to utilize the tight end. He'll probably use it more than Slowick. And because you have the different variations of tight end you can put in there, you have guys that can cover just about any situation. And you've got the kind of the physicality in Stover. You've got the pass catcher that's proven with Schultz. And then you've got, Jordan's the kind of guy, like you said, because of his speed and because of the fact that he seems to have decent hands, he's a really good athlete. I think all three guys could be utilized more than Slowick did, and I think they can be a bigger piece of this overall offense.
Do we know that Kaylee's going to use the tight ends more? I mean, I get the speculation because of where he came from in New England before the stop with Sean McVay with the Rams. But if they're true to that, we're not going to be copycat from another system. We're playing Texans football. To me, putting multiple tight ends on the field is not the best use of their personnel. They have more talent at wide receiver than they do at tight end.
They want to run.
They want to run, but they don't necessarily have to put multiple tight ends to use the tight end more. It's just that they can emphasize looking for him in your progressions and looking for him as a more important weapon from in the passing game.
And to your point, I think they will play 11 more than 12. I think they'll play considerably more, but I think that they'll play more 12 versus the league than what we see just around the NFL.
Than league average? I can see that.
Yeah, like still not like a high usage of 12 personnel versus 11 personnel, but a high usage of 12 personnel versus 12 personnel relative to the NFL. I heard Kirk talking the other day, and he was like, we're going to go back and forth between 11 and 12 a lot. Like we're versatile enough, capable to do both. And I think you have I don't want to say that. I was going to say you can run it better with 12, but that's not always the case. That's not always the case.
Not if one of those guys is Dalton Schultz, who's not a plus blocker.
I could also see them use Stover a lot of times in the backfield. Do a little 21,
I could see that.
As a fullback?
They did a little last year.
They liked it.
I never liked
They
that,
might
though.
also carry a fullback. We don't know.
Well, I think Brady
D'Amico
Brooks
has.
I mean, will they sign Jacob Johnson in the offseason? Like,
Yeah.
why are you signing a fullback when you have another guy who's capable of playing fullback? Like, I think there's a very real chance that they
been
carry
high
a
on British
fullback.
Brooks, but I don't know if that means anything.
Yeah, previous regime too. I think British Brooks is probably a practice squad guy. That's kind of a tweener, halfback, fullback. I think that they're going to keep Jacob Johnson. I think Jacob Johnson's going to make the 53 because I think they're going to want the option of using a fullback. Now, maybe Stover is just so good at this, like it developed so well in the offseason that they just use him as the fullback. The way they can use an extra roster spot somewhere else, like for a Braxton Berrios type of thing. But that's a decision they have to make. D'Amico did say that the offense is starting to even it up against the defense. So there's that. Jalen Petrie is back. And then offensive line watch, which we've been on offensive line watch. This from Kunkel. Jake Andrews took the spot at center.
Yeah, on my list in terms of the daily offensive line watch, it was 3 different things. Drew Scruggs seems to be on the third team no matter what line, what rotation of offensive linemen they're using in the first 2 days. And it does seem like they don't care what the media is trying to latch onto in terms of who your starters are. It's changing from day to day. Andrews with the 1s today and Patterson with the 2s. And then the pre-snap penalties were back. And the fact that they pulled Blake Fisher because he got a pre-snap penalty and they yanked him out of there is never a great sign.
I mean, Tay Ursary is your starting right tackle.
Yeah.
Hot take. Tay Ursary is your starting right tackle.
Fisher to me is a disappointment right now.
I was listening to I went back and listened to it. The Casario's on with PP on the highway to hell this morning. And Casario's like, yeah, in about a week, we're probably just going to roll out with our starting offensive lineman. That way they can start to get continuity. So it's like, okay, like this stuff,
These
like
are
mix
like
and match
auditions.
stuff right now. Okay. Yeah. All right. But next week, whenever they go to the Greenbrier, okay, these offensive lines might be a little bit more significant. We might be able to read a little bit more into it.
These are the what do they call them, the raw auditions or the open auditions.
Yeah.
And then they'll start putting it all together, and the building of the band doesn't happen until they get to the Greenbrier.
Which makes sense. I mean, if this is going to be your starting 5, and we believe in cohesion and the offensive line's a fist, not 5 individual fingers. Like, don't you want them to get as many reps as possible? So it makes sense to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Remember we talked yesterday about like D'Amico going at the media and like, oh, they're not putting the interests of our players in mind, and that really upsets me and was really silly and corny of D'Amico, a man that I love sincerely. I do love D'Amico. I thought that was corny of him to say that yesterday. I started to think more about this. And because yesterday we thought he was going to Rappaport.
Yeah.
What if he's going to Aaron Wilson? He's going to Aaron Wilson because Aaron Wilson's putting a timeline on it that he's going to be back by week 1, as opposed to, and then what does D'Amico say? Like, he'll be back when he's back. Everybody runs their own race. So I'm wondering if maybe he's the one who gave the info to Rappaport and they're really upset at Wilson. Just throwing that around there.
You think that D'Amico gave it to Rappaport?
I don't know. This is just a working theory here that I'm throwing out here.
To your theory, he did, like people were complaining before, that he gave more access to,
which he does,
and talked to a lot more of the national people than he did the local people.
See, and I could working theory here. I'm not saying that this is 100% my thought, just kind of brainstorming out loud here. Yesterday, we were acting that he was upset with Rappaport breaking that news over the weekend. And he doesn't have the interest of our players, but the guy who put the timeline was Wilson. Aaron Wilson's the one that's reported multiple times that he's going to be back by week 1. So perhaps it's D'Amico saying that Aaron Wilson isn't putting Joe Mixon first because he's putting a timeline on it, and that's not fair to Joe Mixon.
But wasn't the question about the fact that he could miss significant time because of the fact that the Rappaport report was the one that said that he could be out?
I mean, what's significant?
time?
He didn't say significant. He said he might miss week 1.
No. But I'm saying the way the question was worded, I thought I thought it was more towards the way Rappaport kind of positioned it.
I thought it was like
Aaron Wilson.
I thought it was an update on Mixon. I thought it was an update on Mixon.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought it was more kind of leaning towards or referencing the way Rappaport phrased it. But I'd have to go back and listen.
It's just a working theory though, because is it a big deal that Rappaport said week 1 is in jeopardy, or is it a bigger deal to D'Amico that Aaron Wilson saying, oh, he's going to be back by week 1, which is putting a timeline and a standard on Mixon? I started to think about
but
that.
When and I'm just trying to think this through.
Which is worse? Is it from a head coach's perspective? Is it worse that Rappaport said he's going to miss some time week 1? They're gonna assess him closer to week 1. He may miss week 1. That's what Rappaport said. Or Aaron Wilson said that he's doing, quote, great. He's going to be back by week 1. Which is worse from a coach's perspective?
I think Rappaport's.
See, I think it's actually Wilson because you're putting a timeline, and
But
coaches
I think
hate
from
putting
Rappaport's,
timelines.
You also hate to, like, no matter when you're game planning, or you don't like to give anything away. You don't want teams thinking that he's already running the risk of missing week 1 and possibly more.
Is that a big deal though? Like, you think the Rams are that like hell bent on Joe Mixon's status on July 26th?
I just think coaches are extremely anal about that. They're
100%.
extremely protective of that. And so, as you were saying that, and I was thinking about that, basically Rappaport was laying it out like he's not doing anything right now because he could be out significant time. Whereas Aaron Wilson was saying that he's working, that he's going to be great. And then D'Amico made sure to mention Joe's in the building every day. Joe's working. Joe's here. That it made it sound like he's leaning more towards taking the shot at Rappaport.
Yeah, that's true. But coaches also hate timelines.
Oh, they do.
And Wilson's the one that put the timeline out there. I don't know.
But it was more
of
of a friendly timeline in favor of the Texans than it would be, not that it's panic, but more of a detriment that you might be out without your starting running back for a couple weeks of the regular season.
But who's that significant to?
I mean, there's a lot. I think a lot of teams in the league are paying attention to that. I think that it could be affecting, like, whatever the Texans do or don't do, or might be in the market for between.
Well, I think they've already done
regular
that.
season.
I think
they might do it again. I think they might do it again.
You think they're going to bring in another running back?
No, I thought if he could miss significant time, if he'd be out for significant time, because I think they could do without Dari if they had to. I think they could do without Pierce if they had to, if they could get a better option.
I think they like Dari.
Oh, they love him as a person and they love his versatility.
Yeah, I think, but I mean, they like his special teams and all that. Yeah. D'Amico talking today, and he said something that was like, it piqued my interest because, I mean, we're what piqued your interest on second day of pads, and you know how I feel about my football players. I like them to, knock heads. I like them to crush skulls. D'Amico was talking about his brand of football today, and it did something for me.
All right, the Texans are going to be a physical football team. That's what I believe in. And I don't like guys who don't play the game the right way, and that's being physical. Not only defensively, but offensively. Like, we're going to play field backs running behind your pass, O-line, finishing at the second level. That's what I truly believe in.
Love it. Love it. I'm going to run through that brick wall for D'Amico. Let's swarm.
Do you love it when Higgins gets rocked going across the middle?
Well, he talked about how they're on the same team, and in practice they shouldn't be doing that sort of thing. That happened today?
Yeah, that's what I was concerned with.
Who hit him?
I want to say it was Petrie.
Welcome to the NFL, baby.
I just,
no problem.
To me, I don't mind it. Especially if you're a veteran guy, you should know better. Like, you can wrap him up, but don't go try to crush him when he's on your team.
Man, it didn't bother me. Welcome to the NFL, baby. I want Higgins to be conditioned to take hits over the middle.
Casario went on McAfee and mentioned it too.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Yeah.
Did you listen to it?
Yes. Yeah, most of all of it.
He was on there today?
Yeah. A lot of wrestling. Brian, you'll love it.
Yeah.
He is a wrestling junkie.
Also a big fan of the Jim Rome Show.
He loves the Jim Rome Show. He calls the Jim Rome Show
a clone.
He is a clone.
He's part of the XR4TI crew.
He loves sports radio.
Seems to be a very big fan with knowledge of the McAfee Show too.
He's on quite a bit.
He is quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Do the Houston Texans have the best under 25 talent in the NFL? Some might think so. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rome said Joe Espada and Framber Valdez met today regarding Valdez's comments about last night's game. Espada did not disclose what the two talked about. That's cool. Keep it in-house. I like that. But said Valdez is a competitor, emotional, wants to win. Espada said Valdez expressed himself in the heat of the moment. Much ado about nothing. This is nothing. A big nothing burger is what this is, in my opinion.
You think Framber says any more about it?
No, I think Framber's on the top step eating peanuts tonight, as jovial as ever.
I think that's all true, but I just wonder if the media questions him, if he'll respond in any way.
I don't think so. He's not going to talk until after his next start. I think it'll be way gone by then. I mean, you got a trade deadline between now and then. Hopefully the Astros mix in a win between now and then. He's going to pitch a game between now and then. I don't think Framber ever talks about this again.
So aside from like having a press conference, you don't think if the media came over and asked him?
Well, he's not going to talk. Have you ever seen Framber talk on a non-starting day?
I don't recall.
I don't think he has.
Okay.
I don't think he has, other than like spring training, but like during the regular season. I think the only time Framber speaks is after one of his starts. I think this is done. It's over. Much ado about nothing. Oh my goodness, Framber questioned the Astros outfield defense, they played the numbers. It's over. It's over.
Well, I think the other thing that was interesting was that there were people out there that were saying that he was doing it to try and get traded. I think Framber really likes it here. I think ideally if Framber had all money was the same and all years were the same on a contract, he would much rather stay in Houston than go anywhere else.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. No, I saw that take out there too. Framber's trying to force his way out. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous stance to have.
Absolutely it is. And I think that he really likes it here. And I think that there's other guys like that too, that if all things being considered, everything was even across the table, most guys would want to stay here. And that clubhouse and the whole culture thing is real, but they just have to accept the fact that from a franchise standpoint, there's just certain parameters that they're not willing to go back on.
Pete says my dental appointment was about as painful as watching the Astros offense lately. Mix in a toothbrush, man. Maybe some floss, maybe some mouthwash after.
If he's drugged up and got some cotton balls in his mouth, call up. Let's see how you're feeling.
Yeah. You remember Dave goes to the dentist, the little kid?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
this real life?
Yeah.
So good. Tyler and Conroe, Casario's a simp for the national media. He really is. He gets
Kinda
like giddy and like boyish, almost like a kid in the
Oh,
candy
wait
store.
till you watch the McAfee show.
He like makes jokes about like the goons and stuff. Like he is a simp.
He's a
for national
fanboy.
media.
Yeah,
He is
just
a fanboy.
watch the McAfee show and see how he gets exactly like that and more about all the wrestling and all the non-football stuff.
Like, is it tangible? No, but it kind of annoys me how much of a simp he is for that. And then he'll be like, I don't know what windows are, you idiots. Like,
I don't know what drafting for need is.
Yeah.
How dare you ask
Daryl
me?
was like that too. Daryl loved any chance he could be on national TV or national media.
Yeah.
Loved
it. Yeah. So do the Houston Texans have the most talent under the age of 25? ESPN thinks so. ESPN has the Houston Texans ranked number 1 amongst talent that's under the age of 25. Blue chip players including C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, notable graduated players, which I don't think is that notable.
No.
Tank Dell, love him, go Cougs, but not going to play this year more than likely. And the Juice Scruggs, who looks to be a backup offensive lineman. So, yeah, I mean, when you start looking at some of the other teams around them, Seattle second, Witherspoon, Murphy, JSN, Commanders behind them with just 2 players, Daniels, Brandon Coleman. Giants have neighbors, Abdul Carter, Dart, and Kayvon Thibodeau. That's not bad, actually. I kind of like
I thought the Giants would be moved up when I looked at this list.
Dart, yeah, they do list Dart as a blue chip player. I wouldn't consider him blue chip yet. And then the Bears with Williams, Adunze, Darnell Wright, Colston Loveland, who hasn't been on the practice field, by the way, with that hamstring. And apparently Ben Johnson wanted to fight Luther Burden III today because he was like lining up wrong, which is awesome.
He's been all over him since they got him.
I think I love Ben Johnson. I'm bullish on Ben Johnson. But no, I think this is right. I have no problem with the Houston Texans being the top talent under the age of 25.
Yeah, I looked at it, and they were 1 last year. But when you talk about not only the blue chippers, but you talk about the positions that they play, when you've got a premier edge rusher, it starts and ends with the quarterback, with 2 corners. And then if you hit it right on one, especially if you hit it right on both of the wide receivers with Higgins and Noel, I mean, you're looking at guys that are going to be there for the foreseeable future that are all studs at premier positions. And so when you look at the rest of the list, I thought the Bears should have been higher because I thought that the Bears have the quarterback if Caleb is the guy.
You hate him, though.
I do. I don't believe in him personally, but I think he's better than Jackson Dart. I think of the rest of the guys on the list, when I'm looking at the teams, I think that Jaden Daniels doesn't have a whole lot more.
No,
if
just
Jalen Daniels had a lot of young guys around him, then Jaden Daniels and Washington would be higher. I think Chicago could be higher if Caleb's the guy. But
you don't think he's the guy.
I just said if he's the guy.
But you don't think
because you have a quarterback that was taken number 1 overall, and then you add in there Roma Dunze, and you add in some young players at these premier positions.
I'm going to need you to have a take on Caleb Williams. Do you like Caleb Williams or no?
I don't.
Okay, so we can eliminate Caleb Williams from the Bears list here. So they got a Dunze, Wright,
where
Loveland.
They fall on this list. If you were going to rank them, there's other people that have different feeling than I do about Caleb Williams.
Right. But I'm just uncomfortable with you giving Caleb Williams love in this conversation, but then
I'm not
put him down
giving
in
him love. I'm saying as it relates to where they stack, where the team falls on this list. If you see Caleb different than I see Caleb, then I think that Caleb better than Jackson Dart, better than some of these other teams that either don't have a quarterback and have a lot of young talent, or have a quarterback and not much around them. The Bears should be higher on this list.
It's your take, not somebody else's take. Like, I want to hear what you say about Caleb Williams, not somebody else.
I think the Texans are exactly where they should be.
Yeah.
Because you have everything. You have the quarterback, and you have young players at all these key positions. You have potential to add to it with the 2 guys at wide receiver, maybe even Jalen Smith if he turns out to be good.
The only team that I would consider ahead of the Texans here, and I think it's criminal, where they're listed on this ESPN list, the Lions at 6 feels foul to me. They were 2nd last year. They're 6th this year. Maybe it's because they don't have quarterback and they're putting a bias at quarterback here. I don't know. But they're blue chip players under the age of 25. Penei Sewell, stud. Terry and Arnold, good player. Jamison Williams, good. Sam Laporta, good. Brian Branch, good. Kirby Joseph, good. Jahmyr Gibbs, one of the best running backs in the NFL. How they are 6 blows my mind.
Yeah, maybe you're right about the quarterback thing because, look, I think Branch is better. I think there's a couple guys on defense that are actually better than good or have the potential to be better than good. I think Detroit's got a lot of good young talent.
They listed Cam Ward for the Titans as a corner. I just noticed that. Stupid ESPN. You're casuals, ESPN. Chargers with all Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnson at 10. Chargers 10, Titans 9, Jags 8. Giving a lot of love to Travis Hunter here, probably. Although they do have Brian Thomas Jr. And Brian Thomas Jr. is a stud. I love that guy.
He's good.
Drake May, Christian Gonzalez, Will Campbell, Patriots 7. We mentioned Lions 6, Bears 5. I like the Giants under 25 talent. I hadn't really put together that collection being way down here. They got some talent there with the Giants.
You don't see him on the next level, but Abdul Carter should be a stud, and there's no doubt. I think Malik Neighbors is awesome. I think he's fantastic, and Thibodeau has been pretty good.
I just wonder if I like Neighbors a lot as well. There's a little bit I saw from him last year where he's kind of soft a little bit. Just let's see if that sticks around.
Kind of prima donna, but all receivers.
I don't care if a receiver's prima donna. If they play and they're out there and they're producing and they're not being like, just antics, whatever, but they're fine in the locker room, I don't care. See, that's where I think he's a little soft. There was times where he's
that soft because I
there's
definitely
times
saw
he checked out of
quit.
games.
Yeah, I saw some quit.
I think it's soft, depending on like what leads.
Yeah, I wasn't sure your classification of soft. I just think that it's suspect to me. It's something to be concerned about if you're going to quit on your team.
I watched a couple of Giants games last year where like he would get hit. I mean, he got hit hard and he'd be like rolling around in pain and go sit out for like a quarter and then he would come back.
Injuries.
And then would come. That's soft. Yeah. I think that's soft. Detroit is too low on the list. I would agree. Tyler and Conroe, the dumbest people on the planet are 1. People who think we've been to the moon. Okay, that's weird. Tyler and Conroe. People who believe in dinosaurs. This is Carl Everett. Tyler and Conroe is Carl Everett. And the people who think Travis Hunter will be good in the NFL.
Carl Everett, the outfielder?
Carl Everett, the outfielder, didn't believe in dinosaurs.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said that they never existed. A lot of people, there's actually a working theory.
He didn't believe in wearing shirts under sweater vests either.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he showed up to the Biggio golf tournament with just the sweater vest.
Flex.
Yeah, he had the full-blown guns out, but he had a sweater vest on with no golf shirt on.
I'm a big Jackson Dart guy. He's a more talented Bo Nix, and look what he did last year with the Broncos. Ooh, that's a hot take.
I mean,
who's last on the list? Last on the list are the Denver Broncos. Interesting. Now they graduated. Bo Nix is 28. No, he's not 28.
Philly's really
but he's older
old
than
too,
25. I don't know.
Yeah, because I mean they got all veterans.
Eagles.
Well, they drafted
Eagles
two,
they're 14.
the 2 corners.
2 corners, and also isn't
Carter.
Carter. Yeah, Carter's still under
They're
25.
14. They're blue chip players. Jalen Carter, Kenyon Mitchell, Graduated players, Jordan Davis, Jahan Dotson. Jahan Dotson's a bum. But then how about Cooper DeJean? Cooper DeJean's got to be under 25, right?
Yeah, he was
Second year
rookie
league.
last year.
How is he not a blue chip player?
Yeah, that's why I said 2 corners, because I think it's both corners for them, and I thought I was factoring in Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean was on the NFL Top 100 list recently. I'll discuss that a little bit later. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Who is the face of the NFL? Of anybody in the league, who is the face? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who is the face of the NFL? 713-780-ESPN. Real quick, we've been counting down the top 100 of these NFL players, NFL.com. There's a Houston Texan on the list today. Houston Texan,
Go
top
Texans.
100.
What number?
Jolton Joe Mixon.
Oh.
Number 58. Will he be ready by week 1? 713-780-3776. No, I think the last time we brought this up, we did the 61st player. Actually, I think we did 60 because did we mention Cooper DeJean? I don't know if we mentioned him.
I don't think we mentioned him.
Cooper DeJean's number 60, which I think is silly. I like Cooper DeJean. I think Cooper DeJean's a good player, but Cooper DeJean at 60 and Brian Thomas at 61 is hilarious. Cooper DeJean at 60 and Bijan Robinson at 62 is hilarious.
Yeah,
How is he ahead of those two guys?
He shouldn't.
It's absurd. How is Joe Mixon ahead of Bijan Robinson? How is Joe Mixon ahead of Brian Thomas?
You guys know stats.
This list sucks.
Was Bijan Robinson's stats better than Joe Mixon last year?
Pretty sure.
Well, yeah, last year his Bijan Robinson's rookie year was a little disappointing based upon expectation, but he was great last year.
Bijan Robinson last year ran for almost 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns. How is Joe Mixon ahead of him?
Yeah, that's a great question.
On the back of his baseball card.
No,
stats.
it's not.
Well, some people back of the baseball card, I guess, should be expounded upon. Some people just hold on to the guys who have done it year after year until they're completely over the hill, and that may be the case with the Joe Mixon vote.
Mixon last year ran for 1,016 yards. He averaged 4.1 yards per carry. Bijan had 1,456, ran for 4.8 yards a carry. Mixon had 9 touchdowns last year on the ground. Bijan had 14. Mixon caught 36 passes last year. Let's see what Bijan caught. He caught 61 passes last year. How is Mixon at 58 and Bijan's at 61?
You know what those numbers
Makes no sense.
You know what those numbers make me think of? Just how criminally Bijan Robinson was misused when Arthur Smith was still there his rookie year.
No doubt.
When he kept trying to mix in, I'm forgetting the backup running back's name now.
Algier.
Yeah, Tyler Algier. Arthur Smith's the worst.
How is Mixon better than Robinson? That has tilted me. I'm at a loss of words. I'm not sure I can recover for the final 53 minutes of this show. Somebody's saying
is back, folks.
He's a Falcon.
That helped.
Now.
That helped.
I've seen Bijan Robinson drafted in best ball drafts ahead of Saquon Barkley. In fact, I think
he should be.
I think his ADP.
Why, 'cause he's receiving?
I think his ADP is now ahead of Saquon Barkley.
I would say because the track record of guys that get the amount of carries and touches that Saquon do is that they almost always have a dramatic fall off.
That and he does catch balls. So if you're playing in a PPR,
yeah, because Hurts doesn't dump it off.
No, he doesn't. Like Saquon's capable. Saquon's obviously a capable, catcher of balls, but pause. But
hey,
they don't really do that a whole lot. Bijan's going to catch 60 passes a year. Saquon be lucky to get 30.
Yeah, because of the passes that a quarterback would normally dump off, Hurts is just going to run it.
How in the world do they have Mixon ahead of Honey Bijan? Makes no sense. I'm mad. Like, I am literally upset. Bijan Robinson's ADP is up to 2.6 on Underdog. It's the second best ADP in the entire NFL.
Yeah, Chase number 1, I assume.
Yeah, show off. You want to guess the top 5?
Me or Joel?
Either one of you. Y'all both collectively as a unit.
Top 5. What now?
He just mentioned one ADP. This is average draft position.
Oh.
We're nerds. Jamar Chase is 1, like Brian said. He's showing off. Bijan's up to number 2. Jefferson with that lame hammies, number 3. We just mentioned the other guy. I'll give you a little help on that one. Like literally seconds ago.
Saquon?
Saquon's 4. Name number 5. He's a receiver.
CD?
CeeDee Lamb. All right. So, anyways, Nick Bosa was at 57. Joe Mixon criminally at 58, and Stafford was at 59. Cooper DeJean at 60. So those are your NFL top 100. Which I'm losing interest in this list.
So Stroud's gonna be ranked higher than Stafford.
It looks like it, which I think is fine.
It's interesting. I think that the vote on that would be split, or the reaction to that would be split.
What if Stroud's not on the top 100 list? What if he's dropped out and guys
Maybe
like
he's
Sam
behind
Darnold
guys like
and
Tua? No.
Tua's on there?
That would be bad. Then your list would really suck.
I don't think that's as bad a take as Mixon ahead of Honey Bijan.
They're both bad. But
what's a worse take? Stroud not a top 100 player, or Joe Mixon ahead of Honey Bijan?
Well, you're taking out the context of who's would be in and over him, but I would say they're equal.
I disagree. I think Mixon ahead of Honey Bijan is worse than Stroud out of the top 100 completely.
I don't.
If I didn't know who was in the list ahead of Stroud, I would agree with you. But the problem is we know who's ahead of him.
Yeah.
What's worse, Tua ahead of Stroud or Mixon ahead of Honey Bijan?
Tua ahead of Stroud.
Yeah,
disagree.
I would agree, Brian, because the fact that both running backs are still on the list and it's very close, even though I get your point that it shouldn't be, and if any, and Bijan should be more highly rated. But to not have CJ on the list and have some of the other guys that are on the list from 100 to wherever we're at, or 60 something, that's a travesty.
I think that mixing ahead of Bijan is worse than Tua ahead of Stroud. Not that we're saying that's going to happen, because I predict that Stroud will be on this list, but I don't think it'd be as egregious. All right, who's the face of the NFL in your opinion?
I think it's a no-brainer. I think until further notice, I still think it's Patrick Mahomes. I just think that, multiple Super Bowls, still pretty in the prime of his career. I think that he gets all the attention. He gets all the commercials. He gets all the ads. I still think it's Patrick Mahomes until further notice.
I also think it's Patrick Mahomes, and I don't really think that there's another answer.
No.
You think it's Patrick Mahomes?
I think Allen and Lamar are in others receiving votes, honorable mentions, but yeah, it's definitely Mahomes.
I'll tell you who's higher than Allen and Lamar this offseason is Saquon. Saquon's got more.
He is on the Madden cover.
Is he?
Yeah,
he's on the Madden cover.
He's gotten more endorsement deals where he's doing more commercials, where he's more visible than those other two guys. I think that Saquon's right up there.
I mean, Travis Kelce's dating Taylor Swift and is having honey poured on his chest by Bad Bunny.
Point. That's a good point.
Honey poured on his chest?
Yeah, you haven't watched Happy Gilmore too?
No.
Casual.
Yeah. No, it's not casual. It's who I am.
Casual.
I don't watch. I haven't watched it yet.
I just like to randomly use that word.
Absurd thing to say.
I just love using that word and seeing how people react. You're casual, and people are like, no, I'm not. That's just who I am. No, he had honey poured on his chest by Bad Bunny and Happy Gilmore too. But Travis Kelce, I think, would be in the honorable mention.
I think he should be. That's an oversight by me.
Yep.
Why are you saying Bijan's name like Bijan? Because Bijan Robinson told everybody that his name was Bijan and not Bijan. It's on NFL. Do you have it clipped by chance, Brian?
No, I can go find it.
Yeah,
no.
see if you can find it. We'll play it here in a little bit, Texture. But Bijan said his name is Bijan. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texters. Unfortunately, the face of the league right now is Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Another texter says Fatty Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Texter Pat Mahomes is face of NFL. Not only do casuals know him, but so do Swifties due to Kelce, Mahomes, and Kelce, and Taylor Swift, the face of the NFL. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the Hive. Who do you think's the face of the NFL?
How are y'all doing today?
Hello, Robbie.
Man, I'm sorry. First off, I want to apologize for not being at the Cadillac bar because I fell out with heat exhaustion on Wednesday.
Uh-oh.
And it took me to Saturday to recover.
You did what?
Heat exhaustion. Glad you're better.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I'm saying that Mahomes, with all the notoriety, the commercials, I'm with y'all. It's got to be Mahomes. As much as I hate to say it, I hate Kansas City, but he is the face of the NFL right now.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Where's the next place y'all are going to be on Thursday?
We're going to be at Carbach. Robbie. You know what cures heat exhaustion? Good old cold beer.
And
pizza. I know what Carbach is. I was there for the Rod Ride 20th anniversary.
There we
it's
go.
Over there in the spring area.
No,
not
sir,
quite.
you're wrong.
No, not quite.
Off at 290.
Yeah, kind of 6'10", 290.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's 290. My bad.
Yeah. That's all good.
I know where it's at. I just don't know exactly.
You got a phone, Robbie. Get your Google Maps out. You'll find it.
Appreciate you, Robbie. Get well. Hope to see you out there Thursday. Cold beer ain't ever broke my heart. Oh yeah, we out there Thursday though. Everybody come on out. Carbach, get some good old cold beer and some very mediocre sports takes with the Killer Bees. Pizza as well. Yeah, I haven't tried their pizza out there yet.
I have not either.
Yeah, looking forward to it. 713-780-ESPN. I don't think there's any other answer than Fatty Mahomes. Now, Good Morning Football tweeted about this, a bunch of people responded. I do like this answer though, from some rando on the internet. I do like this one. Cash or trash. Scott Hansen is the face of the NFL. That is a great answer.
Sunday ticket.
It's
the red zone.
Yeah, red zone, run zone. I love Scotty Hansen. Big fan. Dude doesn't pee on Sundays. Big fan of him.
I never used to watch him because I got the Siciliano version with DirecTV.
Is that the difference?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I was always wondering what the difference was. I never knew that.
Yeah, because I knew that there were two different versions of the same thing, but I always got the Siciliano with the big speakers.
That's unfortunate.
It really
Siciliano can't hold Scott Hansen's jock.
Siciliano was pretty opinionated.
He might be in my top 3, Scott Hansen. A bunch of people saying Jalen Hurts should be in the mix, which I agree. Super Bowl winning quarterback, most underrated quarterback in the NFL. Jaden Daniels in the mix here. Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Jerry Jones was listed. How could Cool Cat McNair Cool cat Cal McNair not be? Receivers
Never quit.
No, receivers not getting any love. No Justin Jefferson, no Jamar Chase. Is Peyton Manning still the face of the NFL? Is Tom Brady still the face of the NFL? Manning does a lot of commercials.
I don't think he does that much anymore, does he?
Manning still does.
Yeah, he does. And he's still got so many other things. He's got the Manning cast. He's got the whatever they call that, Omaha Productions, which is putting out all that stuff on ESPN.
Here's a dark horse candidate for the face of the NFL. Will Levis.
Oh, boy.
Will Levis, face of the NFL.
He's got a face growing from his shoulder.
Did you see that thing? That thing was gnarly, man.
What?
He showed his shoulder. He was like, last day to have this buddy or something like that. His shoulder's jacked. It is nasty.
Apparently, he had it done this morning, so I guess it's no longer there. But yeah, he tweeted up a close-up photo, and there's a massive bump coming out of his shoulder. Almost looks like a head growing out.
It looks like it's separated.
Yeah.
Still. It looks like a compound fracture, really.
Doesn't sound great.
Here's Bijan Robinson pronouncing his name the other day, Texter.
Properly give us the pronunciation of your name.
All right. How you pronounce my name is Bijan.
Honey Bijan.
For everybody that's out there. I know a lot of people say Bijan.
There you go.
But it's Bijan. It's Bijan.
That sounds like AJ.
Bijan. AJ Russ?
Uh-huh.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, I'm trying to say that their voices sound similar is what I'm trying to say.
I can hear it a little bit. I can hear it a little bit. So that was straight from Bijan Robinson's mouth, saying that his name is pronounced Bijan, not Bijan. Don't shoot the messenger. But I have to say Honey Bijan because otherwise I won't say it right. If I just said Bijan, I would think I'm saying it wrong. So I have to say Honey Bijan to condition myself to say Bijan. Get it?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Number one running back in the NFL. Bijan Robinson. Cash or trash? 2025.
Trash. Saquon with that offensive line? No.
Cash or trash? Joe Mixon's better than Honey Bijan Robinson.
Trash.
NFL.com thinks so. Top 100 list. It's not even a homer list, and they have Joe Mixon ahead of Honey Bijan. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Willabits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. It's going to be good. Mediocre at best. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. More like Kelsey's chest and honey from Bad Bunny. It did a number on me. You can use a nice Dijon mustard to make a vinaigrette. Do you like honey Dijon mustard?
It's not bad.
I'm not a fan.
I'm not a fan of mustard per se, but like
your ketchup.
Yeah, but
It's on the tea,
but I'm
sorry.
saying the honey Dijon like salad dressing's good.
I'm not a fan of it. It's too like I don't know what the right word.
It's got a little zing to it.
It's almost like horseradishy to me.
It kind of can be.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. Ocho says Mina Kimes is the face of the NFL. Don't tell that to Jason Brown, former Netflix guy. He hates Mina Kimes.
Oh, that's that guy from the Last Chance U.
Yeah,
coach.
he hates Mina Kimes. Are we sure Taylor Swift is not the face of the NFL? She might be.
It's just based on what happens every time they show her and how many times they show her every game she's at.
Texter says Siciliano greater than Hansen. You're nuts, dude. You're banned for the rest of the day. Do not tweet in or text in or call in the rest of the show. You're banned for the Tuesday edition.
Speakers.
Huh?
His ears are massive.
Brandon, you're more casual than Clark's shoes. Who's Clark? Caitlin Clark?
No. Clark's is a shoe company that makes dress shoes and such.
Is it casual?
But they're more like loafers, and they make dress shoes, and they make like, for business casual and for business.
Doesn't sound like they're very casual, which means I'm not very casual, Texter. The joke it went awry on you. That makes no sense. It's pronounced Dijon for the mustard, so how would that help you? I don't know, man. Blankers, what's your go-to ketchup? Tines, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's only one.
I like the Whataburger spicy ketchup.
A lot of people
the best.
And that's like an alternative when you're feeling spicy.
You wanted an underrated spicy ketchup? Sriracha ketchup. It's pretty good.
No thanks.
They have it at like Pluckers, which today is National Wings Day. More on that later. All right, Willabits grade the call. First one, Lawrence Butler the other day. He hit a home run against the Astros, and our girl wasn't there. Our girl didn't do the Astros A.
She must have been doing national.
That's why. Okay. That was well done. I think it was one of Carrie's like grandsons that was doing the game.
You're absolutely right. It was.
I don't know which, how he's related, but I think he's one of the grandsons. And Lawrence Butler hit a home run, and here was his call of it the other day.
1-2 pitch, high in the air, deep to right. That ball is foul. Or gone.
That ball was absolutely launched. Law Dog posing him up at the dish. He knew it off the bat. It was just a matter of how far.
I missed the A's lady. I missed the lady quite a bit.
Dallas, what's his name?
Dallas Braden.
Picking him up. Braden did a nice job trying to pick him up.
Admirable effort from Braden for sure. So grade this call.
Or gone.
That was a 1.
Or gone.
That was terrible.
Or gone.
I think it's less than a 1. I'm going to go like 0.3. Can't get a shot off.
The excitement off the bat started to where I wouldn't give him a 0. But then the fact that I think he came out and he apologized for it.
Which I thought was well done.
And he also said, I lost it.
I want to know what he was watching.
Like, there's no roof in this.
Yeah, because if you look at the outfielders, like
this was at Daikin?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was in Sacramento.
Like, I thought for a second that he could have been watching the monitor and lost it. Like, I think that's what happened, actually. I think that he was crossed up between live and monitor and lost the flight of the ball.
Maybe so.
I think that's what happened.
But like, even if you lose the ball, like if you just watch the outfielders,
that's what I would look at.
Yeah, the story, they'll tell you the story.
You ever done any play-by-play?
I have not.
So that's pretty good tip though.
Yeah, just watch the outfielders.
Watch the outfielders. Yeah, I wonder. This is a weird one, man.
You can watch the outfielders, but the outfielders not going to be like blowing it, like using their arms and saying foul most times.
No, but if it's a foul ball, they might be at least jogging over in that direction.
Happened. Well, I pulled up the video of it. I forget who was playing right that day. It was Cam Smith, I'm sure. So he goes back, but then he like stops looking at it and then like starts to position himself. So if you were watching strictly Cam Smith and you lose sight of the ball at the right time, you could think that Cam Smith is positioning himself after a foul ball.
Like going back to his, like basically saying,
because he has his back to the right field wall pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess I would interpret that as it's just a no-doubter, more so than he's repositioning because of a foul ball.
It just depends on when he lost the ball. But if you look at Lawrence Butler, he's trotting around the bases.
That's the other thing. What is Butler doing?
And just don't say anything until you know.
Yeah, because if it's foul and he knows it's foul, he's not going to start running around the bases. He's going to stay there. And Dallas Braden does point out the fact that he sat to admire it. But normally a guy doesn't move if he thinks it's foul too. He's not going to start running around the bases.
If he lost the ball, he should have just stopped talking for a bit.
Right.
Because it's TV.
Because TV paints the picture.
Yeah, just wait, see what happens.
Or gone.
That was bad. 0.3 for me. You're giving it a 1. I haven't heard this one yet. This one from Carl Ravitch, who's my least favorite TV personality, baseball personality that has ever existed. Carl Ravitch with a home run call over the weekend, I guess.
Game clear of the Phillies in the National League East. Those two teams still have 6 more meetings as this ball is sailed towards the kayaks. And he said fair ball, and it is a fair ball. We had a splash hit. Get on it, kayaks. Mauricio stood there, and he pulled a Carlton Fisk just on the right field line saying fair ball.
He went Fisk?
That was a game-tying or go-ahead home run late in the game.
Yeah, it was 7th inning, 2-1, and that home run tied it.
Tied the game.
It's this link, the post of it's deleted. Well, whoever posted it deleted it.
Huh.
Interesting. That one's slightly better than the Sacramento call.
Get on it, kayaks.
He didn't watch it. It's pretty cheesy, pretty corny.
Didn't really
I'll go
it.
Like, I mean, it's TV though.
Yeah,
it's TV.
I gave
though.
it a 3.
Yeah, I was gonna go like a 3-2. Still not wonderful. Still very cheesy. But of the two, it's clearly better.
You punish it just because it's Carl Ravitch.
I tried, but I mean, I have to be fair. I don't allow my personal bias to interfere with my actual real takes.
At least he called a home run.
Yeah, I mean
that's the thing.
Yeah, at least
he called a walk-off home run in the top of the 9th. For goodness' sake,
what would have been better if he called that one the game winner?
The Carl Ravitch walk-off top of the 9th home run call is literally the worst home run call of the history of the game. History of the game.
I don't know if I go that far.
He called a walk-off in the top of the 9th.
There's been
How can you be worse than that?
Like that.
Show me.
I'll have to dig.
Show me somebody calling a walk-off in the top of the 9th.
Gone.
Okay, I'll look for it for you.
Please do. I don't think it's ever happened in the history of the game. Have you ever heard of one, Brian?
No, but is it worse than it's a foul ball?
See,
but it's in the upper deck.
That one's really, really bad. But at least he didn't declare a winner of the game at the top of the 9th.
Yeah, the stakes, I guess, gives it to Ravitch, but
that was the worst call I've ever heard.
What about any of your calls from Jenny?
Jenny Kavnar doesn't. I mean, we like to make fun of her, but the worse than calling a walk-off in the top of the 9th inning.
I mean, obviously that's pretty bad.
It's one of the worst ever. Ocho says Nationals plus 125 looks like a lock tonight. Unless Alexander goes opposite George tonight.
The summer of George.
Pete, face of the NFL. Mahomes, disgrace of the NFL. Jerry Jones, most entertaining is Cow in front of a microphone, no doubt. Carl Ravitch doesn't even deserve the Little League World Series. I can't stand Carl Ravitch.
At least you hide it.
One of the things that really bothers me about him, too, is how pretentious he is. Like, he invented the game of baseball. Also bothers me that he's one of those plural RBI guy. I can't stand that about Carl.
Get on it, kayaks.
Get on it, kayaks. Oh, man.
Yeah, that call that you just played is getting run the foul ball call as the worst call in baseball.
I can't put the foul ball call worst ahead of Carl Ravitch in the top of the 9th. I just can't.
But that was a college game, right?
Yeah, it was in the College World Series. I mean, he said the wrong team hit a walk-off. It was in the top of the 9th. They've walked it off. It's the 9th inning. It's the top of the 9th inning, Carl. Pay a little attention, man.
Didn't we have one of the Yankees guys, if not both of them, either Sterling and or Michael Kay, didn't they call one that they thought was a home run and it wasn't?
Probably.
It was really, really bad.
Oh, I think it was Sterling. It was caught in the track.
And he did the whole
To be fair, Sterling was like 90 though.
Yeah, still is.
Was it the day they got hit in the face by the?
No,
not a different day. That was a funny one too, though. Ow!
Yeah,
he kept going though. Yeah. He finished the game. He's a dog.
Wasn't it Susie that had to tell everybody what happened?
Rogers and George's box.
Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen.
I don't know. I'm a little upset that you played Carl Ravitch.
That's what I did for you.
I can never get out of
Get
my
on it,
sour
kayaks.
mood. It wasn't even his worst call, and I'm still in a sour mood. I'm going to get on my kayaks and paddle my way out of here. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Did you see Shipley's Donuts sold out? What other Texas sellouts come to mind to you? Who's not loyal to the soil like Lance McCullers? Who has sold out Texas brands companies that have sold out? Also, today's National Chicken Wing Day. Where are you getting your chicken wings today? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yiner and San Diego are on my mind. Padres are the Padres are in the playoffs of the season we're in today. They're the third wild card in the National League. If these Cease rumors are true, and look, the Padres trade players left and right. They like to trade players before they leave in free agency, see Juan Soto, and they like to trade for big leaguers who still have years of club control. See Juan Soto before they traded Juan Soto. See Luis Ariz. This has Yainer Diaz written all over it. It has Yainer written all over. They're not trading Cease for a bunch of AA prospects.
I wouldn't do it.
I'm with you, but this has Yainer written all over it. I can smell it a mile away. All right, so Shipley's Shipley Donuts. That's a big point of contention. That S at the end.
RBI.
Yeah, right. But that's pluralizing an acronym. Shipley, not Shipley's. Shipley Donuts has sold out. They sold to a private equity firm in California, of all places. What other bona fide long-term Texas brands have sold out? This immediately made me think of two. Whataburger selling out to the private equity firm in Chicago, which started their expansion, all of that. I still like Whataburger, though. And it also reminded me of Pat Green whenever he sold out and moved to Nashville. Those are the two that come to mind for me. What Texas things have sold out to you? 713-780-ESPN.
I went with the figures in the city of Houston. Like, to me, I feel like Beyonce sold out once she got with Jay-Z, and the fact that she basically comes back to visit every now and then.
Oh,
but she's really not like true to her roots like she used to be when she was here all the time and really a Houstonian.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll catch heat for that.
She did like a little reunion with Destiny's Child the other day.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was in Vegas or
I don't
somewhere.
remember where it was.
Yeah,
I saw it on the
the
Today
highlights
Show.
of it.
Yeah, with who are the other Destiny
Kelly
children?
and Michelle.
Kelly Rowan and I don't know
Michelle Williams.
I didn't know her last name. Yeah. So you had how about Bud Adams moving the team out of
Well,
here?
that's on my list.
Right?
Yeah.
What else you got on your list, Brian?
Well, I had three. I had the Oilers, Whataburger, and Chewy's, and this happened within the last year. But they sold out. I think it's to the Darden Group that owns Olive Garden.
Oh,
they
right.
sold out to that group.
That's absolutely right.
So did
Chewy's was an Austin original.
It started in Austin?
Yeah.
Huh. What do you think of Chewy's? Scale of 1 to 10.
Not as good as scale of 1 to 10, 7, like 7.
That high, huh?
Yeah.
What were you saying? It's not as good as?
It's not as good as like Lupe or a few of the other high-end Tex-Mex restaurants, but it's fine.
I would have Chewy's at like a 5.8.
It's very specific.
They're close to the house, and my wife likes certain things there. But I would, if I had my druthers, I would choose others.
About that. I prefer. I like Chewy's too. Like, there's things I like there. I like their spicy jalapeno ranch.
Same.
That thing smacks. Give me a pint of that. It's really, really good. I like their margaritas, but their entrees are.
Yeah, I prefer
solid.
Lupe. I'd prefer El
Solid.
Tiempo, original Nifas.
Papacitos. Yeah.
Valencias. I mean, all of those are up there.
So I had Garrett Cole on my list.
Interesting.
And I had Carlos Beltran on my list.
Huh.
Because Beltran looked like he was going to re-sign with the Astros after he was a stud for them in the playoffs. And then with the deadline like at 11 p.m. and Drayton and Scott Boras having basically agreed to a deal, Boras did the switcheroo and came with the Mets offer super late and flipped it to the Mets. And I felt like that was selling out.
Yeah, I would push back on that though. Like, neither guy got their start in Texas. Beltran was originally a Royal.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole was originally a Pirate, also went to UCLA. I don't know if those guys were loyal to the soil. Like, they were mercenaries, really.
I had James Harden on my list. James Harden got here and won the MVP here and was talking about, not just short of Lance McCullers burying me in the H, how H-Town was great and everything like that. And the minute it didn't look like they were going to appease him one more time with another sidekick, he pulled the plug and won it out.
Vermont says that Dr. Pepper sold out. Did they? They sell PepsiCo? I heard that Dr. Pepper has different bottling companies.
Yeah, there's two different Dr. Peppers. There's one I think that's still in Texas, and the other, like you said, is PepsiCo.
I think you can tell by the cap, or is it the wrapper?
It's the color of the cap. Like, one's a white cap and one's a maroon cap.
And one of them's PepsiCo and one of them's Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
Depending on where they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is weird. It's weird. I guess I don't know how they did that. Vermont says Wolf Brand chili sold out. I didn't know that. Beans in your chili, yes or no?
No.
$1 million question. I don't care about it.
I
don't care about it.
I grew up with beans. My mom made chili all the time. It was awesome, and it had beans in it.
Beans in your chili or beans with no beans in your chili?
I'll eat
yes.
either one. Yeah,
Same.
I'll eat either one.
Yeah, it tastes good either way. I don't really care one way or the other with the whole beans conversation. Pizzas, I don't want to call the great Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top a sellout, but I believe his primary residence is in California, which is a long way from LaGrange. Both LAs though. LA, California, LA Grange.
Is he?
What?
I don't think he's from LaGrange. He's just saying about it.
Yeah. They lived on two of them, Frank Beard and Dusty, lived on Quail Valley golf course.
Did they?
Yeah.
A texture, it's not Whataburger. It is if you live in Texas and you have a little southern drawl. Who says Whataburger? It's Whataburger. How do you say it?
Whataburger.
Whataburger. Whataburger.
It's not water.
Whataburger. Either way is fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't
like
matter.
beans, no
Casual.
beans. It's the same thing.
Yainer Diaz sold out for the below the zone breaking ball. That's not a bad call there. Buc-ee's, they're all over the country now. SMH. Yeah, that's fair.
Don't hate
Is
them.
that selling out?
Yeah, they're still here.
No.
and they're just expanding.
That's just expansion.
That's like Carrabba's.
That's what
Carrabba's
Whataburger
was a staple of Houston and a staple of Texas, and Carrabba's just spread out all over the country.
Well, they're no longer exclusive to Texas. I think it is a sellout, chasing the capitalism and all the money. Absolutely, that's a sellout.
So now we're anti-capitalism?
No, we're not. And we're not saying that you can't sell out, but these are companies that have sold out. They've lost their Texas roots and have gone to bigger and greater things.
Well, the problem with the Carrabba's sellout,
Shipley's still going to be in Houston, but they sold out to a private equity in California.
That's what
Same
I mean.
thing with
So,
Buc-ee's.
like, their corporate headquarters would be changing. Like, where they're operating from would be changing. That's the sellout to me, not expanding your business.
Yeah.
the
like, say
Carrabba's
it's like
sellout is the
H-E-B.
fact that you can only get the original menu and the really, really homemade, made from scratch foods at the one on Kirby, and everything else is a chain where it's pre-made and stuff. It doesn't taste the same.
One member of ZZ lived in Kemah for a while. There you go.
Okay.
They weren't from LaGrange, LOL. They sang about the chicken ranch.
Documentary on ZZ Top's really good.
Yeah, a little band from Texas on Netflix.
Dominic Sasha left for Dallas, says Ocho.
That's true.
Still in Texas, though. Alex Bregman grew up in Louisiana, played all his baseball in Houston. He thought he'd go to Boston. He grew up
in El Paso.
No, Albuquerque.
Oh, Albuquerque.
Yeah, played his college ball at LSU down by the bayou. I don't know. I don't know why I blanked on that.
Trying to figure where you.
I blanked on the word bayou. Is what happened. I was like, I know what it is. I just can't think of it. It was on the tip of my tongue. I choked. Texture says Gary Cole putting on the Boris hat is the biggest athlete sellout.
Going with that one.
Gary Cole.
Now, this might be controversial, but we could maybe make the case that someone here on these very airwaves sold out to California, to LA.
Oh, Granado?
Maybe a certain host in the morning sold out to LA.
I would never say anything bad about Granado, so I'm not. That's.
But when we go, when
those are the words of
I would.
Brian
Let's just go to
McDonald.
break. Leave my mic up.
It's the words of Brian McDonald. I didn't say anything. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys sold out and sold their soul, says Oso. Oilers leaving Houston. Texas Roadhouse. There's one in Florida. I do like those rolls, though.
The rolls are
There's a
great.
little cinnamon butter. What's your Texas Roadhouse order? I probably went once in the last 3 years.
I usually go chicken fried steak.
Okay. All right. I don't even know what I get there. I think I get the ribs. I don't
think I've ever had the ribs.
Nah, I've never had steak there. No. Whole Foods Market, says somebody. I don't know the story there.
Oh, Amazon bought it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, Amazon, because you can do Amazon orders and use Amazon Prime, and you can do a take back of Amazon orders at Whole Foods.
Eric Dickerson grew up in Sealy, lives in L.A. Texas and Texas A&M sold out by joining the SEC. That's a good call. I could see that. Jennifer Garner left for Hollywood. Did she live in Texas? Jennifer Garner?
I never knew that.
I thought I'd heard she was born here, but I don't know her full.
What was the name?
story.
What was the Katie girl that played in Show Me the Money? Renee Zellweger?
Oh, Renee Zellweger, yeah.
Where does she live now?
I don't know. She's a little bit off her rocker sometimes.
Is she?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Uncle Jack says Chewy's is horrible. The green sauce is good, but the place is in general a 0.3 out of 10.
Oof.
For
0.3.
It's a harsh
on.
critic.
That was Chewy's?
Yeah.
Review?
And that's the white side of the family, too. I mean, I might not expect that from the Mexican side of the family, but it's the white side of the family
And I'm Mexican.
that's crushing Chewy's.
Leanne Rhymes is from here?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, because I don't think she lives here.
What was her biggest song? Strawberry Wine.
I thought it was that
No,
blues
it's-
song.
Yeah, no.
I think she sang
How Do I
Strawberry
Live?
Wine, though.
Maybe so.
How do I live without you?
Yeah, that too. She had more than one big hit.
There's a Roadhouse in Alabama, of all places. I mean, Roadhouse kind of strikes me as an Alabama place. I think Texas Roadhouse is very SEC.
Anywhere along I-10, I think is fine for Texas Roadhouse.
You ever do the Dreamlands barbecue in Alabama?
Oh, is that the one with the white barbecue sauce?
What?
No.
Well, apparently, look it up. It's a thing.
White
like Alabama
sauce?
Yeah, there's like
Not
a white
not
barbecue
Dreamland.
sauce that's apparently famous, but I can't.
It's not Dreamland, though. Dreamland's like, it's kind of turned into a chain. It's okay. Astros medical staff sold out to the other Major League Baseball teams to keep Houston from the World Series.
That's pretty good.
Texture says Roadhouse didn't originate in Texas. Did y'all know that Roadhouse is headquartered in Louisville, Kentucky, while Kentucky Fried Chicken is headquartered in Plano, Texas? That's weird. Would have never thought that. A bunch of people, Texas Roadhouse. Target sold out their restrooms. I don't know about that. Did you see Target drop their match price thing?
Price match.
Do you watch the Today Show too?
Yeah.
It's all the knowledge you get from the Today Show, and you know it. Texas Roadhouse started in Indiana, so that's conflicting. Do they start in Kentucky or do they start in Indiana?
I think you just said their headquarters is in Kentucky.
George W. Bush, he sold out. He moved to D.C. a few years back.
The youngest one, they sold out in Houston, but lives in Dallas.
Yeah. All right, we're going to be at Carbach on Thursday. Make sure you come hang out with us. Summer Circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different Houston restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. So come hang out with us. Carbach from noon until 6 on Thursday. You can check out the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. Car wreck of the day. What is yours? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.
I think I could tell you one Texas-based company that will never sell out the state of Texas, and that's Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. Easy call there for me. And I'll even take it a step further about my love for Old Humble Distilling Company. Their Boomtown bourbon is the finest whiskey or bourbon I've ever tasted. So what are you waiting for? Go out and try all their fine spirits, but especially my favorite in a bourbon others here at the station are still raving about. And of course, again, that is Boomtown Bourbon. Boomtown Bourbon from Old Humble Distilling Company is a traditional bourbon, but with a sweeter profile and a smoother taste, because sipping whiskey should be about relaxing and enjoying your drink, not something you have to fight to finish. Who has time for that? And another cool thing they've got going on now, along with the fine spirits you could try, they've got a new way to try their products, including the Boomtown Bourbon, and that is with a scavenger hunt. How fun is that? Join the Old Humble Distilling Company adventure where you can visit bars, sip legendary cocktails, and create unique stories and experiences with your friends. So if you live in Humble, Kingwood, Porter, Toscasita, or anywhere near the north side, get ready because the Boomtown Bourbon Hunt is on with your chance to win free drinks for 3 months for there are 8 hidden Boomtown bourbon stops around the Humble area. Those clues can be found at oldhumbledistillingcompany.com or at the Old Humble Distilling Company. Solve the clues, sip the cocktails, and move on to the next stop. Then return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week. Be legendary and join the hunt. It's free to play. All are welcome, but please drink responsibly. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Texter putting me on the car wreck. Deanna Carter saying strawberry wine, not Leanne Rhymes. I mean, what's the difference, though? Really?
Sexist.
What's the difference? No. They're both.
Well, they all sound the same.
White, blonde-headed woman.
Yeah, they all
that
sound
sing
the same. Is that
country
what you're saying?
music.
Yeah.
What's the difference between Deanna Carter and Leanne Rhymes?
So you're just saying they all sound the same.
All white, blonde-headed country music singers sound
How do you
similar.
live without them?
I don't even get it.
It's Leanne Rams' song.
Cool. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day?
I got a couple. I will start with ex-Rocket Marcus Morris, who's made over $100 million in his career, has now been arrested, and he allegedly has written bad checks for over $250,000 to 2 Vegas casinos and more. He kept writing checks that he knew would not cash, and he got caught. He wrote a check for $115,000 at the MGM. And then later that year, $150,000 at the Wynn.
Who still writes checks? Who still believes checks?
I guess you just go to the window in Vegas and they think, oh, NBA player, that check will cash. We'll just do it that way. $250 plus.
Good thing for him, it's not old school Vegas. He'd no longer be with us.
Oh, I've seen some of that happen.
With Barkley?
Yeah, when we were at the not Charles specifically. When we were at that Tahoe tournament, because the casinos are also there in Tahoe, their reps at the hotel came to the driving range to talk to a specific ex-athlete about debts that had not been cleared up with the casino.
What are his initials? Huh? What does it rhyme with? What is it Leanne rhymes with?
I'm not doing it. No.
All right.
Snotty
what else you got?
Tilton.
I got this other one that I saw this morning. A Harris County constable that's also a Little League coach in 10U Little League. Their team lost, and they went through the handshake line.
Yeah.
Instead of shaking hands, he was throwing elbows and like firmly fist bumping to hurt the kids. He caught one kid with an elbow in the side of the head, and they had video of it. One of the parents was filming it, and the coach from the other team was appalled, and now they had to issue a statement that the guy's not only not a coach anymore, he's been like banned from the league. And then when they did the digging, they found out he was a Harris County constable.
I mean, he just wants to win.
Yeah.
He's a competitor.
For 9 years. That's solid.
No, it's weak sauce for sure. I have a few here. Kamari Lassiter was talking over the weekend, and he had to pause himself here. Kamari.
I mean, really, we're all the same, to be honest, in the DB room. Like, we all just want to play ball and play at a high level, and we love playing with each other. Pause. But it's just like,
hey, phrase it. Put that in there for Brian because he's immature and has a childish sense of humor. I thought he'd get a kick out of that. Space City Home Network. I call him the Shin for cutting out the Fromber.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cutting out the Fromber. We all wanted that. Give us that. But I mean, they're employed by the team, so I get it. But still, you make the car wreck list. Astronomer CEO Andy Byron is reportedly suing Coldplay.
So weak.
So bad.
Sue yourself, bro.
It's got to be dismissed like frivolous, right? It's got to be dismissed as frivolous.
It's not that he just had to resign as a CEO. He created the company. He's still making money off of it. He's fine. And then because you got caught, you're going to sue the
He's saying that they ruined his life. Like, no, you made that decision.
Ruined your life,
yeah,
my guy. Right. You made the decision to be all nestled up and cuddly with a woman who was not your wife. You do that. You put yourself at risk.
With your HR rep. It was the
your
head of
VP
HR.
of HR.
It was the head of HR. Ugh.
Did she resign too?
I don't know.
She was undecided with last time I'd seen.
This is how do you not just like one? How do you do it? Secondly, how do you not just own up to it? Like, I made a horrible mistake, whatever. But like, you're gonna go sue them?
Yeah, this can't be the attention he wanted coming out of this. I'm sure he would have wanted this eventually
I don't
to
think
fade
he wanted
away.
attention, period. He was trying to actually get away so he didn't get attention for being a snake.
He's misplayed his hand every single move he can make.
Mm-hmm.
Every movie, like one, cheating on your wife or whatever. That's obviously very, very bad. Secondly, the reaction that you have of the video, like just kind of own it. Like, I mean, I'm sure your wife's going to find out, but you might be able to avoid everything else.
Like,
third,
you say you're sure she'd find out? If you just
She
like you
might.
said, played it off, she might find out.
third, you like post this little statement where you like blame Coldplay for showing you on the video. And then fourth, you're thinking about suing Coldplay.
After you used a Coldplay song in your apology.
Did he?
Yes.
Was that real?
Yes.
There's
That
no way
can't be
was
real, right? That can't be real.
No way.
I thought he quoted the
know.
Coldplay song in
the apology.
The final line
That
of the
sounds
apology.
Very fake.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. This guy's an idiot. And then this weirdo who believed he was in an imaginary relationship with Caitlin Clark. He got 2.5 years in prison after pleading guilty to stalking and harassing.
Yeah. And then I think in the judge's the arraignment and before the sentencing, she said that you are never to refer to the fact that it wasn't you or that you didn't do it. And she let him speak. And he basically said, I didn't do it. And then he didn't get more of a severe sentence.
Unbelievable. What do you got, Brian?
If you didn't see it, Brian Walsh had one of the worst strikes that was called a ball in the history of the game.
Wait a minute. What is going on at home plate? Brian Walsh, man.
That's literally right down the middle.
I mean, you couldn't set it on a tee in the heart of the plate any better than that. Look at this pitch right here. How do you miss that?
It was like literally a ball lengths away from being middle, and he called it a ball.
My bud Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Rushman did catch it funny. Like Adley set up on the outside corner and backhands it. Like it was caught very awkwardly.
It was damn near middle.
Right down Main
It was
Street.
still caught very awkwardly where he could fool an umpire. I'm not saying that he didn't miss the call. I'm saying it was caught awkwardly. And a lot of times
so in the middle. I understand what you would say if that was on a corner. It was so in the middle. I don't know how that could even affect the umpire.
It was backhanded. It was a terrible catch. It was a Yiner-worthy frame. It was brutal. He flips the glove. Oh, it's winning.
I say Marcus Morris.
All right, that's fine. Marcus Morris, you're the winner. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hall of Fame coming up at 7 on ESPN 97.5. Good luck. Goodbye. So long.